they can manage to defend is going to be Cartels alongside with Tectonic, who will be on that top side trying to defend, and they hold the fort like crazy. Maybe Tectonic died, but they managed to kill everybody else in the process. Look at Tech with that Pred missile, gets that kill, gets that info, Hunter Killer drone in the air, immediately turns around, gets taken down, but still the damage was very, very effective there coming down from OUG. Unfortunately enough, it was not good to defend.
I'm late, but I kind of just woke up, but like I'm hungry. I'm gonna go make food real quick and then I'm gonna come back. But I didn't want to like miss this match.
So that's going to allow
But like,
in. They had a brilliant P2
yeah.
to get themselves back into this. Now
I don't know what happened.
with P3 and have the lead.
It's like knocked out.
Straight back. Clove
I blame my cat. That cat made me knocked out. I blame my cat. Well, welcome us modded. Welcome Haven. I'm gonna turn my face skin on like after I finish eating, obviously. But I'm back.
And that's a very different story to what it was looking like a hill and a half ago.
It definitely is. It definitely is what happened in here. Now, Ref with 16 kills. Now, I thought he was going to go big. Unfortunately, he had to go home. Now, Solo here with a shotgun will take one. Brings it out, misses the first shot, and gets executed by FDX. The fight continues as we go back onto point number one. Raf trying to defend will get that kill. And a double onto FDX. Raf through the wall going to be executed, but there's now the usage of the Tempest coming down from Cartels, immediately trying or thinking about pushing and defending some more for his allies. Takes that kill, takes that double, does not take the triple, but opens a little bit of breathing room for the side of OUG. The fight continues to be neck to neck, side to side, 100 to 92. These two teams are both on fire, but let's see which one can last longer.
Bloodbath continues. Equalizer from Clove trying to make a statement here and push 4 and 3, nearly the fourth. Kings does just enough to shut him down. The Skurd dives into P1, finds hit markers through the smoke. It's going to do enough damage to back this front line off of OUG. Split by barely over 10 points, these two teams, but it's always Stalwart, I feel, who get themselves into the rotation, whether it's a very early defensive setup or breaking that first line of OUG defense immediately.
Definitely, definitely. And now, well, they got to do it again on the side of OG. Can they do it, though? Well, the one pushing first is going to be Cartels. Cartels takes the first blood alongside with Kings. They're trying to push through. And the War Machine is going to take a triple immediately for Jay. That's the fourth piece alongside with Rev skills. Everybody in OG was executed from up above. Now there's a Pred missile. He may not get a kill, but he has a general understanding of where the opponents are at. Makes the calls, takes another kill just because he can, he wants to, he feels like it, and the defense continues to be in favor of Stalwart Esports with over 30 seconds of pure control inside of the hill.
It's been a clean run for Stalwart. OUG got off to a fantastic start, but as soon as Stalwart managed to find their feet, they have not stopped, taking a further and further lead in this. Kings actually kills himself somewhere in the process. Tectonic with a War Machine doesn't do much more. Paper plane.
At least you only miss, I think we missed like 2 series maybe.
For OUG, it feels like they're relying a little bit on
we
these
missed
constant
2
breaks.
series. That's not bad.
Strategy that they could hang with.
Let's see what series we missed.
Over and over again against some of the world's best. Stalwart are making the adjustments, have upped their pace, and while Kings himself is pushing over 30 kills, it's looking at some of those other numbers. Raf on 14, got to see a bit more out of him. Solo's on 20, just got to see him start to...
We missed Elevate versus Straight. Elevate was gonna win that easily.
Them just constantly trying to brute force themselves inside of the hill. STE makes a few adjustments, and because of that,
now, wait, we only missed 1 series?
In their favor.
Or 2 series?
Coming down from Cartels, but how much can you do?
Maybe we missed 1 series and one that started late, I believe. Because it looks like
yes, that's gonna help the scoreboard, but that's not.
It looks like Glorious and
more concerning for OG.
And Wolves. There's a second series that I missed.
Because at this point, Stalwart
Forget
have
that,
done a
dude.
phenomenal job at adapting.
They certainly have. OUG will actually finally rotate
Let me
in first and be there
go back.
early, but just as the hill looks to pop, it's not even open for another 2 seconds. Stalwart find the kill.
Yeah, Elevate's tree, and then...
Here for OUG. There's a couple of kills answered, but it's going to be split holds for now.
Oh yeah, Miss Wolves and Glorious.
Bottleneck will be I thought it was going to be fine, but somehow gets a little bit over invested in stepping out there and gets caught. Tectonic
I only missed 2 series. That's not bad. Wolves and Glorious. What's up, Katie? What's up, Kita? Welcome. Good morning.
Two for him. The VMP up close. Reload goes in. 30 seconds still left on this. But OUG aren't getting points. This is contested, and this is part of the problem. When Star Wars find themselves on point, it is clean. OUG, no such glory.
Yeah, that's the problem. They are not having such glory as Stalwart is, and that's a great point to have because yes, they have the clean on STE, but
You getting message yet? I think the reason why I was like, I was awake since I watched Party. I think that was the issue. I knocked out easily. Plus, I was cuddling my cat, so.
Look at that, it's gonna happen yet again inside of the hill. There's gonna be Clove, and of course there's Solo here trying to get inside, but through the wall gets executed by Jay. There's a double kill for Clove. There's a hunter killer drone coming down from Rev, and at this point it's just crazy to me that OG have just not been able to find an answer to the dominance that STE has put into the table.
But I was awake. I was awake by like 1 a.m. whatever. Yeah, I was awake at like 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. whatever. But I cuddled my cat and like that's when I knocked out.
It is.
But the plan was to, you know, wait for the match, whatever, just or wait for the stream and drink my Red Bull and then chill. But, nah, my cat destroyed me, man.
As Raph cleans up, but it is with a bit of a whimper actually. In the end, OUG stumble and stutter their way after the first 2 hills. Don't even hit 150 points. But it is dominance from Stalwart that should be applauded here. Incredible adjustments early, recognizing the need to change up in the pace, recognized that it was Kings and Cartels, the aggression from them that was helping OUG stay in the fight. They swarmed, cleaned it up, and made it a nightmare from that point on. There were moments that we talked about through the map. When Stalwart won a wave of gunfights, they were clean. They were picking up 10, 20 seconds, relatively unanswered. OUG would get a couple at best, and then it was this constant contest situation where they're saying, all right, you come and clean us out. We're in the lead. We're more than happy to stand on this point with you. Taking a look at the player performance, FDX 39 and 34 will be MVP with a minute in the time as well. Incredible performance out there, but Clove leading the way, 4 kills, 43 and 30. I think for me, just looking across this board, we did start to see better from Raph. We did start to see better from Solo, but it's a case of you're trailing way behind a lot of the rest, and that is likely the difference maker in the end.
It absolutely is the difference making in the end. And that's a big plus on the side of STE. You said it yourself, they adapted super good, while OG just continued trying the same. It was working at first, yes, but then it wasn't. They did not try to change their strategy. They did not do a whole lot of things differently, and it ended hurting like crazy. They lost by over 100 seconds, and that's a huge victory for the side of STE. I definitely felt like this was gonna be closer, but that was really well executed by STE. That shows to once again prove to us that they've done their job, they've done the research. Even if you surprise them with something, they are going to manage to come up with something new, so that now it is you who are now feeling uncomfortable. And as we get to take a look onto the player cam, there is of course Palitao just bringing in that knowledge from the outside view, making sure that you're telling them, hey, this was absolutely amazing, this was really well executed, that was a great, really good adjustment. And I do gotta give props to whoever, I'm not too sure, the IGL is on the side of Stalwart, because that's not an easy decision to make, but to be able to everybody get into that same synergy is difficult, but made it look flawless.
It did
Should
make
be
it look
good.
flawless. We talked about it coming into the build-up of this.
Yeah.
Stalwart
Let's go to match. Let me see.
Defending champions in Elevate. It's
Oh,
always
wait,
been the
it's
whole
actually-
points where they've closed that gap. They've started to be a threat, and that's how they've undone them at points through 2025.
Everybody else, it's not going to happen. Q9, a beautiful retake of B.
Yeah, and that's just when you start to swarm, right? New Gen Ninjas just a little bit discombobulated inside the B site there. You had multiple different players. I'm not too sure either of them were working together. Q9 That's something that's kind of eluded them, right? Their retakes have not been that good so far. We talked about them kind of playing for retakes around B. They've given up the site time and time again. Now they've got the first bloods. That's also something that's eluded them. Q9, I think they're starting to get their head up.
Oh, here we go. It feels as if the information is being downloaded.
Oh, it's ready.
They've started
Jeez,
to
take
figure it out.
out B site.
Q9
Yeah.
will find an easy route in towards B. Newton Ninjas did the same in the previous round, but Newton Ninjas have got 2 people to retake it against the 5 of Q9. Mission literally impossible for Fran and Marvel. We said that with the 1v4 from Kings yesterday, and he managed to pull it off. This would be a step further. Not going to happen. Marvel, he gets taken down. Fran can find one. They are not going to let you find any more. Q9. Nice and solid across the board. Fantastic work from them.
Man.
Around it's too
Not too
fast.
sure what
There
the
was like
disconnection was, but they need to make sure
was like
that
nothing.
they are open to more things to happen. If you notice that your enemies have adapted, it's no longer working, I want to see a true change in the middle of the map, because you can just pray as much as you want, but if the same thing's happening,
I'm
it will
surprised,
probably most likely happen again if both
I
teams are
think-
doing the same thing.
I don't know if I'm
Now,
surprised,
we're moving
but
on to search and destroy. It's an area
there's a stream
that
A
we
and
know
stream B.
how strong China
But I
is, how
believe the
region
stream
tends
A
to
and
be.
B are gonna
Just a
matter, or
round
like
up
two
without saying
streams are gonna matter when lower
OG
bracket
is definitely not the
happens.
same as
I think
they would
that's
like
what's
to be, but they
gonna happen.
they still have the experience, and they need to show that.
Like
in here.
the
As
two
we look
streams is
overall,
good because
Solo
of the
picks up
lower
kill.
bracket,
There's
so
a
you could
nade
get like
by
do it
Cartel. Solo
faster.
gets
But I
executed
don't
by
know.
Clove. They immediately 2
Interesting.
straight on both sides. The fight continues to unfold. As Scred takes a kill, but immediately gets traded. All of a sudden, it's a 2 versus 2. Not even 30 seconds in.
Incredible aggression.
Cartel's whiff.
And Cartels will feel the instant presence of Reef. That's going to make a lot of noise. Has the shotgun,
Okay,
does enough.
got the trade,
1v2
but
clutch potentially on the cards. The thing is, you should be aware if you're Clove that you're fighting against a shotgun. You know what he wants to do. He wants to close that gap.
Cartel's
quickly,
whiff.
lay in wait, and does enough to avoid.
We saw him hit his
one
shot and
more
he
if you're
started
Stalwart. It's
missing.
impressive because OUG felt like a lot of their aggression paid off early, but Stalwart again make those adaptations.
Wait,
that
I
they
gotta-
need.
Definitely did.
This
Definitely
one,
did. And now in here, we're
It's
gonna
like
take a look onto Cloud through the
a
smoke.
couple
Now he's
seconds.
smoking, but the enemies, great kill there into the opponent. Cartel's gonna answer back. The fight continues. Shred making sure that he survives that interaction. That was very, very deadly. The great push going towards A, but now coming all the way around this FDX. The answer is coming down from Cartels. Gets executed Tectonic by the hands of Jay, and that's the 2 more that were needed. OUG has come up with 2 completely different things, but once again, STE managing to answer so quickly.
I wonder if that one is an STE playbook play, because
Yes.
PKM there ringing out, told them everything that they needed to know. And as such, OUG suffered through that round.
Okay.
It's a big hit from OUG towards A. Nades are going to go out. You're going to have one player protecting the backline to try and make sure there's no flank coming through, and Reef's overwhelmed. Solo finds the blood. Skurd's going to back off Clove. Huge fight here, because this now allows you to pinch that safety net, that foundation to your setup. It isn't there. How do OUG respond?
It is incredible to see STE doing this type of things. Skirt in here, managed to get the stun onto who I think was Raph, but not managing to get the kill though. 4v2, they now trying to defend Tectonic with a knock, but they are both going to quickly be executed. It is now, like, at this point, if you're OUG, what do you do? Because I feel like you're being smart about the fact that you're trying to do different things, but you're still getting the door closed straight to your face.
I think it's looking at each thing individually. So
If
for example, now
I
Flood,
forget
it's a
to play
big
this,
fight over towards bathrooms,
then-
where he recognizes with the entire team of Flooded 4, they're gonna have one guy protecting his back line. If I can kill him, we squeeze them into a death box here.
Right.
And because he prioritizes that,
I need to get the
OG have
screenshot
no chance to
real quick.
respond. And it's just making those kind of heads-up plays that's separating these two teams right now, as FDX finds the beauty of a sniper shot onto Kings to get the first blood. Solo will answer, ties up at 4 apiece in terms of lives. And here comes the slowdown, the little dance that goes on before we start to engage again.
That's right, the calm before the storm. And in here, storm is something that OG does not want. They want to be the ones with things under control. That's going to be a knock onto Ref. through the wall. FDX could have tried to go for a wall bang, but of course he does not have the intel that we have. That's really, really unfortunate. In here, he will just continue to wait, patiently holding. Here is the push coming down from Tech to take him down. And for that, we're now going to have a 4v2. Jay trying to push forward. Surprise, surprise, buddy. There's Raf. He gets traded. Does not matter. They're going to be planting the bomb. They know where the opponent is at, and that is now going to be 45 seconds.
Well, you find the first if you're scared. And 1v2 is certainly winnable. How's the Odin? Oh, sees one tracking left, but just about protects his teammate, does Tectonic. Skirt here. What's the play? Do you bait? Do you push? I think the decision is to swing. You see one close left. That is a play that's isolated, but you know that these two are going to be around each other. Timer against you was never going to happen. Tries to force the equation, and Tectonic says thank you very much. Puts OUG here onto the board. Far better in the attack round. And what this was slowing it down, I think. I think this was, okay, we're going to slowly pick away. We're going to chip away at the defense that you have. And see the numbers advantage, something that we can
I had to just set up the reward stuff for like I went to get a screenshots for something, and then I went to my reward thing. Get the rewards from watch or whatever.
For that reason, they take the round. Solo's gonna open up the floodgates this time around by eliminating Rev with a headshot, and that is OUG trying to redeem themselves, trying to fix their issues, their mistakes, their flaws. And although it took them a minute, they have finally picked up the first point.
They're gonna stay here and wait for SC to do something.
Can they capitalize on with that kill though?
I was gonna say, like,
OUG was so aggressive through the middle here in the
out
attacking sense. They've just decided to actually allow ST to rotate a little bit and sit in various corners, catch them on a bit of a timing situation as Raf takes his time. Do you finish the kill? You do just about, and you read the second, and do you find the third? The answer is no. Scared comes out on top, but a 2v3, bomb down, less than 30 seconds. Tectonic has the angle for the sheet metal. One's coming in through the backside, that's going to be Solo, finds one, knows where Scared is, should be able to tell Tectonic exactly what he has to do, and he pops up at the right time to see the round out. Through 3 attack rounds, you were down 0-3 with very little foothold and presence in the game. These last 2, you'll be feeling a lot better if you are this OUG roster, but it's the different ways in which they're attacking as well. Every single round has seen something new.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And like you mentioned, they had to make sure that they were not getting caught off guard as they did on the initial rounds. And because of that, they have managed to pick up 2. Now, on the final one before we flip spawns, they're actually going to be struggling a bit as they have already lost 2 players without managing to trade anything for that action. They're going to lose 2 more now. And all of a sudden, it's a 1v5. Solo completely on his own. The side of STE looking for a flawless round, and that's exactly what they're going to get. 4th point in favor of STE.
Actually, I'm playing to this time? Nah.
Now, OOG who are on defense. I love to see what they can bring into the mix, but STE, outstanding.
Yeah, the snipers in particular. Rounds like that show us just how talented they are, controlling everything. Jay picks up some beauties to stop that B push.
Yeah, OG's on defense now, so
get to decide how they
he's doing the bug.
Cartels.
Or not bug, but like he's doing the how I see it as an exploit.
Open. OUG are happy to take their time here, considering a banana push towards.
You better not be doing it. I don't know if he accidentally tried doing it, but you better not be doing it, dude.
If you're OUG, but you'll have to time this right. Trophy does enough to protect the defending player on B, but that will give you intel that there's presence. How do STE adapt?
And it also goes to show the different approach between the offensive round for these 2. It is JA with the first blood onto Tectonic. That is going to be a very, very important kill. This time around, I'd like to see a little bit more coming down from Kings. You know, last time he did a great job at those gunfights, but this time around not doing a whole lot of things for the squad. He's currently holding a sniper at a distance, but big old donut when it comes down to his skills, at least so far. Problem is, we're already 7 rounds deep. There it is. He's going to open up his first kill with that knock onto Skurd. Immediately, Raf and Cartels are gonna do their thing too. The trades continue to happen as Raf gets killed, and for that it's a 2v2. Raf continues to push, goes into the bomb site, but gets stuck with the bomb itself. Suffers and pays the price. 1v2, and they don't have a bomb with less than 20 seconds.
Jay was going to opt for the creep forward, decides instead to get on with it.
No time.
Have to go instantly for the plant. Kings and Cartels will be aware, and look at them swarm and collapse and pick up the victory in the round. So a superb first defense here from OUG. Felt like they frustrated Stalwart a little bit there. Stalwart do find the kill over towards B on Tectonic, obviously unaware that he's the only body on that bomb site, but from there, OUG very happy to play their defensive role. We'll take our time, we'll force you into our line of sight, and we will take the victory onward into round 8.
Let's see now. They are being a lot more aggressive. Kings is going to stop that rather quickly by eliminating Club. They try to push forward for more. Another kill is going to be traded. 2 for Rev, 1 more for Skurd. And for that, the 2 for 3 trades are actually in favor of STE, who are managing to also plant the bomb on top of it all. So 40 seconds on the clock. The push is going to go through the tunnel into the B site.
Skurd has a nade ready, a gift for the arriving Raf and Cartels, should they want it. Reach just going to hold the close angle with the VMP. Can see the bomb.
Usually people don't stare at the bomb.
The smoke's designed to cut
Does it
off.
sound cute? This guy's like staring at the bomb.
Too late though. Skurd swings. Cartels has to take the fight. Dies to Reef. There's damage returned by Raf, but Skurd does enough. Beautiful post plant play there from Stalwart. Get it down. Don't overcomplicate the situation. I like what OUG were trying to do by smoking off that doorway. I just feel at that point, they know that you're going to have to engage this regardless. There's no guesswork here. You're going to have to push, and Stalwart welcome them into their lair.
We're 9 rounds deep. We've seen something different each one of them. Either in favor of FCE, in favor of OG. Now we've switched sides. It's incredible to see how much strategy can come out from a single map. That's the beauty. And well, of course, this is firing range. This is such a map that we all know, we all love, and in here is showing how much strategy goes behind it.
Well, certainly a classic map, and is delivering in spades here. Solo will hear the bomb plant, so starts to ring out with the PKM. Finds Skurd. Should also have picked up a couple of intel that players were crossing. Reef will answer by finding Cartels. But look at this attempt for a pinch play to come through. You've got Raf looking to hit through it. Actually, the call has come through. We're going to collapse back together here. Maybe hit this off from the same angle. Nate's going to come over. That could catch well and truly onto 2 different players. It forces them in through the door, and Solo welcomes them. Reef, Clove, dead. Tectonic finds Jay. A 2v1 then, but have you found FDX? You have. Tectonic does enough, and that then 5-4 draws us back to 1 round.
I needed to do.
2 teams.
I was doing something for it.
I thought he was
Good now. Should be able to watch.
Try and get into a situation we could collapse in, pinch maybe. But he just decides, actually, these guys still haven't put that bomb down. Solo's done enough to hold them off. I'm going to drop it over the top and force them to move.
Yeah, that was super smart thing to do, and he definitely...
Okay, do some damage. There you go.
So Raf immediately finding a kill. Each one of them. That's Kings following through with his 4th kill now. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Raf with a double now, and all of a sudden with Tectonic's kill.
What just happened?
A round.
That was pretty fast.
I guess 15 seconds, 20 tops.
OUG show us that trademark aggression in spades.
Guys, don't blink.
And
don't miss it.
wipe Stalwart off the board. If you took a sip of your beverage, ladies and gentlemen, you probably missed that one. But we go again, tied up. OUG have clawed their way back into this game, tooth and nail, but Jay will open up in the sniper battle against Kings. 5 apiece when it comes to those engagements. Skurd finds very little. And this is where OUG...
he's once up then.
Feel a numbers disadvantage to Stalwart, who have just decided to group up together, and it looks like that banana hit's coming through. I think you've read it if you're OUG, but you're outnumbered. Are you outgunned?
Let's see. They're waiting. A lot of nades through the wall, trying to do some damage.
Hey, this is good.
Very Solo with his sniper shot. Raf immediately doing a lot of damage. Still not going to be enough. And Stalwart immediately realized, okay, this is not the right call. They have
OUG
already
knows this, right?
read
No?
what we're
You
doing.
don't?
And for that, they're going to go all the way around once more, all the way towards A. They're going to immediately plant a bomb and give themselves now the upper hand. But Raph picks up a huge kill there onto the FDX.
Ties it up at 3 players apiece. Bomb is down though. And post plants have been pretty good for Star Wars when they can get there. Is this a repeat? Do OUG have an answer? It's going to be a relatively one-dimensional hit here, just playing straight in through the front. Was Jay spotted? Jay could be about to lose his life. Solo, I think, has made the route. Smoke will do enough, and no, Jay catches him just in time. Could be a huge kill in this. 15 seconds on the timer. OUG forced into a difficult position. You will get the kill. You're going to have to hop the defuse, but Jay should be here, and they'll do the dance. They'll talk
Oh,
each other.
wait, he got it. He got it.
Oh
That's
my
funny.
God.
He choked that. I mean, at the same time, that plant is good for Raph and not them, to be honest. That's the... But that guy also, that guy's fault for peeking like that. I don't know why he peeked like that.
And we get a look
He
at
did- he
it.
picked that
Wonderful
wrong.
work out of Raph there to give OUG the lead,
But
put them on match point.
it's more of his fault. It's more of his fault than the plant spot.
Now there's going to be map point going in favor of OUG. Incredible job done there. But can they actually finish it off?
Because OUG was never in virtually. They didn't qualify for champs. That's why they didn't qualify for champs. The people who got the sprays and stickers were people who qualified. OUG was the replacement team if one of the teams didn't make it due to visa. Visa's always the issue.
Often finding a reply if they lose a first blood, and Raph will do exactly that.
I don't think they're gonna add OUG sticker because or sticker spray whatever because they were a replacement team. I don't think they're gonna do anything with the replacement teams like in game wise.
Tectonic.
Maybe I don't know.
FDX is begging for anything, asking for
Oh,
everything.
yeah, FDX
The
saw that.
snipers have been impressive for Stalwart. I think for OUG, you've decided, well, we're
Good
not
nice
gonna give
cooking.
you the
Yeah,
fight
I'm
then.
watching. I'm like
We're just
not
gonna
really
take
watching it, but
close
I'm like
corners,
looking at the score. It's like 2-2.
force you
2-2 the
to drive
control.
this
So
ball
man.
forward, and forward it shall go towards B. Looks like 3 of the Stalwart players moving in that direction.
Nice shot.
Similar to what we saw in the first round when we switched sides. The time is running low. 30 seconds left. Let's see if they can push through. They managed to find a kill that is super important, but now it's them against the clock. They gotta be cautious. They gotta be careful. Raph with the first kill. They're gonna push. Double there for Raph. That's a triple with a single mag on a secondary pistol, just like that. They made the mistake of just grouping into one another, unable to answer back to that type of situation. Triple kill and a tie to activate overtime.
Such a heads-up play from Scared. Doesn't sit statically, doesn't wait, decides his destiny by wrapping through the back of the arriving OUG players. And now overtime. And the last time you and me were here, my friend, went around 22. Let's see if we get a repeat here. Clove just looking to peer through the A side. Going to put shots through the smoke, just in case someone's decided to push this. But Scared should have a look over mid-map. And it's a flood forward from OUG. They've instantly played for A. The nades will go into trailer. And why you get hit markers, you don't get the kills.
Right now, at least the bomb's down though. Less than 40 seconds.
Oh, the timing stood up, but he didn't
Picks up
get a
the
kill.
opportunity to survive, but still not going to be enough. Double kill there for Clove, who immediately pushes for more. Getting inside of the trailer. We'll try to look for the third one. There's a double now for Raph. Raph now trying to survive. It's a 2v1. FDX
No,
with the
push
kill
that guy.
over
It's a...
on Kings. 20 seconds left. Raph
Yeah,
trying
you had to
defend himself,
isolate
but
one and
sniper
push
shots are
one.
just way too
Or
clean.
not push one, but
The
like,
defusal will come
you know,
through.
fight one
Now
at
it is
least.
Stalwart Esports with the opportunity
But
to be themselves,
it's, you could
to
probably just
put
push out the guy at bomb site or wood.
Fantastic retake, really, from Stalwart.
I say push the bomb site more because you might have a heady.
If you're OUG. I guess the one problem is you're hemmed in, you're trapped. There's not very far you can go.
I don't know.
Stalwart don't give them the time to breathe, activate. It's incredibly aggressive from Stalwart towards B. Different to so many of the strategies we've seen out of them today. Tectonic, are you aware? Your team
Oh, that hit
elsewhere.
him.
Cartels, who's arriving to provide protection, doesn't make it. 2 dead.
Hey, yeah, there's no way they
Side of
break
OUG,
this.
bomb
Unless, wait, number 4. Oh yeah, they predict solo. Interesting.
will be the one up.
Hey, check that corner.
Kings will be next.
Let's go.
As simple as you like in the
Let's go here real quick.
round, a very different play out of them again. Stalwart showing
As themselves, we talk about that economy, we talk about that mini game of the operators.
Close.
It's in full flow now.
2-2.
This turns
Not saying a number, but
a bit more intense.
the lies is,
That
yeah.
firing that we
that
saw a few
number.
seconds ago. Now the push is going to start coming on through. Warden is the only one with an operator available, but can you break it anyway? Cloudy's going to poke his head out. He's going to get taken down for it. Jez can find one. Can he find a second? No, it's going to be Fran who finds it, but Curly has to go absolutely massive for the team. Finds one, finds two. Is he going to spin for the third? He doesn't need to because Owling's the one that's found it. But Warden, the equalizers are out. He's found two on the flag. Can he find anything more? No. Curly shuts him down 2v3, and Curly is just trying to do it all on his own. Owling in the middle of the map. Can he find that gunfight? Oh my God, a 2v2, 1 second.
they got him.
Get in. Viper can find one. It's a 1v2 for Owling.
He's trying to hit that jump. He's just gonna go for the jump shot. Yeah, he's just gonna go for the jump shot right there because HSO range is possibly go one tap.
And now he popped a blood vessel, but the ninjas will
Fine.
find him up.
Very nice, man. That Curly almost clutched that.
1 second on the clock.
Curly
1 second
almost
to
clutched
keep
that.
your hopes and dreams of being in the winner's bracket alive. And New Gen Ninjas, they do exactly that.
Yeah, the player right there was good. Either you do some movement crap or you just try to go for the jump shot.
Insatiable, isn't it? Q9, I just, like, look, let's bring this back here to big picture storyline for a second, folks. If you guys are new to Call of Duty Mobile Esports, if you're new to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships, this is one of the best teams in the world, Q9. They have been consistently in grand final after grand final. And they are being pushed to the brink right now by a team that really has only just come together. They are here to represent India, one of the most passionate Call of Duty mobile communities. And they're doing it. They're doing it with vigor. I mean, just an insane game of control from both of these two teams. I just, honestly, the operating usage of both teams.
Genuinely, that's probably the best crossfire control I've ever seen. That was ridiculous.
I mean, New Gen.
So many moments.
New Gen is more like
that just swung.
Nobody has VODs on these guys besides the at land, literally. And like you have like you picked up players that are like you know some of the best ones, you know.
Q9 still in the lead here, but New Gen Ninjas have forced their way back into
think
the
it's
series.
like
Frankly, they've been in the series the entire time. Map number
like
one,
New Gen to me, how I'm seeing it, it's more scary than Q9 due to the fact like you don't have VODs on New Gen, but you have VODs on Q9.
This has not been the game we expected. Frankly, we were.
I don't know. Maybe that's what people are not understanding, but I could be wrong. You don't have VODs on Q9, but you have VODs on New Gen, and New Gen got two players added to the roster, which are insane players. I don't know. I feel that's more scary than knowing that we have VODs on Q9. You know?
Competitive and no, just no. Like
I could be
for
wrong.
history's sake as well. You know, I think Godlike have been a competitive team from India, right? Obviously, you know, they've effectively, I mean, they got to World Championships in 2023, the Grand Finals. You know, in 2024, they were competitive. CDM, you know, they overhauled their roster with Viper and Warden and have been competitive with the best of the best.
APOC.
Soul, maybe not so lucky.
You're not as good
APOC.
APOC plus
You know, a team
New Gen.
that is effectively a combination of those two rosters be up here and hanging with the big boys in Q9, I think is a testament to just how good these players are. And I think more to the point, their determination is sky.
Oh wait, they started next round. I'm tweaking.
Move forward in this series to play an
Yeah, I saw it and it took a minute for me to realize.
Raph going in deep into enemy's territory at a distance, of course. Tech using that long distance weapon. Raph here with a KRM, if I'm not mistaken, the first time we've seen it here in the B stream. Trying to find some more chaos to cause, and that's a triple now. Immediately going for the enemy spawn. That's a 4-piece. Now looking for the next victim that is in front of him. Misses the shot. Does not have enough bullets, and that's a big mistake. What would you push with a single last pump on your shotgun?
I think we've all been in that moment where we've got ourselves a whole bunch of kills and we fancy ourselves. I think that's what Raf's doing in that moment. Gets himself a little bit invested, and fair enough. He's had himself
10. You see what I mean?
Incredible round, 19 to 10 now. As Kings continues to tap away with his 63. Just going to drop off this backside, hold the lowers, which is going to allow Raf to continue to control the front with the shotgun.
Jesus.
A clean wave though for Stalwart will give them presence. It's 14 to 4. And OUG making light work of this defense. Reef will try and put up a bit of resistance. It won't last for long, and as clean as you like, without a tick given up and a sizable life advantage, OUG show that they are not phased at the fact they're 2-0 down.
And I mean, like I mentioned, they are not indestructible on this map. They can make mistakes. But this is exactly the aggression that I was talking about. They are just so good. When
You saw some clips yesterday with the D13? Is it actually good now? What? Champs D13? No. It's good, but it's banned. Yeah, it's banned now. I believe it was used in like CDM. You left CoD Mobile. What?
Yes, he gets taken down, but that is the type of scenarios that
What?
they love to be in. Pretty much
You
on
mean?
the spawn every single time they can.
Yeah,
It's
me,
going
man.
to make noise over here towards B as well, and it's more than noise.
Still here. I'm
Pops and
watching.
tempers for two.
Double.
And that's going to allow his teammates to make progress at A.
Why is it Type 63, Type 60 done banned like the other DMRs? I don't know. The SKS got unbanned, unfortunately.
Lightning in his hand and a god of thunder from the top rope. The claw next from Raf, who's having himself a series and finds 3. Superb work. Wins yet another gunfight that he probably shouldn't have done. 12 up.
Are you gonna commit?
Two ticks done. A. I mean, you're not even trying
This
to
year,
make progress
this
at
year
this
wasn't
point.
like
You're happy to just go
really,
and kill everything because Raf is slaughtering
really like
the reinforcements.
good in the West. Like NA teams weren't really like. I didn't like the NA teams.
They will be rushing through round
So I just joined a team, have fun, didn't qualify.
a few moments
Fun,
away from
basically.
capturing, at least trying to capture the side of A, but there's only 3 more laps.
Ever since I knew like how the year was like going, or like how the teams and everything going, I just figured out to chill out this year.
I feel like this was a huge
And just watch, buddy.
mistake on the STE side not to ban this map.
I do wonder. Is it
Didn't it ban the fire rate? Yes, the fire like rate barrels also. Yeah.
OUG slaughtering everything.
But it's so good. It's a Type 63. It's so good.
It's an insane difference. We know the Stalwart have plenty of quality. Their ability to adapt as well. We saw a lot of that map 1. If you're going to do that, it has to be now here in map 3. 3 operators come out for Stalwart. Quickly shut down for Clove. Reef with the Sparrow trying to do something. FTX is also going to push forward with the Annihilator, but Predator missiles rain in from the sky, so how much are you able to do? Just trying to stay alive, if anything, here, if you're FTX. Does get the notification the player be right in front of him here as the target locks on, but you're hitting nothing. 5 shots left at this. Out comes the death machine from Skurd. He can do nothing, and for all that investment, you get very, very little. And actually, you're up by 3 lives, but I think OUG will take that considering what they've just had to face.
Yeah, the fact that they had to utilize all of their utilities, pretty much all the operators, only leaving 1 from Jay there, still not enough. They do have that lead, but let's see for how long they can actually hold onto it there. Solo took a double, eventually got knocked out by Clove. The fight continues, 30 seconds left. The objectives are still now being tried to be captured by STE inside of the hill. That is Jay, if I'm not
people say it
mistaken.
different.
Solo now with a push. That is a 3-piece in favor of OG. The tie has been made, but the advantage slightly in favor of STE.
Tectonic taps away, but only finds damage. Solo.
The Chicom.
2. Very happy to slide after that fight. Stalwart finds 2 more. OUG will answer 6 to 8.
Bruh, Raf really know what to do. Swap weapons or hit him.
And it's a beat down here. And 5v6. This is far from done. Stalwart will capture. OUG
I think we just
won't
wait.
care. They'll sit and defend.
Wait. Oh.
I can't believe how long it took me to notice, but Solo rocking the Chicom so far this game. At a distance, there's Kings and Tectonic, but Solo still surprising. That's now a 3v2.
I mean,
as Ref and Clove continue to be alive.
I don't know if that play was
The
good.
usage of the death machine by Solo.
Did you jump at that?
For Clove. And those two
He killed
pass
their
each other like ships in the
people.
night.
I don't know.
And Solo's death machine should run out here.
Oh
What
boy.
can Clove do with the Tempest? Do you have a shot? Does anything line up in front of you? No is the answer. So a 2v3, 30 seconds on the clock. Reef creeping.
Yeah, you guys are playing
towards
slow
B.
now,
You've
but
got to
like,
stop
why
the
did
timer.
why did
He
Ref
knows the
not
second
play
he
slow?
steps on this, that alerts the defenders and makes life a living hell for him. But you've got to go. 3 players waiting. OUG ready for this fight.
They definitely are. They're trying to.
Oh, he
defend
wasted that
50 seconds
nade.
left. There's the bounce in by the hands of Clove. Clove inside of the hill. There's Cartel's at a distance. Solo pushing forward with a Chicom for some whatever reason. In here, 15 seconds left. There's a first blood, and there is.
He keeps saying, why is he saying Clove?
Tech will say no to that. That's an insane
Oh, it's say,
way to
tell him
end
to say
things
Clove.
up. They just do apparently what they want. They were rocking the KRM for the first time, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, I heard that Solo was actually playing the Chicom.
Oh, he heard? Bro, you said it. You said it. You said it. I believe the Chica. I don't know how he said it, but he's the one who called it out.
That pinches in together here. It's going to fall, but it's a lot of a distraction, if anything. And Q9 can find their way through. Curly now setting up towards the back to be the Mixie P2. Nobody seemingly want to continue control, but a big investment coming in from Q9. And it has to pay off, and it seems like it is. Machi will find 2. Owling and Curly combining on the flank, and that's a wonderful, wonderful hard point from Q9.
I mean, he just pushes up and doesn't care about something. But at the same time, the hill looks so soggy to me. Then, oh, now I already got that. Why? I was about to read that. I think. Yeah, if we
go back towards P3 here, and this is where Q9 got a wealth of time last time around. More time, I think, than they've got on any other hill in this game thus far. This is a very difficult hill to pull off. It feels like Q9, they've got that unlock.
Marvel. Try and find something up top. Trying to get a little bit more control from the lower side so they can start to get some points together, and that may well be now. Q9 with the back spawns, which is more beneficial for the next hill. What we've seen last time, New Gen Ninjas really struggled to push through from this spawn. And Q9 flipped them, and Q9 found some good time. Right now, it's a bit of a pinstripe kill feed. Q9 can find plenty though, and they will continue to find time. 30 seconds on offer, and Q9 in control.
And this is starting to get a little bit difficult here for New Gen Ninjas. You need to push through the old time and try and pick spawns for new. It's just not happening with the investment that Q9 are putting on the table at the moment. And now you're starting to feel yourself in a bit of an awkward spot. Q9, not only are they getting the time off this hill, they're also getting utility off of the streets as well, and they're getting new control of the spawns. New Gen Ninjas, you need to break these spawns now if you do not want to lose this game in this series.
I felt like Q9 got the lead, and they have just ran away with it now. New Gen Ninjas maybe just running out of steam a little bit, going up against a Titanic team. Cloud and Co inside of the point now. New
Could
Gen
be
Ninjas
skin.
right
I don't know.
can find one on
Actually.
the Curly, but it's been all Q9 over the last minute or so here, Brody, and it's really telling. In the scoreline is 200 points. It's
I mean, actually, I think no.
but they need to
I
find
think
so many more if they wanna find
actually, I think New Gen are a team that uses it. Like, you know, sometimes you see teams have like a full 5-man like skin. I think for New Gen, I believe the 2B character is their skin. Basically.
It's worth the game heading into the third rotation of hills. It just takes one good P2, you're back into
And also, like, sometimes certain for like S&D or like certain moments, whatever, if everybody on the one team has a different skin, you could call out what skin is what opponent and all that stuff, you know? For example, if somebody could be camping tower or camping temple, and you look at the skin, you could say, this player is camping temple. Be on a lookout, whatever. You know, or he was temple. You're gonna know it because of the skin. But if you have 5-man character skins, they wouldn't really identify you. They can't really identify you. 'Cause all you guys have the same skin, so they don't know who's who. basically, in those like moments. I'm gonna watch this end game.
And they need to fight on so many different fronts. They need P2 control. They need to get in P1. They need to find the kills and as many points as possible. You need to try and extend it. They may well be able to do so. The kills start to come through. New Gen Ninjas are in, but they need to flip the spawns.
Yeah, that's the thing right now. You get these gunfights, you keep Q9 out of this hard point, but you have to split the spawns. You've got to go through, but that's Q9 kills.
10 seconds still to play for here for the side of Q9. They can win it here over towards P1, but is it being denied? It seems as if it has been. New Gen Ninjas now need to get their skates on and get over to P2 right now. They are not going to be close enough, but 7 seconds. You may well get yourself over through cave. You got to make it work.
And they're getting through. The smoke's just allowing them through the front of this hard point. They've got a shot at contesting.
Gotta go big.
Oh,
Go big now.
yes.
Fight anything. Fight for who's the only one who can. Q9 slam the door shut. 251 at 1. And New Gen Ninjas may well have provided.
By the Garena team. Skurd finds one, looking to play now Archer's side. Flip those spawns out. Cartel's just going to try and hold close. Does get one, instantly traded. 2 more in the feed. If you are Stalwart and they just break through the front door, Kings will still be here with the Sparrow, but gets very little purchase from it. Reef with his own Sparrow now will start to move forward, and just like that, Stalwart break, flip, and control.
That's right. Well, job done here for Stalwart Esports. Not getting afraid to go deep into what was going on, changing heavily now things once again in their favor. There's Club now pushing to defend his allies. Skurd doing the same. Double for Skurd. Triple now kill for Skurd. Eventually, they are trying to knock them down, but it's just not being the case. And once again, and this time even earlier on, STE putting OG in an atrocious position.
Yeah, Solo will answer that with a death machine. Finds 3, slaughters a 4th, and nearly executes a 5th as well. But FTX just about stays up. He's going to be by himself though, because everyone else fell in the firepower of Solo. And Raf finds 2 towards Graveyard as well. So doing a good job so far here, P3. Tectonic. And now the Tempest from Cartels. The one thing I will say, you are getting yourself some points short, but this is a massive investment. You need it to pay off, and the equalizer from Clove breaks you back in. 3 operators in play at the same time for Stalwart. Death Machine over the top as well. Tempest's going to light up a couple in the backside, and this is where you flip plays out. You've missed one though. Tectonic actually gets a spawn in, and all of a sudden Stalwart have to turn and face, but they do enough, they clear it out, and they will tip themselves over that 100-point marker.
That's right, and after all the investment from OOG, they only had control for less than 30 seconds. And on the opposite end of the spectrum, you got STE, who is so very, very good with it, that now are over doubling the amount of points that their opponents have. And, well, they are beginning to think about the next heal, but I feel like, once again, they're showing to us how good they are on hard.
Wait, kill the guy in the back.
Despite the attempts here,
They need to kill the guy in the back. Need to.
Kings is going to ring out with the Sparrow. There's plenty of damage.
There you go. Good. They could get a 40.
Cleaned up.
Unless ST uses operators, they could get like around 30 points here.
Return bit of firepower. They're knocking on the door.
Yeah, never mind.
They
They just
in here. I think that
good. I don't know what
by
we
surprise. Just snowballed through the front, found enough of the kills, and it's in moments like that OUG probably felt comfortable. Okay, we'll close this gap, and STE walk out to 50 in the lead.
Not only knocking,
yeah, they're all going like bricks and
throwing it to the ground
so like.
with a big kick to the faces.
No, they're just losing gunfights. They just got 3 pieces that easily. What?
Who continues to destroy the opponents. They try.
Yeah, OUG's not shooting today.
It's not being possible. It's not being made on the side of OUG. Stalwart Esports just want to finish things up here with a 3-1 fashion, and they are getting closer and closer to doing so. We're going back onto P1 that, let's be reminded, was quite in control over on STE's side originally, but this time around OOG have managed themselves to be there for at least the first 10 seconds.
They have, and they're clearing it out. Have you read though this spawn coming through? I think you're actually going to miss that Skurd is in behind you, and well, he finds one, but will be instantly traded. Those flip spawns now for OUG, letting them recognize exactly where STE are. Not that it really matters right now. He's still 60 points down. 2 operators on the go. The Tempest and the Equalizer being more than that, as Reef gets a 3rd in that feed cleanly. It's a case for OUG of every time you push forward, every time it feels like you've fought for an inch, STE walk away with a mile. And for Tempest in hand in the center of P1, you spot Tectonic, you miss it, running out of time, just had to pop it off, 10 seconds left, and you're in control of P2. Stalwart starting to run away with this.
Yeah. The dance has started, and it is looking real good for Stalwart Esports once again with the spawns in their favor. There is going to be the push going down from OG. From up above, there's a Pred missile. Cartels trying to push in through the left side, but gets executed by yet another usage of the score streaks. There's Tech using the War Machine, finds one, finds two, goes to try to get in, but there's a War Machine on their own. War Machine by the hands of Jay, and a double, triple now kill. A fourth one, because why the hell not the side of Stalwart want to finish things off?
Yeah, I think they've started to sing the song here. They are ringing the bell. Stalwart, they're asking OUG if you want to throw in the towel. They will not give this up, though. They will push forward for P2 through the front.
Jesus, Pharaoh.
Themselves a couple of points. Can they cross 100 here? Can you build some sort of momentum? Well, the answer's no. Reese gets 2, Clove gets 1 and a second. And OUG will just have to give it up. The rotation's on. Can you set up something defensively? You've got one operator available to you, which is better than what I can say for STE, but what they have is a Predator missile. Solid just can try and control the house here in order to cut off any players arriving. Doesn't get 2, so slows that, stems it for a moment, but the hill hasn't even opened up. So just as it does, guess who's right here? The Garena region team.
That's right. Once again, they're trying to break over enemy lines. Finally,
Get them
reaching 100
spawns.
points on the side of OG. Made immediately the usage of the PEM.
SC, I don't know how they got spawns. SC got spawns. I don't
They
know about
don't
that.
have a shot of fighting here. Another way to clean them up rather quickly by the hands of ST. A double kill for Clove, another double kill for Rev, and this could be the beginning of the end. This should be the last nail in the coffin when it comes down to the winner bracket for OG.
Stalwart will actually lose a lot of these gunfights, so it will go on a moment longer. We will see at least one more hill. But the last time we were here, Stalwart had no problem defending or breaking around these 2 hills. Kings actually manages to avoid the Tempest, one just over his head, one between his legs. That's about as good as it gets. OUG will mop up some scrap time here, but that's about that. Stalwart will be knocking on the door then. Need just 7. Reef's going to use the Tempest. The Sparrow finds 2, but then falls. Raf in for 2. Got to go big here to keep your team in the fight. USS 9 doing work, but won't be enough. Stalwart break in, and bullets ring through the front door to cut down the arriving players. And you dive, but do nothing as OUG will be knocked.
Okay, so Glorious stream will be in 7 minutes.
Standing on top with a well-deserved victory. They have a really solid hard point. I mean, it's something that they of course had to practice in their own region. We know how strong Elevate was, and that begins to show that, well, if a team manages to just so successfully dominate others, if you are on the same region as them, you gotta take advantage of it. You gotta improve the same way they have. Look at that 2.0 KD coming down from Jay. 46 kills while only dying 23 times. It is just wild to me to see numbers like that on playoffs.
No, it's incredibly impressive performance. Stalwart, we were wondering, can you keep with some of the OUG pressure, the presence? And, well, they do more than that. They apply plenty of their own. It's a statement made, I think, in the hard point sense. As you said, it's very strong, looking really good. S&D took it to overtime, had to close it out there, but did enough to make the adjustments. Clearly have a deep playbook. The control, yes, we can ask some questions, but is that just a situation where it just favors OUG so much? They look so good on that standoff control. For Stalwart, though, this is a lot of questions answered about where they stand right now. Move forward to find out a few more of those. But looking at his highlight feed, I mean, the fact that Jay puts a 46 shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. So many kills, so many moments, clearing out those spawns, breaking those front lines. A great player stepping up in a big moment.
Definitely stepping up as needed. Well done. And, well, now they have to begin thinking about what's going on the other side, because, well, whatever is expecting or waiting to be played for Stalwart, it is still going to be a challenge. It is still going to be another shot at them trying to get closer I mean, we keep on saying getting closer to Elevate, but at this point, with how close matches have been, it could be anybody's game, right?
100%. And, well, whose game it was in this one was Stalwart. One of their players who really stood out through that series was FDX. You know who I want to hear from? That man right there. And we've got an interview down the stage.
So we're gonna be in a long break.
From Stalwart, and you're fresh off a win.
Because that's the stream A, whatever, right? Stream A break is 7 minutes, so this one's also gonna be 7 minutes. Seems like 7, 8, whatever.
And what do you think happened in those matches?
I think it was 8 minutes.
I think for the maps that we lost, especially takeoff, we pretty had a bad start and we didn't keep the momentum going. And for SND, I think it's just more of miscoms and we didn't know what was happening that time. So yeah, I hope next round we could bounce back.
Yeah, and for the next round, how are you guys suiting up with your next few matches? Because now you're on a win streak, especially from day number 1. How are you and your team gonna prepare for that next matchup that you have?
Our next map is against Q9. Actually, it's our kryptonite, but we're gonna start this day. I mean, we're gonna break the curse right now. Next match.
There you go. You hear it from the man himself. Will the curse be broken? Let's see, because Q9 has been hot off the map. They were be able to beat New Gen Ninjas in their first matchup. Good luck, my dude. You got a really tough road ahead of you. Back to you, casters.
A tough road indeed coming up against Q9, especially with Stalwart. I mean, it's one of those where he talks about them as their kryptonite, and I guess that comes from that S&D because Q9 are so damn good there. For Stalwart, obviously, you just trip over the line in terms of that map. So yeah, a couple of things to learn, but no reason to believe that they can't pull off some sort of upset there because their hard point looks phenomenal. It's just those 2, 3, 5 modes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, although Q9 is definitely set the bar quite high, by them losing a round, it already means that they are beatable. You know, they're not truly unbeatable. If you take a round, that means that you can take another. If you take another, you take another. It's difficult. It is going to be difficult, but it is really interesting to see that sort of mentality coming down from FDX, because of course they are not necessarily the team that everybody expected to show off what they have so far, but they are proving to us they are in here to stay.
Yeah, 100%, and this will be the confirmed next stage then of the playoff bracket. Confirmation, of course, of Stalwart marching on to play Q9. Wolves and Elevate will be the other teams in the upper bracket. And I think if at the start of the tournament we'd have said these have been the 4, I don't think you'd have surprised too many people. These 4 are the teams that everyone kind of had their eyes on coming into this. I know we did a bunch of predictions as talent, and, well, they all featured. Street Gaming and Glorious, the Brazilians, will face off in the lower bracket. And then it's New Gen Ninjas and OUG to round us out, to push us on here on Saturday at Call of Duty Mobile World Championships of 2025. So much action still to come, my friend. I mean, we've still got many great teams, great names, ready to face off against each other. Going to be some banger matchups. Any of those that you were looking at that you're thinking, okay, that's the best one of the next round?
Ooh, I think it has to be definitely that Elevate going versus Wolves, because it's just going to be another opportunity for Wolves.
Oh, what's up, man? Nah, Flame, he was talking about, like, you know how New Gen, their team skin basically is the 2B character. You know how sometimes a team has, like, team skins basically? Very common ones are Artery, but, like, sometimes teams are different and have, like, a 5-man underskin. And, yeah. This one's 14 minutes compared to this one that's 7 minutes. My God. Team. Yeah. New Gen team skin is basically 2B characters. The 2B character in the dress, whatever her name is. That's what he was talking about. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back.
Oh, that's me. That's me. Yes, that's me.
Probably me. I think I have a bad habit of speaking really fast to the point where I just like fumble my words, honestly. So it's bad habit.
PT.
Maybe can be Suiwa, I think so. I don't know. I think Suiwa.
I think it's modern.
我们队里面应该是 Zero 的沟通，有的时候他可能会着急，就是也。
Day 2 of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships has been all fun and games so far, but I think it's time to turn up the heat a little bit. We're moving now into the lower bracket, and for one of our next two teams, it's about to be game over. For the other, they will progress and live to fight another day. And this matchup is an all-Brazilian buffet. Let's bring out our next two teams, starting with Galeris.
Pop Zero versus his old team, I believe.
They kicked today off with a tough loss to Wolves, but they're back, rebooted and determined to stay alive here against an opponent that they know very, very well. That opponent is Street Gaming. They couldn't raise themselves to Elevate's level earlier on, but they have one last roll of the dice to ensure that this street doesn't lead to a dead end. Fuck it, I know you heard that. The teams are massively hyped up for this. For a neutral fan, this is what you're here for, right? Because it's do or die, the stakes couldn't be higher, and it's about to go down.
Thank you, Master Chambers. It is time to jump into the elimination bracket where we will send our first team packing here in the playoffs. Will it be Galeris, our top team from Brazil, or will it be Street Gaming able to pull off another massive upset? We welcome in Proper and I hold shift to the desk. And gentlemen, this was the bracket you told me we would be seeing at the start of the day. We have our elimination bracket, though, starting to get a bit spicy here. Street Gaming and Galeris, though, they've met up multiple times. So what should we expect based on history here, Andy?
Oh, I mean, if history is always doomed to repeat itself, then this should be a very easy cakewalk for Galeris. They barely even lose maps when they do face Street Gaming in their own region, but this is a different beast that we're dealing with Street Gaming, taking maps off of top dogs all tournament long.
And Alan, this is a massive matchup for both of these squads. One team is guaranteed top 6, the other top 8, and there's a difference in the prize pool. Let's take a look at this baby, as 350 grand is up for grabs for your top spot, but if you finish in the top 8 here, you're getting 24K. You're basically doubling that if you're able to finish in the top 6. So a win here, I'm telling my boys, we're playing for 20K, Andy.
Exactly. Yeah, that $20,000 difference is going to be massive. This is what we were talking about with the winners round 1 matches. That $20,000 guaranteed to at least get into top 6 now becomes that much more severe with your back against the wall.
All right, so Shift, with the big money on the line, let's talk a little bit about these teams, Street Gaming and Galeris. If you're looking for just an individual on this stage, do you have a top performer in the tournament? I know you've been cranking the numbers since the beginning of the group stages.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to focus, I think, on Mihawk and Lukaszyn for the side of Galeris, just because of not only what they've done historically across their careers, but even just in their most recent series, they were able to really put the fight to Wolves in a lot of different individual moments on different opposite sides of the spectrum. For one part, you do have the opportunity to play Lukaszyn on the double tap weapons. On the other side, you do have players like Mihawk up front. That's been the issue up close and personal for Street. I think we're going to see that bit of a rivalry. We talked a lot earlier today about how there's this long-standing history between Popzera and what we've gotten out of Lukaszyn, either as teammates or opponents. But you also have players like Bigodera, who's been really, really, really solid and consistent. And I think in particular, looking at their matchups versus TLE, those are the two players for Street Street that really showed up.
Now, you guys were casting our main stage while I was watching Street over on the Bravo channel during the opening matchup, and the player to watch was actually chaotic. He was dropping 63 kills yesterday in groups. He topped the leaderboard at 57, but that was for the L in hardpoint. So looking at the other four, who needs to step it up when it comes to the respawn?
Everybody's doing watch ready stuff for
GTO, who's got the big gun? Because Pab Zero, I know he's a sniper. You expect him to pop off and search. Does he also do it in hardpoint?
Yeah, I mean, Pab Zero definitely deserves the flowers for the standoff search and destroy they took off at Elevate, but I'm absolutely leaning on Vigo Dara as well. That's a fantastic shout out to you, Alan, because Vigo Dara, when it comes down to last year's meta with the R90 shotgun, the same conversation I had for Mihawk earlier, it has always been Vigo Dara. That guy's getting into the trenches, and he is trying to force these kills where they do not belong.
Do we call him an entry fragger here in CoD?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, he's the entry man. Keep your eyes on the multi-killer. GTO, though, is the player I talked to before this matchup. I said, you guys don't look like you're very energetic. He said, we save it for the game. They are nothing but focused on this stage. On the other side, though, Gallerus did their huddle. They were loud. I feel like this whole venue heard them getting ready for this matchup. Let's see what they decided to do in our bans and protects.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about how these two teams have matched up, they played each other once in the LATAM playoff bracket earlier on.
They mentioned the
difference is
the Pacera.
This scheme of Street Gaming, their worst mode in LATAM was Search and Destroy. They are currently 4-0 in the mode. So you're looking at Gallerus.
This is Pacera old team, so like
team on the weekend so far, and Street, who have
he's on his revenge, I guess.
By way of the Search and Destroys. That's where my focus is. If you're Street Gaming, it's the same story we actually told about Gallerus. Street need to come out and win one respawn, win both searches.
Now both of these teams were able to find success in control throughout the tournament. The only game mode it seems the Chinese squads are losing is control. So who do you give the advantage to when we go to takeoff for game 3, Andy?
For the takeoff control, I am absolutely giving it to Gallerus' way. I mean, when you get through it all, the ban and protect system, like you got rid of the raid and the crossfire, I don't want to see any sort of that nuttiness if I'm in the camp for Street Gaming. But takeoff is the exact third map that they did play when they met each other in their regional games, and Gallerus wiped them off the planet. 3-0 at that point in time. But one thing that I am happy to see is that standoff search and destroy. Smack dab in the middle. I went back and I was speed running through that VOD earlier when they were playing up against Elevate, and again, just to bring it on home, Pab Zero was a new.
And how about you chilling watching stage 5?
I've been told the sniper is more devastating on firing range. True or false, Alan? Where do you think Pab Zero can have a bigger impact for Street Gaming?
I think firing range is the right call. I mean, we don't get me wrong, you're going to see snipes hit on standoff, but I think in terms of adding influence and finding early 5v4s, you're getting that more regularly on firing range. So that's, I think you're right to kind of keep the focus there, especially if we get to map 5.
And of course, we'll see what happens in Apocalypse game 4. I have a feeling this isn't going to finish 3-0. I'm expecting that second hard point. We haven't seen a ton of Apocalypse today, so what are we looking forward to if it goes that far?
It's everything that you want to see if you are a fan of Gallerus. They love their long range engagements from the ARs, their double type 6-3 meta to introduce themselves in towards this this tournament as a whole, puts them in a favorable position when you look at the Apocalypse and the Hacienda because of those longer range gunfights to get Mihawk into the trenches, to be able to hit these routes that we saw versus Wolves was a proper nuisance, let's put it that way.
The 1, 3, and 5 in this series is a direct repeat of when they played in their Latin American qualifier. 250, 177 the Hacienda, 7-3 the firing range, and 3-0 the takeoff control. So this legitimately is all about Street Gaming saying we're aware of that. We can improve upon what we had done prior, and they have played some pretty decent reps across this map pool so far this weekend with some good success. So it feels like a pretty good square up opportunity here for Street Gaming.
When it hasn't started.
8 teams who are about to say goodbye to one. It's a battle of Brazil. Street Gaming Gallerus as we go on to Hacienda on the mic. You have Proper and I hold shift. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Bucket. Yeah, Street Gaming has been the only real major team that has been narratively an upset caliber team.
Yes.
So why not continue that here? You were able to put together a pretty decent fight versus Elevate in your opener. In particular, it was on the Hacienda hardpoint, so that's what you're looking at to see if they can try to improve upon that. Take down Gallerus, start this series off on the right foot, and again, build towards revenge against your inter-region counterpart.
How about the photo finish that they had in their opening series on Hacienda, the 250 to 248 slobber knocker to start the entire tournament.
He said, "Screw you. I know what you're doing. I know what type of play you're making."
Excuse me, on the favorite side of the map to start things off, but for Street, it's all just about getting the upper hallway control, trying to keep things scrappy to generate as much time as possible, and then fight for new.
A little bit of pause as the smoke will really negate either team from getting onto the zone for now. Gallerus able to step back in though with numbers, finding a couple of kills from the high ground. And it will be Gallerus just kind of hanging on to this line of scrimmage right up and close and personal from window to window as Lucazine steps forward to the next M4. Does get shut down before finding 4 in a row, but again, the numbers are decent, although Street Gaming, nice little resurgence here off their second set of respawns. Will get some time to counteract the 20 of Gallerus and put some pressure across the map.
Really good thing to point out is that Lucazine is on that XM4, so he's going to get a little bit more activated. He's going to try to get a little bit more aggressive.
Isn't he just using the type?
There's one player in particular that I really want to point out did struggle versus Wolves earlier, was Foki. He's still sitting on the goose egg currently, but we want to see him try to get a little bit more
Hey,
active.
but use that XM4, man.
Quite literally,
That takes skill. He did. He did type
to
63.
try to take more maps off the top teams, and this could be where he could get his footing. Spawns have now flipped. You got the back driveway spawns if you are Street Gaming, but Gallerus quite content to hold this from the front.
Maggie gets surprised over on the rock pinch. So Street Gaming will have to try to fight this from driveway and lobby. Gallerus from the front of the hard point have gotten their way in, but cannot hold their position. Zeus and Mihawk, the last two left alive. Death Machine pulled out cold calls. The War Machine is also used in combination. The Death Machine shut down, the War Machine staying alive, and for the moment, well, eventually it does get negated, but not before Gallerus can reaffirm some control inside the hard point.
Very good time being generated here for Gallerus. You couldn't have drawn it up any better. You started off on the
XM4 is such a beautiful gun, man.
60-point threshold.
It's such a beautiful gun, man.
Where a lot of operators are going to start being online. GTO does have his. Street were here first, but not exactly a stellar setup. Nobody was anchoring the spawns towards the back, though they do read it. That could have gotten out of this world very, very quickly. As Gallerus are sort of funneling their way all the way through arches. Street did a good job to be able to find the initial gunfights, but then those operators get pulled just in a moment's too late. The Gallerus are starting to poke and prod their way forward.
Yeah, Lucazine actually gets a route through top office to block off and stop the reinforcements for Street, allowing...
They're too focused on skill. Stop turning around. Focus on spawns.
They technically win the first two rotations. The
How about we get to the hill and then we can focus on it?
Until finally we start to get the Tempest online here. GTO will have an opportunity to try to get, again, the proximal spawns faster into the hard point for Street, down about 35 points.
You see the response coming through just for the time that needs to be garnered here for Street Gaming. You get the Death Machine plus the equalizers out from Maggie, as well as the Sparrow to be pulled. They used every single operator possible as far as P3 is concerned, so they're going to be lacking going in towards this P4, minus the Hunter Killer Drone and the Pred Missile. And were able to accrue for themselves off of Street Gaming from P3. But for Gallerus, they're not exactly working with all the resources in the world either. They are lacking numbers on this rotation. Street are putting a lot of numbers in focus over by Office, and it does force a split spawn. But the players inside the time are just absolutely flourishing. Hen for
Yikes! Hen's not done! Working with Foki, that's one of those setups that you look back at and you were to take like a pause and just a freeze from the minimap.
He decided just to part right there and just just play the corner, like be ready for a gunfight. Stop. Don't go for a quick pry right there. And the cover.
Mihawk working with Foki can clean things up. Death Machine out for Mihawk as he's on 6, making 7 in a row. Eventually shut down, but not before Gallerus could get close to the 100-point threshold.
I mean, they are getting outslayed by a good chunk right now. Mihawk plus Lucazine combined 41 eliminations. Hunter Killer Drone off the Predator missile all at the same time. At the end of this first set of hard points, it is a 60-point lead that Gallerus will have. Street, the majority of their time all came off of P3, and it came by way of ripping 5 operators. We're going to have to see some real squeaky clean when it comes down to this next set of rotations, because when you got Zeus hitting shots like this, Lucazine piecing you up, and Mihawk getting all these different timings, who's looking rough?
Yeah, and Zeus could just keep throwing shoulders and take these window fights.
Why not?
There's just no way you chow him from that position, not with help also pinching on the outsides, and oh, mercy me. Zeus is like the god of the Type 63. Nice shots here from Gallerus, get them up to almost.
I don't like the fact that he jumped out. You should just stay there. Or like say top mansion.
But it's just not in the convincing fashion.
He's supposed to have Pred. Yeah, Pred is not like. Pred is sometimes huge, so like. Pred. But nobody was going on time, and I guess people were afraid to get it. No, I guess. I don't know.
It's just all off of their gunnies and execution off of some superior advantages. But Gallerus able to blow them out of the water. Street still reeling, trying to find where they're even located at off of the respawn. Over by well is where they're currently located at, but they're still trailing by that 60-point threshold. They got to turn P2 into a money hill.
Yeah, and as the hard point starts to move, and just before the P2 opens up, Gallerus will get a couple of members to spawn behind driveway. Street are not in a position to get a read on this, nor deal with it quickly. Pinch on the way from the well spawner, but that gets turned around and traded, and now it's just down to can you hold from the front with this Sparrow. Tempest for Lucazin is out. He's able to connect onto one, plus chain it to another, so there's an opportunity for Gallerus to continue to reinforce with the proximal spawns, unless Street can get the ops of their own to start to land.
Maggie dies. Would have loved to have the equalizer there, potentially should.
Trophy.
Other two operators go awry, and they do. The trophy system just nullifies it, which means that the death machine now should be pulled out, and Bigodera also drops after only just finding a little bit of peppering from damage, so now you're down to scrap time. Don't use the equalizer here. You gotta try to save it for the rotation over towards New. But a bang-up job once again for Gallerus, holding P2 from the front.
Yeah, and you know, we can give a lot of credit to Gallerus for being able to find success from doing that, but they still haven't won a rotation yet.
Correct.
So, again, that's kind of what we saw when they were playing in their opening matchup today, is decent to contest, but as the game starts to get tight, if we're not winning rotations on bigger maps, that's where their weaknesses are. So let's see if Street could just clean things up a little bit. I think especially zoning off and creating a buffer in front of these hard points as they continue to win spawns.
Full equalizer is going to get pulled by Maggie, and then the Predator missile from Zeus calls it out, but it's still space being provided because you know that nobody was inside of office. Gallerus fighting all the way through the fences, but Street do have the irons up, and now you got the focus on towards the backside of the map. Yeah, it's better, but you're also EMP'd.
Still hanging though.
Still hanging.
Habs off of a off spawn, makes use of it to set up a natural pinch. Now the read the Gallerus is playing through patio is pretty well known by Street. They've got all eyes forward for it. And
Tribe didn't pick up a team this year.
Has the War Machine out though, trying to thread the needle between a couple of different setups here that Street have in and around the hard point, but it's Voki that finds himself too to open things back up for some neutral time.
Still got those back spawns. Still have that 60-point threshold. But the difference is that you at least stop Gallerus trying to kick down your front door. And you're at least getting an operator out at the same time. And it's a big one. It's Lucazin with an operator. You definitely don't want that guy to be steamrolling their way forward. But here we go. The rotation over towards New. Foki's the only player here. What is happening inside of open stairs? Foki's good for one. Can't find the second. But it's another rotation of which Gallerus is lacking. But they do it the old-fashioned way. They just sprint on in and just gun everybody.
And I think the thing, too, is that they know they've got extra tools to use. EMP now earned for Lucazin on top of the streaks that he had earned by way of the Tempest prior. So again, there's advantages that continue to get built, even if it's not necessarily perfect. You're still using what you got, and they are using it well, considering the circumstances. 182 plays 104. Hardpoint open for now, but that's largely elected to Gallerus because they're trying to zone forward and win P2, which, nice shots from Hen. He's having a pop off map number 1. Eventually shut down with the majority of the force of Gallerus around the front tiles position, and Street will have a chance to try to get a couple of members into the hard point for time.
Bigodera starting to heat things up ever so slightly. Papzera there with a Sparrow trying to lock things down. Death Machine pulled from Bigodera. Stuffed immediately. Gallerus keeping P4 contested, which means they maintain this leader's advantage.
Tribe didn't pick up a team this year.
Going into the third set, 193 to 115. And it's like you were saying, I mean, the resource dump that came through on P3 going into P4 for Lucazin in particular just was the snowball that you were looking for out of Gallerus when we were talking about all the way back on P2. So something's got to give here. You got to lock into this third set or you're going to go down 0-1 Street.
Yeah, got to find, I think, just success off of the team setups. Good double chow through top lobby stairs. And then a little fall out of the window will work, but only for a small moment. 43 for Lucazin.
Prediction for finals. Both teams winning.
joking?
I am not.
You're not joking either.
Mihawk's also up to 46, by the way. He's just been active ever since the
I don't know.
opening frames.
Whatever team makes it, I don't freaking know.
Between two LatAm teams. Just knowing damn well the confidence that Gallerus has to feel in this matchup alone has to be immense.
Yeah, and I would just say, like, in this particular matchup, coming off of a
I just care about good series, dude. Good series, close games, whatever.
just clean things up and like take the moments to clean up your comms, clean up our ideas and our philosophies surrounding especially bigger maps in Hardpoint, because you have to win those, I think, versus the Chinese teams if you're going to make a long run. And so far, Gallerus, even though they've been tested, trying to get the rotation, including another one here to Lambo, they're using good operator usage to break hills. Like, Hen continues to find at least 2 with the Sparrow to open things up. It's just the value has been immense. The only thing I think the purists in the CoD world would want to see is just better rotation percentage from Gallerus.
I mean, that's realistically the one thing that was hurting them more than anything when they were going up against Wolves. And although you might be able to get it done here versus Street, that's why we do hold the candlelight up to Gallerus. 5 seconds remain for them to call game. The death machine being pulled. You also got a hunter-killer drone to give yourself more space. 250 to 124. And Gallerus, I'm letting them know.
Same as it ever was.
Same as it always will be.
And that's been the story, right? Last 2 years, really, in the Brazilian and just Latin American region. You put Lucazin and Mihawk together, they are not being tested by anyone in their region. And here, in person, in Poland, map 1, from the front, again, break percentage, so clean from Gallerus. And they take a nearly full-on double-up lead and win.
I wonder if they planned that like off of like just winning map number 1. They just like completely actively just won the entire series.
Mental warfare.
Mental warfare. That's what I'm saying. I thought like just immediately getting into the heads of the enemy against a team that they have beaten tons of times. Like you said, this was the same exact map number 1 that they played regionally. Yep. It was 250 to 177 then. Now we're on local area network, and it got even more devastating. The Type 6-3 shots coming through.
I feel like the match will start. They're still like interviewing.
Fully contested. Lucasson with the XM4 getting mixy with Hen and Mihawk.
Yeah, dude.
Absolute chef's kiss.
Yeah, it's just, again, the only thing you can look to is the purist side of it of like, we just need to rotate better, and this could have been a 250 to 25. But Street not able to hang inside the hard point, even though they're winning rotation. Couple of really tough goes, 33 and 49, 32 and 47, 26 and 41. It just, even though you're getting some hard point time across the board, not being able to stay maybe as significant into the hard point as you'd like, considering that you won spawns in almost every single money hill, 2 and 3.
Yeah.
If your street gaming is a major issue, but how this series turns around, and this is what we talked about if you're joining us here maybe a little bit late, or you just were off getting more coffee or whatever it was during the pre-match setup. We didn't expect that Street Gaming was going to win this by way of the respawns. They need to win this by way of the search and destroys and take one respawn somewhere. So, yeah, Hacienda, fine. We've seen it a lot from Gallerus. We know what to expect. For Street Gaming, though, you have to win map number 2.
Oh, unquestionable. You have to almost really stick it to the other side if you're looking from one player in particular. That's Pabzera. He was the player that was quite literally dropped from this Gallerus roster going in towards this entire event. And the one thing that he was always bringing to the table for this team and regionally as well was always his sniper play at the same time. So going in towards the standoff search and destroy, I think that this is where they could find a boon of success. Again, taking any maps off of Elevate, you definitely got to be feeling good about that one. But it was 7-3 versus them on standoff.
Yeah. So that's what we got coming up next.
Oh, right. Wait. We're about to start.
Then if we eventually get their map 5 firing range.
And that should be it. You got some immediate view.
Okay, we got Elevate versus Wolves. This will be an interesting matchup. I hope it's good. I hope it's close.
Finals of the 2024 Mobile World Championships. This time here in Poland. This time the calendar year is 2025. Will we see the same result, or do Wolves have more bite about them? Can the pack hunt their opponents down? Elevate and Wolves will duel out in the top hole. Start to try.
Dies using the Type 63.
As is typical. This is going to be back forth all over the place. Not going to be much of a foothold. It's all about controlling P2 side. It's going to be the left on the minimap in your bottom corner. That's what everyone's going to focus on once we start to see that timer tick down nearer to 20.
That's right. Well, the fight continues, and as per usual, back and forth. One team, then the other. One player, then the next one. In here, 12 to 10. There is a few players on the outside of the hill from Elevate who will begin to try to push in, and so they do. Like you mentioned, this is just the usual. We are now having to prioritize point number 2. Inside of it first, there was Sai, but again,
Elevate gets the next hill.
and because of that, Elevate is actually going to be there first.
Yeah, superb rotation coming out of Elevate. Prioritize the moment.
How does Wolves break this hill?
Up the map. It spawned Wolves literally the opposite side. It's going to take them a moment to get there. However, you have got to
Nice.
in through the back.
Wolves has driveway. Spawns are going to be weird because Wolves is in driveway. While Elevate has to point.
So all of a sudden, Elevate recognize that their footing is
Yeah, Elevate breaks or like stops them from breaking.
PJ is looking to hold the close steps. Yoppy's going to play
Now Wolves is all going driveway now.
In the feed until Peg interrupts it. Back for pinstripe, but right now most of the points have gone.
Okay, Elevate breaks them, stops them.
But Sparrow's already earned and Yoppy's turned and faced.
Yoppy just, it's fairly stealth, unfortunately.
But it's a great start regardless from Elevate.
He definitely is a great start, that's for sure. Still 20 seconds left. Sai thinking about bouncing inside. There's the War Machine coming down from Candy, who takes the kill.
Honestly, Wolves should just rotate, try to hold it.
Through, and that is going to be, I thought it was going to be a clean couple of seconds for the side of Elevate. It seems like Wolves had other idea of it. Fights for a couple extra seconds. And
Yeah, Elevate stops their double push. Oh, he accidentally hit that guy.
Sai will be trying.
Yeah, Elevate stopped their 2 good pushes like crazy. But now Wolves just has a good hold, hopefully.
Red Missile will not connect, but does open for the opportunity for the side of Elevate to come in.
Well, Elevate defended very well at P2. Wolves really be given an opportunity to defend here at P3. They're going to have to fight for it instead. 3 kills will do a great job of that. Make that a 4.
We know the spawn flip? Yes, we do know the spawn flip.
Here. And Tempest in hand from King as he turns, finds the remaining Elevate threat. And anyone coming through that doorway will be greeted by thunderous applause and lightning as they trickle on down. Death Machine up next. Well, looking to find King inside.
Nice. You got the Death Machine kill. That's just important.
A couple of operator investments, sure, but not as many points as you probably would have liked. They need this scrap.
That's the thing, not really a whole lot of points being added into the scoreboard. They managed to pick up a few, but definitely not as many as they would have loved to.
Elevate's gonna have new because Wolves is so late to rotation.
And I find it rather interesting how, to the very end, Wolves is fighting for the last few seconds. I'm not too sure if that's actually paying off for them.
Being has the highest chance to win the tournament. Every team has the highest chance.
It can be a stylistic choice for some teams. They prefer to break, but well, the early suggestion would be that Elevate are very happy to defend. To counter that, it hasn't happened yet for Wolves. Claude's going to hold the mid holes with the equalizers. Manages to get one. Cleaned up from there. Balls then set up inside a rock. Can you defend? Well, 3 instant replies from Elevate will make that a very difficult thing to do. In you go. There is a Sparrow very close if Yoppy wants to invest once he gets there. Never mind. PJ's going to decide he wants to Tempest. Out goes the first, the second, frying the opponents in front of him. The Wolves don't understand what's hit them just yet. They're 40 points down, and honestly, that's feeling closer than it should be.
Ooh, missed that. That was an important damage right there because he blocks the doorway, obviously.
For PJ, who may not have
do you want to go back to Pro or Warfare? It's I do want to go back to it, but I do want to compete. It's just like I want to be competitive with a team that I want to compete with, and not some like one or whatever.
And at this point in time, it's working to perfection. I'm not too sure if they're gonna change what's already working for them.
You certainly don't want to change it if you're PJ. You're on 22 kills
already.
King will find one with the Tempest, but sees the rest of his teammates die around him. So it's a case of I've invested my Tempest. I need everyone to play off the back of it. He does enough to shut down the Death Machine, the War Machine.
That 8 kills, yeah.
But well, you fall in the trade as well. Elevate continues to just eke out the lead. Refusing to go away here. Zai's going to drop in through the back. So often the superstar for this team through this tournament and through this year. But he's only on 9 kills so far. Need to see a bit more from him if you're a fan of the Chinese team.
I wonder if he's going to turn up.
Turning it to 10 and 11. But it's not what we're used to seeing, and as such, he just got a 3-piece in there.
Let's see what is it? Yeah, I did want to compete. It's just with a team that I actually want to compete with, and not. I don't want to be on a team for like a fun team, whatever, you know.
King
But if I had
trying
to, I will.
survive
But
is
like,
gonna be executed. The next one to try to fight.
I want a
with
team. I want to be in a team that I want to be with and
down.
like
The rotation
beat and all that
continues,
stuff.
and those spawns are there in favor of Wolves, but let's see for how long. A few utilities are going to be pumped here by the side of Elevate without too much value, but there's still a Tempest and an Equalizer.
The last time we came to P2, Elevate got themselves in early. Wolves eventually broke, but Elevate were happy to fight it from the front. This time, almost a bit of a flip situation. Actually, Elevate will just clear the whole house. Wolves will spawn well side.
Okay, that's not what I meant. That's an org. That's not a team.
The only thing you're going to meet is close.
So that's an org that picks up the team, obviously, but that's not what I meant.
Off to the opposite corner and shoots him in the back, but 2 kills there just mean that Elevate continue to look great at Lambo. Wolves are contesting, so that's limiting the amount of damage here, softening the blow just a bit. With those spawns further out, Elevate might just continue to rotate away and leave Wolves to what's left of a very little amount of scrap time.
And I mean, Elevate just continues to gain style points with how they've been playing today as a whole. Not only against Wolves, but overall today they've been looking super good, super clean. And well, they continue to make the opponents struggle like crazy. Wolves trying to come up with something. There was the Tempest completely annihilated. There was the War Machine also taken down. Sounds was not able to do a whole lot of damage with the operator. On the other hand, there's Candy with 1, with 2, looking for 3, but why does he not get it? Because his allies are faster than him. They are all pretty much fighting one another, trying to get those kills. That's how fast and fierce the side of Elevate is playing.
Wynn's going to try and counter that with the Sparrow. We'll have a couple of bodies around him to protect. They know where the spawns are, so they're squeezing that back.
He's up office.
Death Machine will finally be ripped out of Zai's
Or
hands, but the VMP
top office
has provided plenty of purchase so far. Needs a bit more. Wolves getting closer to 100 points. It's still a sizable lead for Elevate, but you can feel that pendulum of momentum shifting, just a little bit. 100 is made, but what's the play when it comes to Rock? Elevate were happy to contest this all the way through last time and ensure that Wolves didn't get anything from it. But Wolves have gotten there first, so how do you defend this time? And well, when a Death Machine greets you at the door, the answer's probably not very well. Problem is for Susano here, you've got to focus both sides. You do a great job of doing so, and you are going to spot that player in the water. No, well, you do, but a little bit too late and get shut down.
Pretty unfortunate situation there for him, but it is what it is. His allies are still going to be inside. 176 points now as they continue to grow that advantage in themselves. Now Claw using the Equalizer, going to take 1, going to take 2, going to go for 3, takes it like it's nothing, just destroying, annihilating, shredding through the opponents. Now a 100-killer drone will fly by, has a few extra seconds with the Equalizer, gets another opportunity to do more damage.
Try this year. Tribe didn't pick up a team this year.
With a 100-killer drone, 200 points.
Tribe did not pick up any team this year. That's why.
Are barely on 107.
The problem is here for Wolves, you try to play in through the front, you get swatted away. You look for that mid-map control, you're met by an Equalizer. So Elevate
Orgs don't have to pick up a team every single year.
On nearly 100-point lead, heading into our 3rd rotation.
They don't have to, but you know, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
I highly doubt it. Where is the Wolves that everyone talked into this series?
I don't feel like it's worth it to pick up a team.
So they've been practicing here on Hassan,
like,
the hard point.
you see, why? Who would Tribe Gaming pick up? There'll be nobody to pick up. TLE is ready, or UMD is ready an org, I believe. XG, I believe XG is already an org. Like they're like a smaller org, I believe. I think it's XG, whatever their name is. I don't think it's worth it to pick up any team. They would like save money. That's them saving money, to be honest. It wasn't worth it for trying to pick up a team this year because they're saving money basically.
They're just so good.
Showing significant prowess.
Now, if next year looks like a investment or like a team they want to pick up next year, yeah, they probably do it. But like this year, they're saving money basically.
At least 4-2, but you are going to have players playing on both sides. You are hemmed in. You must win some big fights, or this could be your final stand. Zai, King, Sounds, they'll get kills. Tempest and a operator in the Death Machine are going to be invested here. Coming in, Zai's looking to find Ruse. The War Machine as well from Sounds. And you've just got to hold, you've got to stand, you've got to fight. Yoppie with a double on the nade, and PJ might let Elevate get in here and break, and they could win it.
There's just no way they invest so much, yet get rewarded so little on the side of Wolves. There's the Tempest and the Death Machine now on the side of Elevate. Less than 10 seconds away. That's a 3-piece. And another double with a nade. The side of Elevate are having so much fun in here. They're just a few seconds.
The thing that sucks about it is Die had 28, but that's like it's quote unquote like a bad game for him. So he's usually he helps Wolves and carries him. But we'll see if they regain.
We said coming into this series,
It could be just a map. I don't know who map pick was it.
Any other that they've played. But for both teams as well, coming into this tournament, it was all about how Elevate, the gap had closed, shifted. This was now a double elimination bracket, so it would be more difficult for Elevate to pull off a surprise run. For Wolves, it was about how much better you were going to be. You were going to dominate in the respawns. Well, the evidence at the end of map 1 is resoundingly against that. Elevate will look to Clo 52 and 30 to start things off, and PJ with 45 and 35 to go big. 2 minutes in the hill as well from Clo. Guy put on a big map 1 here to see off the defending world champions. It's a statement and a half, not only because, as you said, this is Wolves, but also we alluded a little bit to the fact that these guys are building a bigger map pool. They have more and more tricks up their sleeve. They look incredibly comfortable on Hacienda.
Yeah, they look to be super comfortable. But according to his words, I'm not too sure if I heard him correctly, saying that they felt a bit rusty. If this is rusty, how does a well-oiled machine would look like in this map? Like 250 to like 20 or something like that? It is just wild to be able to properly dominate multiple teams, not only once in a while, you know, maybe a single match.
Rise, unfortunately, Rise is here.
Flow state and dominated. No. This is a consistent matter they've been able to do over
Rise is the hamster. Rise also it fits against Elevate for the way how Elevate plays. Elevate is such a aggressive team, like Russian and all stuff. Rise is somebody who does the same thing.
For Elevate, that was comfortable, to be quite honest with you. And while we expected a lot of their previous games to go that way, I think Wolves, we were expecting something more like what we got out of the New Gen Ninjas game yesterday, where very much so down to the wire. But comfortable and calm and collected, and honestly, as a group, that just seems to be how they are. They very much so take it at face value. They play the game, very humble players. For Wolves, well, I think that picture on your screen sums it up, ladies and gentlemen. You'll be feeling the pressure right now. You will understand this is the throne that you feel belongs to you. You feel like this should be something that has your name etched on it, should be you trying to defend your crown. These people in front of you stole it from you last time. And the message from the Elevate interview was, if you want the crown, you'll have to come through us. Well, I think that was aimed at a certain team in this tournament. And Wolves know that right now they're not answering that call.
Not at all. They're looking at the crown, but from down below. They have not been able to get close to it. And as we begin to ready up for the second map, for that search and destroy, the questions open up. Are they going to be able to tie things up, or same way that OG, they're going to struggle and they're going to lose 2-0 in the overall series? Well, we're actually going back into search and destroy on firing range. We saw how many different strategies, paths, and approaches Elevate has, and that could be helpful for Wolves, but at the same time can be overwhelming.
I mean, but honestly, yeah, King is he's important on S&D. He's a sniper player and he's smart.
Very little. The squeeze towards B.
No cat cam today? My cat, I think it's just on the bed.
It doesn't look like it, so there could be a surprise coming their way.
That's right, a surprise probably coming their way for now. Well, the one-on-one trade doesn't really benefit anybody. The bomb is currently under the hands of Sounds, but they don't have a clear path just yet. Seemingly gonna be rotating towards B, and the only one defending that area is going to be Candy. Candy, the only one with a kill so far, is gonna try to land it Jump shot, not going to be the case. Gets a hit marker, but not a kill. Makes the call out for his teammates, but they may be late to the party. There's going to be 3 kills going immediately in favor of Wolves, and all of a sudden, PJ is the only player alive. It felt like Wolves just went straight into the action.
Why do you stop shooting? Even line it up. We just...
And with such an overwhelming pressure, Wolves will take the first round.
There's an interesting thing that happens there. Wind ends up through the Elevate team, completely missed by Kendi, and as such he's round the back, can hand out all the intel in the world, and ends up with a kill for it as well. So it's one of those that Elevate are going to wonder how the hell he got there, and to be honest, so are we. Back into the round here for number 2. Wolves draw first blood on the attack, of course, and looking for first blood in this round is going to be Zai, ringing out the sniper shots. It was King that went down last time. Can Zai do better as he peers over A? There is not that aggressive defense towards A from Elevate this time. So another example of an ever-changing playbook from them.
No, not the tower strike.
And patient.
Please don't do it.
That's right, they are trying to find a pick first. Unfortunately enough, not going to come yet. That was a great job coming down there from Kendi.
Not the tower strike.
Upper body strength to be able
Now
to
that combo champ saw it. Hey, can we ban the spot now? Ban it, let's ban it. Let's ban it in comp, please. My main favorite category, AR. AR is my favorite. But ever since coming into combo, well, I unfortunately had to become SMG because there's so many AR players.
The reposition instantly through the side of trailer to find win, so 5v3. It's more of a 5v2 surrounding the bomb as well, because Zai's had to back off to make sure the flank's protected, and I think Elevate recognize that, so they're starting to flood forward. Shotgun in hand for PJ. Sounds just laying on the other side of the sheet metal. Will soften Claw up, but you do enough to find the kills. You will find everything if you're Elevate, including the backside, so it's an easy retake. And honestly, I think a lot of it comes down to, sure, you had the numbers advantage before the bomb goes down, but I think it's that instant kill out of Claw. Turns it into a 5v3, and from there, Wolves will spread too thin.
Yep, makes them stumble, and all of a sudden, they're not too sure where do we defend. We no longer have a clear view of what we want to do, and that's where Elevate comes in. Takes those extra kills, defuses that bomb. That double kill at a distance from Susano was also very, very nice. And well, we're moving on to round number 3, and this time around, Elevate will continue to be chill. You know, they're trying to hold their angles. So far, Kendi patiently waiting for hopefully a victim. But in here, it seems like Wolves are pretty much repeating, but not quite what they're doing each round.
Well, Wolves slightly delayed their push there and dropped late nades over towards American. As such, it gave them the space to move the bomb. And the plank comes through. Susano misses with the sniper. Yop is just going to play this straight through the front door. Unfortunately, so did PJ, and he doesn't make it very far. Clo does nothing. So a 2v3 in favor of Wolves. But look at the player coming around back. The problem is you wanted your boys to stay up at the front, so you could make a bit of a surprise play. And Kendi's shots do not connect. Wolves see it off.
2-1. That was a good round. I liked it. Well done by Wolves. In here,
I don't know who picked what. I don't know actually.
Able to get a kill quite yet, which is
I mean,
surprising.
Yeah, way. I think, to be honest, I think Wolves is fine with any S&D.
We'll see what he
Wolves loves S&D.
As we
So
move forward this time around, once again trying to go over on Bravo. Unsure if they're gonna try to do it right now. Seemingly no, not quite yet. But Elevate begins to push forward, and well, at this point in time, they already have a general idea of at least whether or not, and have a clear view if the side of Wolves tries to start making a move.
I think Wolves are looking to bait out a bit of defensive movement here, leave Elevate guessing. Interesting to see that PJ has moved away from that shotgun and onto the SMG. Tucks himself inside trailer. Kendi's looking to provide support down the A side. Nade's going to be thrown back and forth, and Kendi will feel the full force of one. Stays up. Yoppie's covered over mid. Wolves have decided to straighten up here. Looks like they're going to make that A push happen again. It's late, it's delayed, and Yoppie's going to be here with the PKM through the smoke.
50 seconds left. Yappie with yet another smoke getting in his way. 45 seconds now. and the side of Wolves has to be thinking about what to do next. Time's running short. It seems like Sounds is going to push forward. Will try to plant the bomb, and that's exactly what he's doing. And Elevate realized that with a great shot under that bomb, Candy is going to knock out the opponent. The bomb is on the ground. Sai is going to answer back by eliminating Susano. PJ now opens up the floodgates by getting the knock onto Sai. Turning all the way around, there was King, but gets executed, and so is Win. All of a sudden, it's a 1v4 Peg completely on his own. He may have 6 kills, but has 4 people in front of him. That's just so difficult. He tried, but in a 1v4 against Elevate, there's only so much you can do.
Great play by Elevate there. The smokes come out from Wolves. Obviously, they've saved them for that later stage so they can drop it, rush the bomb forward. The PKM just lines through. So as Wolves consider that aggression, it's a case of, well, if we do run forward now, we're running into bullets. Means that they're stemmed, and as the bomb goes down, the sniper's in play to hit the shots, give you the numbers advantage. So counter on counter here. Heading into round 5. And again, another A-focused hit here from Wolves. To very little surprise. What is a surprise is the amount of defensive numbers that just rushed B.
It is, it definitely is, but, well, it seems like they tried to take a step forward faster than the opponent. Still, not gonna matter too much, seems like. Job with the kill onto Sai. Only King, Wind, and Peg remain on the side of Wolves. Susano getting the intel. There's people around. Gonna make the call for Candy. That gets the knock onto Wind. Once again, Susano sees the opponent, but without the right timing to properly land a shot there. Once again, does not matter too much. Elevate are just that smart. Yes, they get the kills, but it doesn't mean that they just aimlessly begin pushing. They try to keep organized and look for what the next move is going to be before doing it.
Susano does indeed wait for the next move to be made, unwavering in his commitment to that sightline. And this is Elevate's right. Took themselves off into corners. They're playing defense. And you see a crossing through mid, or at least an attempt at a crossing. But Kenny's actually also going to spot a play, check back off towards the left in Peg, who is trying to move that bomb forward desperately. You'll notice that they are split, and you should also be able to hear where the bomb's trying to go. And you do, and you get the kill.
That's right. Now all of a sudden it's a 1v3. Oh, that's a great kill there for King. Only Susano and his ally will remain alive. He was just not able to defend himself. That's another point going in favor of Elevate. Before we switch sides, the advantage is there, and it seems like Elevate may be able to repeat something similar to what they did against
W highlights.
And what they did also yesterday. We were talking about how much of a pretty much near perfect scenario Elevate went through yesterday and has been going through today. They are just willing to win this as fast as possible.
Oh, indeed. It's weird. They're doing it fast by taking it slow. Very patient on their defense. And I know that that's not exactly an uncommon strategy, but Elevate take it an extra mile. Nades up over the top here.
Right corner. Oh my.
PJ takes his time. He's going to let Wind think that he's safe. That's going to encourage Peg forward. But wow.
The fact that Peg chucks it while his teammate passes it, that's so funny. That's funny, bro. That's dude, that's just the right thing to do, because you trusting your teammates is like, yeah.
My ally did not check this corner. I'm gonna go ahead and do it myself, and he was absolutely correct. Then with a shot,
like that's how I am. I don't trust teammates, so like I have to like sometimes physically see for myself.
And that's the opportunity to tie things up.
And that's probably his habit too. That's Peg's habit of like checking stuff.
But Zai with another. Time is against you, and you'll have to dive Zai with the final 3.
That's just part of his like habit. Every time he's going a long, he checks the corner just in case.
At the end of their offense, and can now
that's why I don't trust teammates, dude. I don't get real pro player, bro. Like, check your corners, dude.
What does it look like when they get to dictate that pace? Are they going to bring it up? Well, it looks like they're going to go with a rather spread play here. No aggression through B. looking for those picks, ever the patient players.
And I mean, although Sai took a few seconds to properly get warmed up or whatnot, he is now with a solid 6 kills under his belt. Now, as we have flip spawns, as we mentioned, what is Elevate going to do with the opportunity to try to start with the right hand, with the right foot? So far, they're chill, they're cool, they're collected, they're just waiting in here, which is something similar to what we've seen in the past. Intrigued to know because we've seen them struggle against time, you know? Sometimes they play a little too slow when it comes down to offense, and that ends up playing against them.
Tough one there for PJ. His nade's intended for the inside of trailer, but falls short. So you can't be 100% certain you've cleared that. You won't have the intel. A second nade did go in. I'm not sure if that connected in the end, but it's a bit of investment here that's gained you little. 45 seconds to go. And maybe you got to rethink your attack strategy here. Zai will see one cross. That should give you a heads up that the bomb's on the way to B. And look at the Wolves' arrow shift then. As Peg lays in wait and hears, and do you find the kill? You don't need to, you've got support, and all of a sudden it's a bloodbath. Elevate walking into waiting rifles.
I did not know that everybody was walking into a meat grinder. Incredible. And Sai from who knows where decides to just go all the way around and completely surprise an opponent to finish it off. But that was what, like 8 kills in a span of 10 seconds. It was just pure chaos all over the place.
I think Zai and Lucas are the same mentality, or mechanically, but Zai has better decision making. Yeah.
And you've just got to make moves based on the information.
That makes sense.
As Kendi whistles.
I can see why you say that and all that. I can see it.
What intel do you gain from them? Which should let you
I
know
can see it now.
that there's nobody in behind the sheet metal. I don't think that will make you feel better about pushing for A regardless. So let's reposition and look, and Zai finds Susano to open things up here, making that attack ever more difficult.
I mean, if you realize that your opponent, instead of planting the bomb, are chilling in for like a minute, sometimes a minute and 20 seconds, why not do the same? Why not hold the angles? Why not just wait for them to try to make a move and then capitalize on that movement so that you can take an advantage? That's exactly what Wolves is trying to do. They have already gotten their first blood onto Susano. They continue to have a really solid defense over on Alpha, and that's exactly why they make even more callouts. There's the Nade King onto Candy. Elevating a bad spot yet again.
PJ looks over and goes from bad to worse as Klo is caught wrapping.
Big win it all. Everybody's gonna win it.
Least, but it matters not. Simple for Wolves really. 5-3 up then. And it feels like Wolves have made the adaptations. Early on, Elevate, yes, they're on defense, which is the preferred side here on firing range more often than not. They were very comfortable until all of a sudden Wolves recognize exactly how this is being played. Slow, patient, methodical stuff out of Elevate. The Wolves are happy to meet them there.
And for that same reason, we see a lot of aggression, something completely different going towards a B. There's 2 players defending, and the call is going to be made. PJ with the first blood tries to go for more, but Pei is going to quickly say no to that. Immediately, Yuppie realized that they may be coming through this tunnel. So far, not going to be the case, but at a distance, Kenny gets a knock, gets executed himself by Peg. They follow
Yeah,
the
like, I'm...
All of a sudden, it's a 3-4-2. Bomb is going to be planted. 45 seconds on the clock, but the player...
The fact that they're messing with that jump so many times is actually funny.
A couple of other players push out there, get picked off, and what you would have done to have them in this post-plant situation is going to leave you relatively one-dimensional. If you Elevate, you just took yourself in the back corners and hope to win the fights, and the fights are coming.
It needs to be banned. It needs to be banned, but like people are like, or people keep failing the jumps, so like, like saying like, maybe it's skill.
20 seconds, sees one on the right, doesn't do enough, but the instant trade is there. Susano with the sniper finds Win. Can you do enough for the second? The answer is no. King, the returning retired King, will seal the round out. 6.
I can't wait to sleep after the stream, dude.
Putting themselves on that point.
I'm tired.
Definitely dropping the ball a bit on that round, and Wolves, King more in particular, capitalizing on that mistake, takes that kill on Susano, quickly defuses the bomb, and once again further increases the advantage in favor of Wolves. Map point in favor of the #1 seeded Chinese team here. Sai is gonna first blood onto Susano and Elevate. They need to come up with something right now.
One of the themes for sure through this is how the Wolves snipers have grown into the game. It's been slow going at points for King, but Zai has really stepped up. Elevate struggling to counter that. I'll still have Kendi in these long sights, but otherwise it's tough going. It might be a case of all-out aggression. Something needs to change here, as Elevate's attack has been, well, snuffed out, smothered at all times. The bomb is off towards A. Bodies both sides, and then with Kendi going as well, it makes it even more.
No, US in the lobby because VMP is better in this top meta due to the attachment bans too.
Not the best trade, but at least it's something. PJ and execute sounds, which helps a lot, and that it even allows for the opportunity to plant the bomb. That's 3v3. One to try to defend first is going to be Peg. Peg now waiting for his allies. There's King and Win to back him up. 30 seconds on the clock, and at a distance, King is gonna be missing those shots. Gets surprised there, Peg, by the hands of Claw. Claw then executed by Wind, and at this point in time is gonna get more and more difficult, but is still a chance on the side of Elevate. Well,
different modes had different points. Especially for me, because for me personally, 100% should not have the same point. 14 rounds of S&D. No. That's you're changing COD history. No. Its comp has always been like this in like COD history of like console and all stuff. Like, oh no.
Without being a man down, you are basically a man down towards this bomb site because one of you's got to protect that backside. Nothing's coming through there for Wolves, but Elevate don't know that. They're going to have to tuck themselves in for the long stay and an early pick.
As a thing, when you have one less player, all of a sudden there's way more angles for you to be looking at, to be careful of, to be aware of where they could be coming through. At this point, they're still thinking about pushing towards A. The one carrying the bomb is Yappy, so it's got to wait for a little longer now. Has the opportunity and begins to play.
Let's see, nobody runs KRM anymore. HSL is better. It's the best shotgun. KRM is the second best.
So much lying on the shoulders of Susano here. Do you recognize that two are in wood? PJ finds the one inside trailer. You have the shotgun, so you can play the next player around in the corner. And you do get a kill in the back line. Susano does enough to Claw, facing the two in front. Three gonna roll forward. And the Wolfpack are here. They are on the hunt. They find one, but Claw answers with 2 and 3 of his own to extend us in the search and destroy. Slips and slides and delivers deadly damage to the Wolves.
Attention you wanted, attention you get. Claw in incredible way to dominate the opponent's triple kill to end things up, to find himself onto double-digit territory. 10 kills total for the Elevate player here, as they are one round closer from activating overtime. Wolves has had map point for a while. Once again, Sai is going to find the first blood, this time onto Kendi. Immediately tries to capitalize on it, just thinking about pushing for more, but has to be cautious, has to be careful. They've tried to do that in the past, and has not worked out for the past couple of rounds for Wolves.
There's a change up in strategy.
I don't think that nade even hit him too. Yeah. Just flat check either way. He wouldn't die from it, but it didn't even hit him.
Susano will retrieve the one left behind by Kendi. And that means you don't have your shotgun player in play. So is this going to be a B move? PJ
no, Kenny is
sideline. Recognizes the likely trouble on the other side of it.
Being shotgun player.
It's interesting to see that both teams are happy to.
Maybe you took my sight. I don't know.
Single soul cares. Going nowhere near it. Who would dare push through it? Oh,
that was really close. That should have been a kill. Unfortunately enough for the side of Wolves, it was not. But another time though.
It was not a kill, but it was a hammer.
In the hands of Yappy. Currently trying to push, and there's Sai gonna get caught off guard. Great and really important kill there for Yappy.
Yappy stays into King, who finds a kill. BJ trying to plant the nade will connect, so Peg knows that he can get out
He
there.
hit the wall bang as soon as he pushed.
Bomb doesn't go down, so 1v3 then. Chloe, you've already had a triple in this matchup, but this would have to be something else. With just 13 seconds on the clock, he's going to have to grab, he's going to have to dive. Decides to try and push forward instead, bait out the idea that he'd made the bomb plant, and it does nothing for him. Wolves answer back then. It was a resounding map, one victory.
I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back.
Closer this time, but did feel like a map that after the first 2 rounds or so, Wolves were always in control of.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, although it took him a minute to actually close it up, it does not mean that they were feeling too anxious about it. They were still playing really, really good. They managed to finally secure the victory and tie this series up. Wolves doing a great, great job. And it all comes down to, well, your own regional experience, right? It is an area over in China where S&D has so much of an impact that definitely gets translated here into the championship.
100%. We are going to see here the scores, of course, for the players. Now topping both teams. Chloe on one side, not a surprise probably after that 3-piece that kept the game going. Peg at the top of the other. But zero surprise to see that the highest KD goes to Zai. Felt like he started off a bit slow, but MVP for very good reason for this team throughout the 2025 season. Won so many of those opening sniper duels to give his boys the opportunity to see this through. The chance stacked in their favor, and they do deliver on it. So one apiece, we tie it up then.
One apiece, that's right. We will at least get a map number 4. And, well, although it was a bit of underwhelming to see Wolves struggle so much on hardpoint, you can see it that on S&D, well, they put up a real good fight against Elevate, taking that victory home, taking that map, tying things up, and he begins to open the question even further as to what are we to expect in the rest. We know that, well, that control that we previously saw from Elevate was far from perfect. They had a good round out of the 3, but at the same time, it does not mean that they were flawless by any means. That's something that we did not see on the side of Elevate, so that's something that Wolves can try to capitalize on.
100%, but we will be going to a different map, but it is still the same mode in the sense you've got to control those 2 static points, and we will get to find out, is it an Elevate problem, or is it just that OUG are for some reason insane at control?
Yeah.
We had question marks about Elevate's hardpoint coming into this series. Elevate answered those. I feel like with this raid control now, this is one of those moments where it's a case of, if you are a respawn dominant team, it's the control in the middle of the series that can often be the way in for the squad that's not reliant on those. So for example, Wolves in this look great in the S&D. If they're worried at all about their hardpoint, they really want this control.
No, they do. They do want that hardpoint. It is very, very difficult though.
You know, it most certainly is. And of course, a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that we are officially endorsed by the OnePlus 15, the beautiful device on your screen right now. A huge thank you to them, of course, for supporting us here in Poland for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. It has been, again, the stage for so many of the storylines that we are ushering in to close out this season. And for Wolves, the conversation looks relaxed, yet intense. They're very focused on what they've got to do next. The conversation's going back and forth.
Yeah, definitely focus is the word that I would be using as well, because they are locked into what's going on. They're still trying to remain calm, but at the same time, make sure that nothing is missing in there as they are prepping here for raid. As you mentioned, it's a different map. It's a different, but it's the same game mode. And, well, if I'm not mistaken, once again, it was Wolves who defeated very dominantly against OUG. So if OUG defeated Elevate that way, I'm thinking that we could see something similar in this scenario. So it begins to open up the question, because OG, of course, they lost the Search and Destroy. They eventually lost the 4th map over on Slums. But by Wolves winning this map number 2, maybe getting way too far away for Elevate to start to feel comfortable or try to feel comfortable.
Well, taking a quick look here at the vetoes, it's Elevate that banned Takeoff. Probably not a surprise after the evidence we saw against OUG. Wolves banned Crossfire, which is a incredibly defensive map, shall we say. So I'm wondering if for Wolves it's a case of wanting to feel a bit more free flow on that. Raid, obviously a big map, a wide map, allows you to dictate exactly where you want to play, kind of siphon off portions of the map to your control. But also then that tells me that what they're probably looking for is to control the mid-map, because that then allows you very easily in between A and B. You can change it up on the fly. That comes to me for the SMGs, the aggression. Anyone else of these two teams then that would look to fight in that sort of situation, you think, or control that area of the map that's going to be really important going into this?
Well, I definitely feel like the ARs are going to be really, really important. Unsure if Sai will opt for a long-distance weapon like a sniper or an assault rifle, but I feel like that's going to be one of the players that is just going to run straight to the middle and then try to branch from there, either to the raid or to the pool, one of the two, but to make sure that he's always in the middle so he can try to either defend or attack those areas or straight out go down the middle and try to go for the enemy's respawns. I feel like that's a real possibility that Wolves could be doing here, and I think Elevate or not, I gotta have a fun time with this one, honestly.
Yeah, I think so. So you're going with Wolves to take map 3 then? Okay, yes. All right, well, the prediction is in. My analyst has made the call. Do Wolves answer? Well, do Elevate have a little bit more to say here? It's an interesting discussion, kind of looking at the years that these two have had. For Wolves, they had a little bit of a wobble through the stage 2 in CoD Major, and it was partially onto the S&D, also partially onto the control. So have you learned the lessons? I always think this about some teams. If I'm one of the best teams in the world, I kind of want to go through periods where I've struggled, because then I can learn how to get better. We've seen Elevate learn a couple of tricks here, kind of prepping for Hacienda, adding that to their map pool. For Wolves, it's a case, I guess, of have you gotten better enough at control that those earlier problems are now a strength for you?
I feel like Wolves has managed to do that on the later quarter of this year. They have done such a good job at making sure that they are not only rushing for the kills, but also capitalizing on those with the objectives, with the ticks. We know how important it is to start getting those OVJ seconds, because at the end of the day, if you do get to that 5th round, the best opportunity or the best chances are for those who are on defense, so might as well try to opt for it just in case.
May as well, indeed. Our two teams wait to get themselves into map 3. Let's take a quick look at the playoff bracket and talk about the big picture here in Poland. An update that it is 1 apiece, of course, between Wolves and Elevate. That's the game you're watching here on the B stream. Q9 and Stalwart are waiting, but Galores have seen off Street Gaming. That matchup of the two Brazilian teams, I kind of feel for Street Gaming. Felt like they showed us that they were a really good team there. They lose 3-0. It's relatively comfortable in the end. I think you match up against a lot of the other teams here quite well if you're Street Gaming, but that one's been going on inside their region for some time. Galores so often have the upper hand. Also going to be a sore one for Pabzera.
Yeah. I feel like it's very weird on those type of scenarios where you prepare for other areas, but Galores knows Street so well and have been able to dominate them for so long that it gets difficult. It gets very difficult when it comes down to your own region. You know one another so well that how do you surprise them?
I mean, that is a good question. You're probably needing the new player in Pabzera to come out and do something, and who knows Pabzera very well? Gallerus. So yeah, it's a very difficult situation for them. But Gallerus will march on through our lower bracket, guarantee themselves at least top 6. Of course, their region at least top 6. They will await on the lower teams to arrive. And in order to get them, we need some losers, and that means we need some victors. And who will be that after the end of this map 3? Rocking forward then onto the raid control. Elevate immediately swarmed mid. They knew exactly what they wanted to control on the defense. Wolves, it was a push up the driveway towards Ring, and they will get nowhere really. Zai will stick around for a half moment with a Type 63 and does well to find 1 kill, because if he hadn't, all of a sudden Elevate basically in your spawn.
And right now he knows that there's someone around. He can hear him but cannot see him just yet. Picks up a weapon from the ground, finally spots an opponent, but immediately the push from Susana is going to shut that down rather quickly. Great trade back by the hands of Wolves, but still far from perfect. Struggling a bit here on the beginning of round number 1, and that's because of how well organized Elevate is playing in here. Now 50 seconds left. They finally send a player in, but I like the way that Elevate was playing to try to build an advantage early on that they are definitely getting.
certainly are. Up by 8 to kick things off. One tick will come through at least, or has it fully come through? I think it has, yeah. It's, screen's quite far away here inside the studio, but it has indeed confirmed that one tick will be on the board for Wolves, starting to make progress at A. PJ's coming in. You need the arriving player in bed in Peg to give you that intel. Does get there eventually. So one tick through. 30 seconds paused on the clock. Elevate here, I think, weighing up. Do we hit this? We got to find some picks first. Outgo the nades to try and give you that. Or do we just set up in mid and not allow them over to B?
Well, it seems like they are going to be capturing Alpha. They tried to defend it on the side of Elevate, but they were a little bit too late. Not that they care too much, you know, they're still dominating on the kill department, and they now have to try to defend Bravo, and they are doing it from within, from the inside. There's Claw here, trying to defend, gets stunned, does not matter too much. There's his allies to help him out. Susano's still alive, only 5 lives left. The side of Wolves struggling like crazy. That's make it only 4. They are trying to do something, but Elevate seemed to have a really, really solid answer. I did not expect this at all.
Now this is dominant from Elevate. 15 lives left in the tank for Elevate at the end of round 1. It's 4 ticks to Wolves, which I imagine they'll be quite happy about, but it's that deficit there, you know, is going to sting and could be important if we hit that round 5. Elevate then on the attack. Chloe's going to play towards bed, does have the Tempest available to him, and the Annihilator's in play from PJ, and there's your first. And the boys clear the rest of the points. The ring belongs to you. PJ wants to go aggressive towards the spawn, finds one close, and another. Does not recognize that one's tucked into the corner, but the damage is done. The first tick is through, and you have so much map presence. Wolves having to dig themselves out of a hole.
Damage is done, the break is through, and Elevate are still pushing for more. There's Yappy with a Sparrow trying to push forward. There's Susano trying to hold, gets a kill before getting tracked. Now at a distance into the court. There, oh, there it is. 3 points there for Yappy, finds that kill into Sounds. Now there's a War Machine by Candy. They are just instigating them so deep from within. I'm actually quite surprised that they are not rooting to also capture the objective. But at the same time, when you have such a big lead, I guess you can pick and choose what you want to do.
Candy goes huge with the War Machine in the back there, finds 3. Wolves down by 10 lives, which gives Yoppy license to push the backside and gets 2. And a third is slain with the Hunter-Killer here. And as such, Wolves are limping their way out of spawn, desperate for some mercy that is not going to be forthcoming. The Garena region squad are dominating in our control. Took the first round convincingly and have built off the back of the operators to give them a strong leg, I'd say, in round 2.
Who is this team? What is going on? Elevate doing so good here on Control Raid. Only Sounds and Sai remain alive. There's just so little they can do in this sort of situation. They do have all the operators on the side of Wolves. But like, why did they not use any of them? Of course, I would understand trying to save them for later, but later may not come soon enough.
I agree. Wolves are in a difficult spot here. And would an operator or two have turned that? Zai does well to turn around and find PJ. Also gets a second and a third. So at least makes it look pretty out here, but obviously forcing that fight because Elevate were trying to build up their own operators, happy to back off and let that generate. So it's 2-0 to Elevate, and dominating the respawns it is. You just mentioned it yourself, Wolves, they do have everything available to them. Chain them correctly or make this a very quick round, but if anything you want to be efficient, you don't really want to use all 5.
Now, of course, you don't want to overlap them so much. There's going to be the first pop, there's going to be the War Machine by Sounds at a distance. He immediately tries to capture the objective. A Bread Missile will come from up above. War Machine still alive though. Sounds pushing for more. Currently onto enemy's territory, finds a double, could get a triple, gets it like it's nothing. Then from up above, the Bread Missile could find 2, opts to wait, and for that will cause him to only get a single kill. They're trying to knock him out with a few, actually a lot of stun grenades. Still manages to survive, and for the first time we will see a kill lead in favor of Wolves that at the same time transferred onto the capture of B.
Job done so far if you are Wolves on this attack round. Still 4 operators available. Annihilator going to be coming out next from Zai. The efficiency with these so far has been nothing short of exemplary. 2. PJ tries to play it close inside the smoke, but Zai does enough. Basically, Goober stomps him on the way through as well. Peg gets the kill. That leaves just Susano up, and not for very long. You're basically spawn trapped at this point, as Wolves have spread themselves into various locations. That means the game's desperate to put you somewhere, and anywhere will do, as Yoppy's dead next. Susano 2. Kendi will answer back with 2, and I think that's actually going to be a collateral in the feed. Very well done by him, but 21-9. I think for Elevate, this is just simply damage limitation. Get as many lives as you can, charge those operators, and think about the next round.
And I mean, yes, you gotta be thinking about the next round. I still find it amusing on the side of Wolves, because of course it at this point makes sense to save 3 operators, but that means that 3 players went a whole round without using an op, you know, which is mind-boggling to me. But at the end of the day, Wolves are making it work here.
They are. To be honest, their operator management might be their best route into this game. But you are looking to slow down this map here if you are Wolves. Just allow Clo to invest his Tempest for some, and PJ decides as well that he's going to bring his Annihilator to the party.
Wow.
So 12v5, 11v5. They've decided to go for this, have Elevate. It may be partly to do with the timer. Only 30 seconds left on the clock. So it forces Wolves into a position where they've got to go for it. They probably feel like they have enough operators to make this happen now, but it's certainly an exit all-in-one basket type of situation. 10-4. Body does get onto the point. You want to get him off quickly, and they do. And that kill will force Wolves to now start to arrive. The player you've missed, however, potentially, is Sounds in through the backline. He could upset everything.
He can upset everything indeed. There's Candy with a knock. PJ and Candy do suffer a little bit, but with only 2 lives left, there's another
oh my god,
operator, and a triple kill now for Yoppy. All of a sudden it's a 2v4, and ladies and gentlemen, game is on. 4 seconds left. There's Wind with his own operator. That's the Sparrow by the hands of Wind. That's the shot by Sai. And that was a little bit too close for comfort on the side of Wolves.
It's interesting from Elevate. I think that they recognize, A, we could take this round, but B, let's try and get them to spend their operators a little bit that they have managed to get up. So they do a good job of essentially limiting how much they'd have to face in this next round. A War Machine is brought in on one side, a Death Machine on the other. Peg turns and gets nothing for the Death Machine. And we've already seen how good Kendi can be with this thing. Finds one up top window on Wind, and starts to breach and clear over towards the Laundry side. And, well, welcome to that part of the area. Get folded as Kendi pushes out through the back now. Holding off on the spawns. Tick starting to come through. And I think for Elevate here, you're not very far from guaranteeing yourself that defensive round in round 5. Little Wolves can do from that. And they're just looking to hold out over towards A.
Yes, they are. Peg with a knock onto Claw. B is going to be captured in a minute, will be added into the mix. Opportunity for Elevate to close this one up, but Wolves, they trying to go for that round 5. It's still possible, pretty much doable. King, I feel like, has had his operator ready for the past 4 games, but refuses to use it. Like you mentioned, it is really important about the operator management, but at this point, by using it last round, he could have gotten another one by this point, which is even more hurtful. A double kill with a 100-killer drone there for Candy, and the damage begins to spread as the defense from Wolves is far from perfect.
Very far from perfect. We're going to see the investment of the Tempest from King. A couple Hunter Killers get launched into the mix as well. War Machine for Sounds. PJ plays close and makes the SMG work for him. Chased by the Hunter Killer, doesn't do much to him. And Wolves are obviously going to anchor up here, playing out of kitchen, just looking to control that, recognize how important window control would be. They actually have a player up in bed, so they're going to have to clear that first if they want to set up this hit. 1 minute and 5, so you can start to pick away a little bit if you want, but sooner rather than later, you're going to have to just go.
They will have to. Right now, 15-12. Wolves with a slight lead, suffering a little bit, but doesn't matter too much. There's Yapi to help him out. Death Machine in the hands of Susano. 16 kills total, trying to look for some more. Only 42 seconds left. Begins to take some heat from behind. Turns around, tries to go for it. There's Sai trying to think about the defense of the objective. Gets the headshot onto Claw. Sai suffers from Yapi. 11-7. Kill lead still in favor of Wolves, but we've seen how quickly Elevate can change that.
Zai does find Susano, so you know that it's going to be all front facing. So if you find the player bottom bed, you don't. And you do now, but, well, that's done enough. 10-5, 15 seconds. You're just going to have to make moves. Clove finds one through back palms. That's 3 in the feed. But the kitchen is defended by King and Wind. That'll allow Wolves to scramble towards the point. You do have bodies on, but it's going to feel slow progress. 10 seconds on there. The operator is invested. The Sparrow is here. You see the two players. Yoppy takes enough damage. It isolates the final fight for Susano, and he will not pull off an incredible clutch in a 1v3. So round 5 then, we'll head there, and it will be Elevate on defense. We kind of saw that a while ago, but Wolves have ground their way back into this game, largely through their operator management. They've done enough to get here.
That's right, round number 5. Now there's the opportunity for the two of them, but as we know, Elevate on the defense for round number 5. There's going to be the usage of both the War Machine and the Tempest. In the middle of the map, there's Claw with the Tempest, trying to find a few victims. Coming from behind, there's Candy at a distance side with a marksman shot. We'll take that kill onto Claw. The side of Wolves not really too sure as to where they want to go. They were trying to get the kills, but PJ say no, not in my watch. Gets the triple kill and then gets executed before he could actually capitalize on his own annihilator, and that because of Zai's tremendous job.
It was a standoff, and it came down to the quicker trigger finger, and Zai's answer was to make sure he came out on top and then takes complete control of the middle of the map. Will be killed by Kendi, but the B point is starting to move. Hunter Killer up over the top of it as well from the driveway. Should let you know where the next player is coming in from. Up by 6 lives as well. Elevate need to stabilize here. And another kill for Zai. He is taking over this map. 36 to himself. No one else is close to that number really on his team. He looks fantastic. But that's B, a minute on the clock, a minute and 40 to play for. 7 life advantage. For Elevate, it has to be perfect. For Wolves, you can chip away at this.
They have to. They have to chip away somehow. An 8-kill deficit is definitely not where Elevate wanted to be. War Machine being used by Sounds at a distance, trying to cause some chaos, some mayhem. Sounds with a knock onto Candy. Sounds with a double onto Susano. Sounds pushing forward for more, directly into the basketball court, trying to just scare them off while his allies continue to do the rest. A 10-kill gap begins to open up, and the side of Wolves are causing a lot of terror onto the hearts of Elevate.
King just looking to hand out information here. PJ's popped the Annihilator. Desperately wants someone to engage, and they shan't. Tempest is going to be brought out by King. And that does enough to find the Annihilator as well. So, in terms of operators, I don't think there's been a better example of perfect usage than what we've seen from Wolves in these last 3 rounds. And that sums it up, really. Wind brings the Sparrow out through the back. PJ's just trying to flee for his life, begging for a semblance of protection from him. Doesn't find it. 3 dead. Predator tells you everything you need to know, and it will close us out here in map 3. Tested, bullied, battered through the first 2 rounds. But they came out swinging so well, and Yumi talked about it. Had 5 operators going into the 3rd. Decided instead to hold on to them. They'd done enough damage with the 1 to close out the round, and from there, systematically chipped away at what was left of Elevate's lead to then close it out like that. Incredible stuff, and a reminder of why they were once world champions and just how much they're bringing to the table to claim it back this year.
That's exactly what I was thinking. There's a reason why they are professionals, and in there you get to see the numbers on both sides. The one that stands out the most, and not for the right reasons, actually going to be King, but we'll just leave that aside because, well, the side of Wolves, I find it amusing the fact that we also saw them struggled for a bit when it came down to control against New Gen, but eventually, you know, turned it completely around. They were losing 2-0, and they eventually reverse sweep with a 3-2 in their favor. It's very odd to see them play that way, but hey, if it works, and it definitely did here for Wolves.
Yeah, I think it was just incredibly intelligent from Wolves. I think they recognized that Elevate had so much of the upper hand, and it was a case for them of, okay, well, we can come out swinging with everything in this and try and take a way around, but they're focused so much on taking the whole map. This is, again, about road to redemption. This is about them taking the whole championship, not willing to give an inch, let alone a mile. So great stuff from them, showing true grit, determination, and just game management. Something that's so hard to do at the best of times, let alone 2-0 down against the squad that eliminated last year. They know the pressure. They know the eyes are on them.
Yeah, no, they definitely know what pressure is. They know what having a lot of eyeballs on you means. And well, in here we take a quick glance onto the players, the faces, the people in charge to show us the best performance that they can give us. Ladies and gentlemen, hope you all are enjoying so far what we've seen, but this is far from over. We still had a lot ahead of us, and I'm super thrilled for us to begin. We're going to be moving on to a hard point, and it is once again going to be back on Slums. Let's be reminded, Elevate, really strong team when it comes down to hard point, really strong team to what they have shown to us on Slums. So if you were Wolves, what are you gonna do here different?
The interesting thing here for Elevate is that you've played a lot of hard point Slums through the year, and for a large portion of the year, it was your anchor, it was the banker, it was the one that you really liked. You were very good there. But Stalwart started to find ways to beat them. So I wonder if Wolves have watched enough of that tape to understand why. I also wonder just how confident Elevate feel on there when something is supposed to be your banger and suddenly you start losing. That starts to have doubts creep into the back of your mind. Absolutely. Are we the team we once thought we were? Have we been tested enough? The flip side to that equation, I guess, is going back to the conversation I mentioned before about Wolves. If you were tested at the right times in the year, that means you're ready to make the adjustments into the World Championships. Have Elevate done that? We're about to find out in Map 4. A banger of a series here in Stream B. We've got, of course, the defending champions against the team that are looking to reclaim their crown from 2023. Map 4, Elevate take this, they push us to a game 5. Wolves take it, they march onwards and send the Kings down into the lower bracket.
I hope you all are ready, because we are going to start map number 4, Hardpoint on Slums. Double kill to open up for win. He's going to be overthrown there by Susano. Yoppy takes a kill and immediately moves, gets a kill and moves. That's exactly what he needs to be doing. His pilots are going to try to defend. It's not going to be that easy, though, when there's so much action all over the place. A lot of hits being taken. Susano managing to stay alive, already finding himself 4 kills, which, to begin with, quite impressive.
It's not bad, that's for sure. And Sounds will recognize that actually wants to play out for this back P2, so I gets bumped off the point, squeezes forward into Archers, not very far before Chloe and Kendi do their work. Susano with a Hunter-Killer as well means that you will actually reclaim. The spawns have flipped though. Wolves actually get themselves in for P2, and I think they instantly recognize that that's a gift from the gods as they back off, lay claim. It will be a great P1 for Elevate, but Wolves, well, you do get a split spawn all of a sudden come through, but you've got an opportunity to make up for everything here.
It didn't really pay off at the end because they eventually lost the spawns yet again. And that's something that Elevate has been able to do quite effectively. You know, they wait until the very perfect timing to actually try to go for the spawns. That's going to be a double for BJ. A lot of damage being done at a distance.
What's up, and welcome. Good morning. You said it's true that OnePlus got 330 hertz active touch temporary. 1,200 is into. That's the case. Dragon might be an advantage again. I mean, if they say they have it in their phone, that means they definitely do. Like, if they advertise it that OnePlus has that, then that's true. I don't think they will lie about the product that's in their phone, like that's inside of the phone, whatever. Like I don't think they will lie about that.
Is an interesting call, but BJ makes it work for him.
Is Solex still in? Yes, New Gen is still in.
Hunter Killer supposed to provide the protection.
There is a low hierarchy, yeah. Yeah, Rice having or not having Rice in the roster, not having Rice with the visa issues is very unfortunate because he is a very good player. He fits the playstyle against Elevate, you know. Like he would like Elevate plays very aggressive, and Rise is somebody who plays aggressive. You know, that's what I'm trying to say.
How to sneak around, what to do here, how to prevent Wolves from feeling comfortable. That's another double for Claw. He's so very used to situations like that. Gonna go for the next one. Finds a quadrupiece now. It took him a minute.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting because this is, I feel like this is Elevate's like map, or like it's a good map for Elevate.
That's a double. Try to make it a triple. Does not matter too much. On top of all of those operators, there was also a War Machine, an Equalizer, everything being
They all play Gyro? Do they? All of them? Like every single player on Elevate play Gyro?
In favor of Elevate.
Oh, so like Zai has to start like popping off in respawns or Harper or whatever.
Wolves are struggling here, 130 to 20. After just 3 hills, we'll move to shop. You do have one operator available in the Tempest for PJ. Predator missile is going to be called in. Gives out all the intel, and then decides to rain hellfire into the spawn. Doesn't actually connect with anything.
He didn't miss it, but trophy, man.
The death machines try and counter from Wolves. 2 for Zai, 1 for Wind, 1 for Sounds, and another for Wind. So all 5 dead. You will get relatively close spawns if you elevate, but it's a solid hold off the first wave.
And I mean, that's something, right? It took him really
operator momentum.
Actually find themselves a little bit of comfort on the side of Wolves. They're still struggling though. Look at Claw trying to get inside. 14 kills already for himself. Immediately bounces in, making sure that the opponents at least are not getting any further ahead. Pred missile is definitely going to hurt, but Elevate showing to us that even if they are not taking the points, they're trying to make sure that you don't either, you know? They're trying to maintain that advantage.
How's the other match been?
100 lead. This point in time has been reduced, but the power, the spree still feels to be slightly more favorable for Elevate.
Oh wait, these are highlights. 2-1 the first map. For the first map, for the Q9 versus STE. Q9 won the first map, Summit 250 to 170. Yeah, 250 to 170. So Q9 beat STE first map, by the way. Didn't see that.
Consider just how much momentum is building on the side of their adversaries, and PJ decides to bring out the Tempest to do just that.
Yes, I feel like that's the right call there for PJ. He tries to get inside the kill, finds one, goes for more. That's a double and a triple. Using that Tempest, immediately pushes for more. That's a quadra piece. Insane. How many multi-kills can he get? And I can say the same thing about Peg here with the Equalizer, looking for more blood, more pain. Still not going to be enough to survive, but the damage is done and the rotation is good. It is good for the side of Wolves. Can they maintain it this time around though?
Yeah, claw back at a nearly 100-point deficit to 50 at this point. Elevate will get the scrap and then start to move forward in the following 8 seconds before the hill opens. Wolves are going to bring in the Predator missile to stop that push for the back spawn.
Yeah, locked in, yeah.
Here comes the War Machine to ensure that you are well protected. A buffer of sorts. Every operator coming out. I think Wolves have decided to call this
Wolves
and
is
run forward for the point. They know exactly what they need to do to make Elevate feel some pressure finally in this map. That being said, there are 3 available to Elevate, so it's where do you decide?
Wolves is getting back into his game.
And here comes the Death Machine to ring out and drive.
You see him? I'm pretty sure you saw him. He pulled out his gun like way too late.
Manages to stay alive, gets a triple, gives the intel to his allies.
Ooh, that's unfortunate.
That does not get to be used because of that nade. Well done by Elevate, but still not quite enough to actually break through this hill. Last time around, it took them for a surprise.
Wait, Wolves have spawns. No, Wolves have spawns. They're giving him. They're making Wolves get the comeback.
100-point deficit. Now it's under 20.
It has indeed been a great passage play by Wolves into that through that P2, and it's a great transition to P3. Far better than last time. It's almost a flip.
Wait, Elevate has deep though. Elevate has deep.
Blue get forward. What can you do? Find one. Backed up by another from Susano. King though refusing to give it up.
Elevate has deep. Wait, we're good. Elevate has deep.
Elevate here, though, they're going to start to call him in. Susano with the Death Machine. Begs the Wolves players to run forward. King does what stay alive as often as he does. Gets two, Claw with one. The Equalizer is here as well. Out brings the Tempest as well. Elevates, recognize. Okay, Wolves are back in this fight. Let's show them what we've been saving.
That's right. Let's show.
Oh, did he double shoot or was that spectator?
See PJ now once again with the Tempest finds one.
It looks like it was.
It's
It looks like it was a
loves
spectator
using
thing.
that operator, and he is just so lethal with it. Now patiently waiting for the next victim. There's still plenty of time left. 15 seconds on the hill. 180 plus in favor of Elevate. There's a few of the rain from above. That's PJ finding the kill onto Peg. The Sparrow being used by Yuppie as he begins to push forward for the next hill. The side of Wolves tried to be early, and they're still gonna maintain some sort of control, but let's see for how long.
I don't mind the counter from Wolves. They decided to get the rotation in very early, give it up, and make sure they put
There's a trophy there?
into the shot.
Seems like the trophy was very fun to save.
Sounds with the War Machine. Just trying to control this back alley here, but got to be very wary of the fact his teammates are falling in the front. There will be also an equalizer in play. PJ's going to get the shotgun kill, though, to cut Peg down early and gets a triple. Goes huge around the point for his 38th kill of the game. How much of an impact he's having, how much that could turn the tide in this fight and decide it right here, because it felt like that was the one that Wolves had waited for. They really needed that P4 to happen, and instead they've now got to go back and break it, otherwise Elevate are basically there.
No, Elevate's still gonna get more points. They should get this last. They should get this last 20 seconds or 15, whatever. They should get it.
Calm and collected, and in here
Yeah.
is helping the squad.
There's no way you
crazy.
break this.
There's yet another Tempest with a few extra shots that he will try to land, and he will clean once again the hill. It's only 5 seconds, but those 5 seconds of scrap time are going to be placing Elevate less than 20 seconds away from victory. Double kill.
Yeah, it's hard to break.
Killer drone, and ladies and gentlemen, this could be leading us to our first map number 5. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's a few seconds left for Elevate.
Certainly is. And they'll bring in
This game looks like a GG.
Finds him a third kill. Peg, though, is going to try and clear out through blue side, so PJ's got to turn and face, and that he certainly shall.
They're all
Just
blue,
need
yeah.
one more
That's.
second, and that is it.
Is game 2 ready?
That game at a point there and ran away with it. There was a semblance of resistance from Wolves. They had 2 or 3 good hills. That P1 into 2, locked it down, transitioned well into 3. But it felt like almost in the same sense as the control, where that operator management had come through things. You got that moment where Elevate went, that's all right, that's fine, that's pulled you back into the game, but we've got a whole heap of toys ready to bring to this party to close this out, and they do it in some style.
Yeah, they do it in style for real. At this point, I mean, it definitely shows that teams have managed to in a way adapt to Elevate, but it's just far from being to the
search and destroy from Q9 so far.
Watch us in the meantime until the next game.
Where they are. Howlin can find one, but Scott and Clover combined to find 2. All of a sudden, Clover's left in here with an HS, and that's never a bad place to be. Scared will find another kill. He's going to have to try and pull off the 1 versus 4. There's 2 of them. Clover and Scared dead.
Wait, oh, he didn't go behind the corner in time. That was a close one. That was a close one.
They're going to flip the desk here, but that was the one that was coming to us very, very quickly, and FTX was far too quick in the end to find that kill.
Fingerless gloves.
Scary one for ST.
I used to rock. I don't think I ever played with fingerless gloves, but like, I think I have a pair. I don't know what happened to it.
It's been crucial.
Yeah, that's a great idea though. I wonder how comfortable that would be.
This is not him.
Wait, that's. I need to try that actually. Cause it keeps your like hand,
and that's the idea.
warm.
Split these players up on the defense.
I don't know about your fingers, but your hands being warm. I feel like that's the method. Wait, yo, that might be the method. I might need to try out the fingerless gloves. That might feel like comfortable, cause like
the team is able to draw
your glove is like pressed against your phone, and like I feel like it wouldn't feel bad. I feel like it would be comfortable. I feel like it would be grip, like good grip. I don't know.
Into his forehead. Q9 open us up.
What did D-Chen even see?
I don't know.
What did he see, like?
That sounds. I don't know. That's pretty cool.
Did he have something on his foot, like a label or something?
It's hard to tell because we've got the codcast and we can see them obviously.
I might want to try them.
See if you can just see maybe where the outline is that we can see. It's tough. Either way.
Fingerless gloves.
Certainly seen him. Clove dealt with.
Pretty sure I have figured this out somewhere.
It seems as if they made their decision. FTX has made his to stick in around B. 28 seconds to go. They've got to get the move, and FTX need it. They find that shot. He's going to back it up and wait for the reinforcements to find their way through, but FTX should be dead to rights, and he finds another one on the Curly, though, so job done, really. Now a 3 versus 3.
And that's the key thing for me. I was going to say, FTX in that situation, we could work with a couple of kills. That would be everything, and that's exactly what he does.
Oh, timing.
Ouchie, that's timing. That's unfortunate. Now we'll still have numbers.
That's a good stun that comes on through as well. It's going to allow the player to find that cross. Reef will find it. Al Ling left on his own. And the nade hits himself, and unfortunately for Q9, the round will go the other way. But to be honest, it's a brilliant retake from STE, and I want to give a shout out to FTX in that scenario. Everybody flooding towards him. Yes, okay, he may well lose his life, but he takes 2 down with him. And that's important. It gives STE the ability to find that break just a little bit easier. A little bit of fortunate timing on the flank match. He was watching that as soon as he turns away. Falls to the sword. 2-2 after 4 rounds.
Yeah, if FTX doesn't find those kills, that round is definitely not Stalwarts for sure. I think Q9 are going to be more direct with it from now on. Clove, though, does actually find one. It doesn't matter that he loses a bit of sight control. The fact you've got numbers would make a effective retake better, but now you've lost Clove, and now that retake becomes infinitely more difficult.
And I think the thing is, Q9 just smelt blood.
When I tried to climb, I jump. Is there any solution? You probably have like... Tucker said it. I think you have like a certain like jump button off or something on. Whatever.
He was on the flank. These snipers working overtime for STE. Now if you're Owling and Chen, you need to push out. Owling can find 2, Chen can find 1, and all of a sudden it's a 1v1. FTX pushing inside of the side. Is this a 2v4 from Chen and Owling? Trying to survive, ringing around the Rosie. 30 seconds to go, but he was going to get the angle. It was FTX, but he doesn't land the shot in time. Both players weak, both players surviving.
D-Chen has to hit the reload. Oh, and D-Chen will win it in the end. Goodness gracious. Oh my god, 2v4.
I thought he was going there because it's HSL.
Yay, mate.
Q9 just seemingly finding a way. The fight just lasting so long in and around the site, and both players tagged up. And in that situation, the shotgun's not necessarily the gun you want. Al Ling now finding his way through. Quick attack over towards the A side. Reef can find him. Scared now trying to survive, and he will continue to do so. This is going to be a quick round irrelevant of what happens next. Just like that, we'll tie things up 3-piece.
And that's probably the most convincing round we've seen from Stalwart, right? So many of those rounds have come down to, maybe apart from round number 1, some clutch situations, 1v1s, 2v2s, retakes galore. That round was just Q9, we're going to hit B, and Stalwart were ready for it that time around. So now Stalwart on the offense here. Curious to see what they fancy all these pushes. This defensive setup for Q9, super aggressive.
Oh, they've got aggressive, but he wouldn't have expected this. Acute angle, Howling will
Wait.
one. Reef has done extremely well.
Let's watch this run, and then we're gonna go to the... Oh, I forgot.
So even the odds, and the information will be there from STE. There was a lot of players over towards this A side.
Actually, they're playing slow. They're playing slow.
Clover and Cloud both take...
Denying that rotation from the player coming from Elevate.
Sorry, I gotta sneeze.
They have gone all the way around onto V. The one at a distance with a sniper, of
close.
course, is going to be Susano.
I was close, man.
But not going to stop the bomb plan. 45 seconds on the clock, and this is still a 4v4.
Too easy to panic,
Right
yeah.
through the middle of the map. Can he spring a bit of a surprise? He needs his teammates to stay up to do that, and they're not. He is here, finds the first with the SMG, damage into the second, but traded instantly. Just needed his boys to be alive for a bit longer. Can he then pop into the play just like that, but with more bodies?
Is there a Nugen match? I believe after this, maybe, I believe it's gonna be OUG versus New Gen. I don't think none of the lower bracket. I mean, one lower bracket match is played actually. This is still upper finals.
Way too difficult when the boys are around. Sai gets an 8 kill, but
I think after this series, we will see OUG versus Next Gen. Next Gen. New Gen. Wait, is it new? It's New Gen. Did OUG lose on purpose to play lower bracket? No. This is Hamster. No. This is Champs. OUG is not a team that would do that.
The side of Elevate does have to lose a little bit of time to rotate there, so let's see how well they can adjust to this sort of defense coming down from Wolves.
You can see the Wolves are keeping their heads on the swivel. There's a lot to watch through this backside that they're concerned about. Elevate have decided that they do not want to get overcomplicated with it. Now just going to hit through the side of the site here. They check the right corner first. PJ will do enough damage as well and get the support to clean up the second. It's all on Wind. You found the first, no more than that. Elevate with a perfect retake here. I like the call. They're not going to try and mix it. They're not trying to try and collapse around it, which often can work. This is how we're going to snowball through the front. Wolves are going to be trying to check all these different angles, and we can get a couple of clean fights early.
They don't need to come
Oh,
through the
didn't make
window.
that.
All they gotta do is use the door. If you're strong enough, if you're confident enough, you can make it work. And they did. They certainly did. They pick up their first round of the map. Final map, search and destroy. It's always so incredible to see. Oh, it's actually Kendi who picks up the first blood here now onto Peg.
Tying us up at 2 apiece in the first blood column. And Kendi also sees one cross, but Zai's hit that jump shot twice now. Stop challenging him at that archway, say the Elevate fans. Wind slowly aggressing. Daxter decides better off.
Morning, go. Welcome.
A little bit cold.
Morning, bro. Welcome.
King's flash, does it connect? It landed pretty close, and the fact that he turns back towards it, I think it's given him the information that he needs, as Yoppy just about avoids another nade. So Wolves have 2 players actually onto the A site, but the bomb's nearer to B, but now they drop back through their spawn. Wolves feel like they've cleared this enough. They know their intended target, and Elevate should recognize as well. There's been no noise towards B for a while. Let's get over towards A and try and stop this plan.
They have to try to stop it. 40 seconds left. But now as Sounds plants the bomb. Story may change a little bit here. A good nade does not really connect onto the player planting the bomb out of distance. Susano with a sniper shot onto Sai. That's a great opportunity for the side of Elevate to try to walk by, and that's exactly what they're doing. Joppy pushing in, gonna be taken down by the hands of King. King trying to defend, not gonna be possible. A 3-piece as a whole goes in favor of Elevate, and that's twice in a row that they've been able to super effectively counter whenever Wolves plants the bomb.
Very important kill there from Susano, who finds the snipe to open it up, not only in terms of the numbers, but it just opens up a portion of the map that your SMGs can push through, gets you the rest of the kills. Great work there. Tying it up to a piece, and the rollouts come through. It will be Zai to challenge mid, and he's had the lion's share of the kills in the sniper fights, has 5 already. The rest of the team are going to slow this down. Looks like a bit of movement through the cellars is this decision for Peg and Sounds. Can you do it without alerting Elevate to your presence? Kendi is here watching over, and a bullet just zips past, but you find the second, no problem. And Peg now isolated on the point. We'll get a little bit of support, but he's only going to suit Elevate. 3v2, but King's there, snipes in hand, 1v1, does enough, just about. And well, Trade City.
That's the passion, what do you mean?
Elevate find themselves another.
No, he's doing a good job.
We had 10 people all of a sudden down to 1, and that one last player, luckily enough for Elevate, was one of their own.
Dude,
enough
bro, to be honest with you, some of these games, some of these rounds or some of these matches, whatever, you don't know, like, these guys go so fast and all that stuff, like, you don't know what to say. Like, as a caster, it's kind of, like, hard to, like, do some of these stuff, because the way how CoD Mobile is, like, played and all stuff, and how fast stuff happens, like, you're gonna miss stuff. You're gonna miss, you know, some call-outs or some, like, calls that you want to say. You're gonna miss it because everything's happening so fast. Like, I sometimes get confused on, like, loss, and, like, I just don't know what to say.
Susano could actually push through the wall spawn, might give him a route in through the back.
Like, sometimes things just happen fast, and, like, as a caster point of view, sometimes you just don't know what to say, probably.
They certainly do, and I don't know if they have realized that. I think the only one looking at a distance may be Susano, but even then, still it's a very, very exposed area, and they know it on Wolves. They'll feel confident, they will plant the bomb. 3v3, and with the bomb down, what is Elevate going to answer?
Susano does start to get on his bike here, and he is going to play this in through the spawn. However, he's going to make quite a bit of noise. Does Peg hear him? He should do now.
Making too much noise.
And the slide most certainly will give him away. So do you expect the window? The answer's no. Peg going to push forward. The SMG did plenty of damage. Does the shotgun do enough? Do you check the corner? You miss, and you just about get through the fight. That gives Sounds the opportunity to pop out for a two-piece, and that will be all she wrote then for the Wolves attack.
Right, he's just his dumb stuff.
Yeah.
They want to do a good job in us, so they don't want to say dumb stuff.
Strategy constantly changing, being aggressive, being defensive, just not allowing the opponent to have an easy time, and it has not been easy for either of these two teams. At this point, they just know one another so well. They are now being aggressive once again. There's going to be a 2-for-1 trade going in favor of Wolves. At a distance, there's going to be a few shots, and it's Joppy who takes the knock onto Sai. It is Candy who gets the kill onto Sounds, and all of a sudden, it's now a 3v2, but it's the other way around. It's actually an advantage in favor of Wolves, and barely Candy missing that shot, but King is not going to miss.
Here's wind coming and shuts him down. And a very different attack strategy
that's
from
cool,
the Wolves. Wolves are very patient, very slow about things, recognize how Elevate play. Elevate say, to hell with this, we're throwing everything at the bomb site and find the kills quickly. However, we've seen this from them before. It's a very all or nothing play, can be shut down, and Wolves are great at making adaptations. That's what we've seen through this series. Kendi, he's got himself a little bit of a wallbang spot there. It's going to return nothing. And Peg's actually going to find PJ to kick us off.
Yes, he does. That shotgun has been so deadly today. It's not near to being over, but unfortunately is for at least this round. For at least this round, he'll have to sit back and wait to see what his teammates can do for the remaining out of it. That early pick can be crucial for Wolves, but at the same time, Elevate does not give up easy. Has not done so at any point this tournament. Right now with this 5v4, once again, a lot of calm, a lot of just patiently waiting, trying to go for a pick. They're not going to be able to get anyone just yet, but it goes along to prove.
You can say dumb stuff and make it professional. Yeah, bro, you could get away. You could get away with saying dumb stuff as a caster, and then it's just funny for like players and also the audience.
And just as they move, these scopes.
And sometimes they are wrong too, you know. Sometimes they make a wrong call out because they're so like locked in and focused, and like you're bound to make, you know, accidents.
And he squeezed up to get a second. That's Kendi. Chloe also fell through that passage, and Peg slays Susano to make it 4 in the round. Either way, had himself an insane pop off there. It's just controlling that, because he's so good in those little tucked in corners, those little positions. The rest of the Wolves defense can prioritize the opposite side of the map. They know that man can handle his own. Should they need to get there, he's at least going to pick himself up a trade, and he does even better than that there.
Which is even crazier, you know, like having that much trust in one of your teammates is super crucial, and for good reason. You know, he is very good at holding those interactions against the opponents, or at least making them back out. There is PJ back at it again, this time eliminating Peg with a shotgun to the face. It's gonna be ugly in here as Candy gets the knock on to win. They immediately take the opportunity, plant that bomb, and that's a 5v3. Elevate now doing a lot of pressure over on B side, paying off so far. 2 kills and pushing in for more. That's a perfect way to go around this area. And with only 30 seconds, it's gonna be.
Oh, he got a collide there, but he got a hit mark on the first guy.
PJ takes control.
Yeah, Mishasha go crazy. Yeah, I remember. I still remember.
Because they Elevate just showing different signs of themselves every time. Keep Wolves on their toes. We're going to be aggressive 1 minute, then we're going to try and slow it down. Aggressive the next. Wolves never know what's coming here. Trying to play some sort of blind counter.
ST has been Q9 in the S&D, by the way.
In the playoff bracket.
Q9 has lost the S&D against ST.
Wolves have done enough,
by the way.
to have Elevate reconsider
The
their
update.
aggression. Yoppy is over towards the B side here. There is one body for Wolves on there as well. But with 90 seconds still to go, Elevate wasting no time. They've instantly decided to regroup over towards that B site, and they're going to start to squeeze.
Good trade there, but, well, BJ got a kill. Sounds got a double, but got knocked out by Yoppy. Trade after trade after trade. I feel like at least 80% of the rounds have been like that. A kill, then the next one. A kill, then the next one. Candy got a knock onto the side. That's a 3 versus 2. 40 seconds on the clock. Out of distance, Candy with the shot onto King. Looks for the double. Misses the first shot, but they have a clear idea of where he's at. There's 3 people in, and it is Candy once again who does it. 6-4. And ladies and gentlemen, this could be match point.
Dun 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 dun.
Could. Draw your breath now if you're an Elevate fan. For Wolves, it's just about staying in the fight. For Elevate, potentially an early statement made in this playoff bracket. The defending champions for very good reason. Candy will peer through the middle. This is a far more passive rollout from Elevate than usual. You are starting to make moves through the middle.
I feel like you know someone.
We've spoken about their deep playbook multiple times.
No, you're not. You're in the right one.
So many shades. Candy will want that one back. 2 players up on that balcony. You put the bullet basically between them. But the gunfight's there, and the way in which the Wolves players left should have told you that there's going to be a lack of numbers towards B, and they decide to squeeze. And that's going to give PJ the backside, and Sounds lands right in his lap. There's the first to open us up then. 1:10. You look at the
they're gonna go on.
Finds the trade. So 4v3. Bomb starting to go down. Trophy on top of him. 44.
Elevate doesn't lose this. They can't break it. Oh no, wait, that's a pick. That's a good pick. That's a good trade. But shotgun, sniper, you beat. Let's see. Oh wait.
Double for Sai. All of a sudden, the only one alive is gonna be Claw. Claw trying to defend. Sai has
sees him. He hit markers him.
Wind doing a little bit of damage. They can peek out, get the kill. Wind is gonna defend himself. The time is running low. He's trying to bait him out.
Oh,
no, he's not
sick.
baiting. He's defusing. He's
He didn't get it.
committing, but he's not gonna be able to do it. He's not gonna defuse. He's gonna get the kill. Elevate have done it again, ladies and gentlemen. Garena.
Flashing lights. My eyes. Flashing lights.
Continue to go for the back-to-back championship, and you can see it on Wolves' faces that they feel crushed. So close, yet so far. Elevate are just so.
Hey, the good thing is lower bracket. Now, does Wolves come back from the lower bracket? It's a question.
Celebrations that ripple out there are loud and proud from the Garena team. You said it yourself, crushed is the correct term for Wolves. Heads in hands. Despite everything that they've done to close that gap over this last 12 months, despite the growth, the improvements, everything that they've done to counter the countless hours of off-screen battles, VOD reviews, doubts, everything they've pushed aside.
Wait, I want to go back. Hold on. I want to go back and show you guys this.
You still face the same fate, a 3-2 loss.
Hey, look at this.
Let's
Look at the coach. Look at the coach.
Crushed is the correct term for Wolves.
Keep your eye on this guy. Keep your eye on his hands.
In hands. Despite everything that they've done to close that gap over this last 12 months, despite the growth, the improvements, everything that they've done to counter the countless hours of off-screen battles, VOD reviews, doubts.
Interesting. Hey, but from what I heard though, that the coaches in China and our stuff are serious, and like, you know, they sometimes can be aggressive, but that's what it is. So, you know, take your job seriously. You know, I want a serious coach. You know, I want a coach who's like, yo, I respect that. You know. That means that they're doing their job. So I don't want no soft fucking baby coach. You know? Coach that yells, hey, I respect that.
Stalwart, or at least close progression to those ops there. Stalwart, not the greatest start for them.
No, it had some threat of being a decent start. You know, they found a couple of opening kills. They got themselves onto the point, but easier said than done.
Your coaches, yeah, I love that.
Those expansive kills and really secure things a little cleaner.
If you need to yell at me, coach. What did I do wrong?
It's potentially on the cards for Q9. They're slowly and methodically making their way.
Still what?
Gotta expect that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Mauchi.
Like I know what is business, you know? Like I know you are talking to me in like a business manner and not somebody. You're not talking to me as yourself, you know, as like you're doing this because business and you care, you know. You're not doing this because that's just who you are, like that's a person, like as a friend person, you know. Outside of this coaching job, okay, yeah, we're friends and we're like, you know, homies, and you know, you don't yell as friends, but like when it comes to business, yeah, you yell because you know you care and you want to see better improvement and all stuff. I know when you are talking to me as a business person or you're talking to me as a friend. I know that.
Q9 with one last desperate attempt over towards B. It's not looking like it's going to work out. This will be quite something if they even get out of their spawn at this stage.
I didn't have to click that.
Can anybody from Q9 do anything here? 1 second. We're going to see a player, I think, touch on towards B potentially, and well, that's going to be it. They will get off. So yeah, big round for Store for a couple of reasons. You mentioned Reef, of course, making sure that round was actually a victory, 100%.
So yeah, so what is it? Now Wolves is in lower bracket. They looked rough. Zai wasn't like too performing, but now they're gonna go in lower bracket. You know, maybe get some reps in, practice in lower bracket, and maybe come back to the grand finals and maybe fight elevate again, whatever. Who knows? But Q9 is still up there. I believe if Q9 wins against SC, they will play elevate, or whoever. If SC wins, they play against elevate.
Now with the Annihilator out, holding down the angles. Q9 looking good on the defensive side here as STE trying to find a way through and struggling to do so.
The thing about the lower bracket is always like if the team from the lower bracket comes back in revenge, it's always content.
Oh, and it's not that great. The Annihilator doesn't really amount to that much. The Death Machine ensures that. So Q9 happy here with 35 on the clock. Still haven't really had much of a shot at either of these two control zones.
Not really.
What's up, Z? Welcome. Good morning.
A cluster of kills to give them a bit of momentum, free up a bit of space. Looks as if they are now going to roll the dice and have a little look over towards A. STE on their way, but Q9 seemingly ready for it. Smoke is going to give them a decent amount of cover, and they actually may well catch them. Oh, great snap by Kelly on the Clove. They can find a little bit here.
Was it the Wolves? Maybe. Honestly, I could probably just look up the bracket. Cotton, Champs.
An attacking play to write home a full stop for any of these 3 rounds.
Yeah, 1 second on the clock.
Alright, it's not updated. Hey, update your website, fool. I'm gonna assume that yes. Oh wait, no. The Warriors lost in the quarterfinals, so I believe. So
we saw one investment coming up with the Annihilator, and that was immediately countered by the Death Machine from Q9. So Q9 really close in that round. Very good control on the map. One more round, they take a lead.
Elevate winning.
Wait, no. Actually, yeah, you might be right. Never mind.
3-2.
It's probably Wolves versus Glories, probably. Most likely.
Along those lines as well. Into the 4th round.
I don't know, but because this thing is now updated, it's freaked him. The website I looked at is not updated, so
and this could be a point going on towards Q9 and that time being extended.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Q9 not jumping on the point of the bodies just yet. Still going to try and approach some kind of Zimmer spawn trap, and it looks like that's the case right now. You've got a couple of players in it as well, and here comes a spawn trap. You're in the blender.
There's only 2 of them here, and another player's actually.
You're in the blender. You're gonna make like a milkshake.
Have been forced to back up, but then actually because of the push that they've come through, that players drop back. They get the spawns over towards the A side, so players have got a free route over towards it. They may well just go and try and extend the time, but you got to be careful of the lives.
Yeah, you don't necessarily need to take these players out. You just need to do what they just tried to do, which is push them out of the AC unit, so they do get that closer spawn towards the pool. That's why Skirt's repositioning here is big for a Q9. Of course, Flip side of that situation, Q9 are now going to capture A because Store was so intent on that spawn trap. Now they're going to abandon that one, just move it across, make sure we defend B.
Yeah, Q9 really got funneled down that side of the map and said, yeah, bet, cool, we'll take A. But as you can see, the disparity is the lives. It's not unfathomable that, of course, Q9 can bring this one back. It's only a 7-life difference, and they did get a hold of A, and they have time to work on B. But ST kind of get what they want out of that spawn trap. Operators kind of on their way for Q9. A couple available on the side of STE. I'm sure they'd like to not invest them, but they may well have to if Q9 can find a break.
That's good first blood coming out from Mauchi that opens the door a little bit here for Q9 with 60 seconds on the clock. This is an immediate reposition coming out from Q9 as well. Hey, we've knocked at the door around the front. Now let's go around the back.
Oh, he may well have caught them through the middle of the map. Reef will find one. ST being very, very patient, but as are Q9, but
Fine, thingy,
on the ones who have to make the move. And ST are quite happy to wait for them to come to them. Giant Kodo, can they actually combine to do anything here? Giant Reef can answer back. Mount Chi, he was able to find a kill, but they get taken down, and they come into the Lion's Den. STE pulling this one down. Jai will fall, but gets out lane. There's 3 with the War Machine, and that may well be the round. 19 versus 9.
Yeah, that might well be the worthy sacrifice here. It is the life differential that is so daunting. 25 seconds. All Q9 can do now is just turn the tide in their favor by way of tick progression. You got to get on the point.
Skird's really tagged up here as well, but Lane can't find him. Skurd can find 3 on minimal health and get away. Cloud should be able to pick this one up, but Skurd continues to survive. Eventually, he'll get rid, and now the battle lines are being drawn a little bit further up for Q9. 5 seconds, you're going to find the push. Mauchi can find 2. Onto the point they go. 5 versus 12, but this is doable. They need to find 1 wave of kills, and this point will go very, very quickly. 5 versus 11 investment coming in from Q9, but as is from STE. Q9 still a chance to do this.
Yeah, the death machine is gone now.
Nice, it's GG's.
Still do this, but now players on the point store. They're trying to defend it down to the last 3.
3 versus 7, 2 versus 7. It becomes a little bit more difficult, but Mauchi, the Annihilator.
They're not fast cabinet.
By a player takes down his teammate. Left now in a 1 versus 4. There's 3 from Mauchi. Does he find the 4th Mauchi? 1 versus
Wait, that guy's just holding.
Contestation comes through. And the Annihilator player may well have given him a chance, but it's a difficult one to pull off. He finds another.
Yeah, FDX just hold him, which makes sense. Wait for your teammates.
He had the Predator missile in his back pocket.
No, if he calls the Pred, he dies from the guy on point. Is he just gonna run at him? FDX actually put that good of like holding.
Mauchi was a moment away from pulling off one of the most insane plays.
That's 5 dead. That's 5 dead.
This round with an explosion.
Oh, you're gonna get 2 more? Oh, wait. Fine. I thought that guy was gonna run to the Alps.
The defensive side goes over towards Q9. Defense has won every single round of the 4 that we've seen. An extra tick, I believe it was over towards A that they got a hold of, and then a tick over towards B would have made the difference. Maybe even the tick that you managed to get towards the end of your might have helped as well. D-Chen, now War Machine out. ST gone. 26 versus 19. That life advantage for Q9 right out of the gate is a substantial one.
Did their arms for next round?
It's the same situation as before, right? It feels like Q9 are more assertive in their defense, that STE never really get much of a chance at either of the points, but now maybe they will. War Machine doesn't amount to that much. Now they've got to go, but it's just towards the blender.
It's hard to find a way.
Wait, this is an opening. Never mind. One guy on point. Do they know? Okay, now they know.
Firing bullets in every single direction. Clove actually going to find a couple there though, and then maybe able to get something going. Curly, yeah, cleans it up. As they so often do. 20 versus 10. SC are seemingly desperate.
Yeah, SC is playing like they're desperate to go on point. Just go next map.
They won't even get a tick unless they can produce an
The way how they're playing this is like they're desperate to get on point on like A site. So yeah.
3-2 Q9, 2-1
Go next map.
Q9. They find themselves in the lead in this series again. And when it comes to the crunch, they just seem to find a way. It may well have been a tight control, but really, was it?
I mean, I think, yeah, that is one of the more misleading 3-2 scorelines, right? Sometimes you get those, right? We always talk about the misleading 3-0s. It's like, well, yeah, it was a 3-0, but also, yeah, all the maps were close, all the rounds were close. Sometimes we get those. Yeah, that was a misleading 3-2, you have to feel, because I think, you know, every single time that we saw Q9 on the defense, they were dominable. I mean, it really were. And you know what's funny, actually, is you brought it up as we got into the final round. Well, maybe if Stalwart had a tick or two, they might have got defense for round number 5. Cast your mind back to round number 1, right, where we had that 9 versus 1, and we saw, I believe it was, I don't know who it was, to be fair, in the 1 versus 9, desperately trying to stop Q9 from charging to the operators by playing that cat and mouse game with all 5 players. Well, if that player had jumped straight on towards A instead and forced Q9 to try and stop him, that would have been a tick. Like, I don't think Q9 would have immediately tried to go for that kill. They probably would have allowed a tick or 2 through. So, yeah, small decisions like that can come back to bite you in the end, although hindsight is perfect, or whatever the phrase, I don't know.
A wonderful thing.
A wonderful thing, that's the one. Regardless, STE, I think, you know, just, again, not able to get out of their spawn when they're on their offenses. Q9 really know how to drill the screws in.
I mean, this was nearly one of the best players of all time in Call of Duty Mobile. Just like every direction, bang, 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 bang. 4 different kills with the Annihilator comes through in the blink of an eye. Mao Chi nearly pulled off one of the Call of Duty Mobile moments, and it would have been a place to do it. But a 2-1 lead now for Q9, and heading into a hard point, they find themselves with the lead. This one really still could go either way, though, and like, I think the thing is here now for Q9, they know they've at least, at worst, got Tunisia to go to for a map number 5, but they've got a Combine to get through beforehand. Stalwart will feel confident on that Combine, but they need to make sure they got the job done, and then they need to try and bring the air game to Tunisia if we go that far.
I'll be perfectly honest, though, right? I mean, again, kind of going big picture here with the maps. I don't necessarily know if the Tunisia matters that much, and I know that feels like a really wild thing to say, but we literally just saw...
Q9 has visa issue. Can they borrow players?
From Q9, Coastal, of course,
yeah, they can pick up. They can pick up any player they want, I believe. Not any player they want. Any player who was in like. So, for example, I don't know how CDM works, whatever. But for example, I'm gonna use this as an example. Stage 4, any team who played in Stage 4, you could pick up, I believe. Like, if out of the if you played in Stage 4, you could pick up a Stage 4 player, basically. That's how it works. That's literally how it works. That's how it works over here.
And that's the scary thing, I think, for Q9 here. If you're not able to shut down the likes of Reef, Jai, and Clove here, obviously, I mean, you could probably name the entire
Now,
roster,
for CDM, I don't know how that works.
Jai and Clove in particular, this is going to be a tough map for them. I think there is absolutely ample opportunity here for Stalwart to force a map for 5.
Having a look at some of the last times that Combine has been played by Stalwart, this is their pick. They actually managed to play it over their last 2 games, beating OUG 250 to 131. And then the real stinger, and I've just had it on my screen and I've entirely lost, but I will find out in a second. There you go, that was it. It was a 250 to 47 against Street. STE, like Combine, is kind of my point I'm trying to make here. Now let's see if they can force that map number 5. I feel as if this series is at the moments that makes it deserve it. When we go to the barn burner that is Combine, it is just an absolute ruckus on every single occasion, and who's going to actually thrive in that chaos? ST will fancy themselves. Q9 happy to join the pie.
This is a big map for both of these two teams, obviously for Q9 to win the series. Stalwart, though, they've been so successful on this map, and a lot of that comes down very often to the amount of time they're actually able to convert away from P1. It's very easy to lose track of P1 on this map mode combination, so for Stalwart, just try and get another kill if you can and get Q9 out of it. That's a solid start, though, from Oling. If there's anybody you want to shut down on this map for Q9, it is that man.
I mean, just how well he plays with the HS, I mean, consistently going to be a problem on Combine, right? Finding those angles, finding those choke points, and just finding everybody on STE. There's 4 in a row from Aling. You can make it 5. You know what? 6 is about to follow as well. You're already dead. Fox can be dead, and anybody else want to find it? FDX was the one to fall. Not Fox, my word. My brain's not working, but my brain's...
Oh, guys, Olin has 10 kills in the first, hell.
He will open the door there. Oling picking up those kills mean that Q9 will be able to flip the spawns in their favor. They get 40 seconds off of P1. That's what Stalwart normally do, and now they have control of P2. The one positive here for Stalwart, they get away with gunfights, they get Q9 into those back spawns. This could be a good heal for them.
It feels as if Q9 have come into this one with a real bit of momentum after that control. STE trying to find a way through though, as mentioned. Those back spawns are hard to break through, but it's a bit of a split now for the two players left from STE to try and hold down inside.
Yo, Owen has a HSR equalizer. Bro's a SMG player now.
Regain control, 40 seconds to play for.
This is a big kill for Q9. Still all trying to get through the front of this hard point. You've just got Oling watching it like a hawk. Investment now early. The Death Machine and the equalizers, everything coming out to play. And Stalwart feel like they're banging their heads against the wall at the moment because they just cannot get through. FDX will remove the Death Machine, but honestly, you're fighting for scraps at this point. This is a heavy investment from Q9 on this hard point. They want every single second of time.
What's the snow?
I mean, you want every single freaking second. Anyhow.
Teams to deal with. Q9 invest immediately. No, they're gonna get it back quickly.
But it happens. Hey, you got rotation. That's all that matters. Boom, you spawn there. It happens, but hey, you got rotation. It was worth it.
Not looking too hot either. Curly trying to work the middle of the map and is doing so well. Lovely transfer. As now, eventually, Q9 make their way over towards the next hill, and they are putting STE to the sword.
There's no way you should lose that rotation.
No, there's no way.
You should not be losing that rotation like ever. And well, these spawns are super janky, but if you can hold them
Somebody
down,
pick up D,
well,
right? He's using one machine for deep, I guess.
Much for free. Stalwart right now struggling in the kills department as well. Jai is only at 9 kills, Clove at 6. Those guys, if they can step things up tenfold, Stalwart will be back in the game. But right now, 17 points is not great.
From STE, they need to make sure that they make these operators count, and this is really the first time that we've seen it from STE. Q9 got theirs very, very early. Scared doesn't need an operator, finds 3 pretty much immediately. They get themselves inside of the point. 15 seconds to play for here. STE are going to start to have to find every single one of those seconds. They're going to find a break back through. Clove and Co are starting to get a hold of their operators now, but they need to make efficient use of them.
I will say for Stalwart, it's not the end of the world. You get the back 20 seconds or so. You're only 60 points or so down, and towards the next hard point. That's a wave of gunfights for Stalwart as well. So first touch looking pretty good, but you got to float more.
CoD trying to find something there onto Oling. He finds a breakthrough though, but the rest of this team through the middle of the map are able to find a little bit of something. Clove and Co though trying to push forward, trying to force them back, and that's going to be a good break coming through from STE. 45 seconds to play for here, and that's the thing. I think some teams can come out swinging. You see those operators come out. Q9 made the most of it at the time, but STE have done very well to bring this one back with their operators themselves.
Yeah, I like STE's get team play at the moment as well. You get a player like Reef behind enemy lines trying to play distraction while the rest of the kills coming through the front, but now the kills are coming through the front from Q9. That's the break that they wanted, and the thing is, when Q9 break, they immediately invest their operators. That's 4 in a row on the Tempest for Curly. Hunter Killer Drone immediately in the air. They want this snowball back up again.
Yeah, they want to keep it rolling if they possibly can, and they are rolling it. It's getting bigger and bigger. Q9 finding that break, and that felt like STE's way back into this game. It is far from done, but you think that 20 seconds goes over towards STE. You're sitting at 80 or 90 points, and Q9 are only 10 or 15 away. As it goes, Q9 find that break. They find those 20 seconds.
He did. That's the second time I saw him shoot, but not shoot.
The hope dissipates, if anything, from STE. Q9.
I'm confused, but is he like misclicking or something?
Rotation. The one thing Stalwart cannot allow here is that 40-point lead that Q9 built up off the back of this hill to begin with. You cannot give away 40 points on P1. You can't just solo focus on New, and well, I think Oling absolutely can do that. Efforts to try and flip out the spawns already, because that's what Oling did last time, but they will go alright. Stalwart, finally, wave of gunfights, finally, P1 control, finally, P2 spawns. All of that has to stay in place.
Q9 looking to put themselves and cement themselves into that top 3. Oling, he just can't do anything wrong right now. Everything he seems to touch, well, dies if you're STE, but if it turns to anything, it's gold for Q9. Curly continuing his sprees as well. Everybody on Q9 is pitching in. This is a phenomenal amount of time over towards P1. Heading over towards P2, though. STE are stuck in those back spawns, but they are going to be the first ones there. They're going to have to defend with their backs against the wall.
Gotta hold on here. This has to be a full 60. You cannot even let Q9 look at this hard point, and you will be the first team to touch. But now it is time for Q9. They're gonna get over here, Ton. They're gonna cause some carnage.
Oh, Tempest is out. Curly trying to find what he can, but Jai here with the War Machine, he's gonna cause a lot of problems as well. Continuing to survive, he's gonna try and push them away, but Cloud, he's gonna start bringing some...
No, Cloud.
Kill himself there, so that's not gonna work.
No.
STE, can you find a way through? Yes, you can. You find the break, 40 seconds to play for, but it feels like every single time STE are finding a break, we're always saying...
My God, it's too off screen.
You truly do now. you're 80 points behind, but this 30 would be massive.
Yeah, it's just Q9 just being mixy, right? I mean, they're just constantly getting a player in, and every single time they do, it's a contest for a couple of seconds. But that time, it does accumulate. And Stalwart, they will be missing that time as we go further and further throughout this game. 3 kills
aggro, yeah.
Now they are the ones back through.
Literally.
Stalwart with 15 seconds
My rewards
left,
are done.
You cannot be in this position. Like, you have to flip those spawns now and get this time.
God.
They are trying to do it, but Oling, he has other ideas.
Chen trying to have a little look there as well. Did not quite manage to find his way through, but Q9 could not break through. ST did well at holding
My
on back,
rewards
keeping
are
a fair
done,
point.
Chuck.
The problem is that they need every single second they can possibly get in the rotation over towards the next hill, but that's a problem for another day. That other day has arrived, and that other day has a new dawn by the looks of things for ST. They're starting to find the kills. They're starting to find the transition. Can they find the break? Owling says no. No way he finds another. Reaper's there to pick up the pieces, but there is the trade. Bit of a 50-50 between these two. 45 seconds.
Yeah, back spawn still good though for Q9 here. FDX will find 3, but it means that Q9 will continue to spawn at the back over and over again. ST under constant assault.
So have your guns up. You got to keep them completely locked down as much as you can. The choke points are going to be influential, and those choke points are being lit up by ST bullets. Owling trying to find a flank, and once again just switches to the pistol and makes things so difficult. Jai is the only one who can find anything. Owling now out with the equalizers. The break will come through. Q9 were too close. ST could not deal with them.
That's a big shutdown though. The equals are out of the play for the moment here. So Stalwart, they've got a path to the rotation, and they did look pretty good last time around. They got the good look at this hill for the first 40 seconds of it, and then lost it in the closing moments. Obviously, we need to see them do better if they want to close. The advantage of Q9 is built up, but that wave of gunfights, that is a phenomenal start. Now just do it again.
Managed to really have a better time of things on this second rotation, haven't they? They did well at P2. They managed to break through at P3 and limited the damage. Now they find themselves less than 60 behind. 50 seconds up for offer here, over towards the next hill. We go over towards P4, and can you defend from every single different front that you need to? Well, if you got some equalizers, that typically does help, but Clove can find 3, yes. But he gets shut down pretty quickly. They wouldn't have minded him inside of the point, but he can't be there anymore. But Reef and Co still are. D-Chen, he can answer back with a Sparrow of his own. There's 2, doesn't find a 3rd. FDX and Co still continuing to survive. Tempest is out. They need these points.
Ah, beautiful operator investment coming out from Stalwart. It is a full yellow feed. This is the time that desperation is perfect, because you are investing every single operator you have into closing the deficit. You want to get back in the game. It's time to get those operators in play.
Q9 trying to have a desperate attempt over towards the final few seconds, and they may well get a look at it. FDX, though, he can shut them down. That lead was 70 or so at one stage, and SCE have brought this one back. It is a 15-point game as we head into another rotation of hills.
Once again, Stalwart incrementally better at holding P1 control. Did not give away anywhere near as much time last time around, and they held that rotation towards P2. So Stalwart, they know what to do. Now they just have to put it into practice. But Mauchi, he's on the crawl with the death machine. That's a big shutdown.
Massive shutdown coming through from Jai, but everybody else on the team of SCE are starting to fall. Q9 are having a wonderful time. Things over towards P1 again. They cannot quite win it here, but SCE may well be able to lose.
SCE is coming back.
Canadian rising, but Q9 doing a really good job at holding down over towards P1. Things starting to get a little bit more mixy, but you're not finding a great deal if you're STE here. Q9 are just totaling points up.
This is a lot of time you're giving away. I just stress about what happened back on the first hard point. You're finding all the kills if you're a Q9. You're finding so much time here that really one just break over towards P2 would...
I need 5 more.
Really dangerous.
I need 5 more AK-117 for the free mythic. And then I need 5 more for the RPG.
Really good job from STE to actually limit that damage, because it was.
So I'm most likely gonna get that tomorrow or whenever I stream again.
They will spawn towards the back
or
hill.
yeah, basically tomorrow, hopefully. Well, tomorrow's gonna be finals, but like freaking where what time I stream, like the 8 AM whatever. For like 2 days probably.
Operators are being brought out. We say when Q9 smell blood in the water, they just hammer down time and time again. ST need to find a break, but how are you going to do it?
Because I gotta use your pred. Your pred. I mean, I guess that works too.
And that is Q9 to the winners bracket final. Does the break come through? It will not matter, or will it? FDX can find a way through.
Olin still has his pred. Just use it, dude.
ST survive. ST find a way through.
There's an EMP in the mix. Get that thing out. You just need 2 points.
Get yourself in. Can you find a way through? STE somehow managing to keep this game going. Q9 only need 2, and there they are.
Bro saved his prep for next game.
Themselves at the top of the table. They will send themselves to the winners bracket final here at the CoD Mobile World Championships.
Owen's funny, dude.
Oh my god,
Love
son.
it.
Q9. What a blitzing start to the final hard point of that series.
I love it.
What was the deficit? Like 80, 90 points, something like that, but maybe I'm exaggerating, I don't know, but it certainly felt like Q9 was
Oh, yeah. By the way, what do we go next game? Next game. And right now we got OUG winning by 200 points to 208 to 73.
The destruction of the opponents. Nugent finally get inside, but surprise, surprise, there's only 10 seconds left, and OG have already rotated onto the next hill.
Kings like a turret out there on the gondola.
No, they're not updating the bracket in this freaking website, please. Update the bracket.
Tuck himself in close with the shotgun and go to work up high. One player slips past, but not for very long before he gets cut down. New Gen Ninjas are struggling. Marvel tries to do his best out on the cliffs, but it won't last for long. Solo now with his death machine finds two and pressures the third in the back. Recognizes there's a reposition, will be done with. You only need 22 seconds if you're OUG, and if anything, it feels like they could have ended this a while ago. They're happy to get off this point and go and find more kills because this is so bloody comfortable. Viper finds one while on his belly, does very well, to be quite honest with you, and will get you a couple more seconds of contest.
Freaking King with the Type 60 abuser, bro.
OUG, they can't win it here on this hill, but they're not far.
They are definitely not far in here. 15 seconds left. He goes outside for a second. He gets executed. Does not matter a whole lot. OOG are dominating. New Gen Ninjas.
Yeah, they're dominant.
100 points in this game, and they may not. If they continue to struggle like they have, there's gonna be the usage of Tempest by the hands of cartels from the outskirts of that cage, just patiently waiting for go his way, and
OUG wins the series, wins Glory series, goes for revenge on Wolves. Oh, wait. But hopefully we see that. But, see.
Dad going to be defeating New Gen Ninjas. OG have made it so strong in this map of Summit that completely changes what I thought we could see from this accumulation of maps, because this looks now awful for the New Gen Ninjas.
Well, as I said, I did get a look at New Gen on Summit previously, and they look good.
The thing that sucks about this is Tech knows how to shut down Marvel. Tech knows how to shut down Marvel because, I mean, actually, Tech knows how to shut down Viper and Marvel, kind of, because Tech was on the same team as Marvel and Viper, but Viper was underage during that time, but he has improved so much. Tech knows just from years ago, whatever, obviously. So, like, it's leaning more towards OUG due to the fact that Tech knows how Marvel plays, and Marvel is a key player on this team. Wait, what do I say? Marvel is a key player of this team for S&D, and them winning the hard point is gonna be even difficult for them to win the S&D because Tech knows how to shut down Marvel. Marvel's a key player for S&D, so like this is gonna be interesting.
KD for Tech and over 2.0.
I lost my thought for a second. I was like, what? My brain just stopped for a moment.
So clean, and I would argue that the game even took longer than it should have. Why? Because they were so focused on the kills that they would get themselves out of the hill in order to get them. They do get it, and that's like 2-3 extra seconds that if you accumulate, they could have finished this even in a hill earlier than what they did.
No, most certainly. It did seem like moments it was just like, oh, I'm going to go find some bodies to put up here because I'm having a great time. Well, flowing so well out here. But that ends then the hard point, and we know that that is a strength of OUG. We look to the S&D. Now, on the evidence we've had so far, this is where OUG have struggled a little bit. It hasn't been their best showing. That being said, the New Gen Ninjas, they're having to make up systems on the fly. Now, talking to Marvel again last night, he was like, we just keep it simple.
Oh my
we
God.
stick to the roles that we've assigned each other to.
My audio is just turned up on freaking Twitter and like
and then take
weird.
that with us into the bomb position. As such,
So
you're not expecting a deep play,
confirmed match tomorrow. It's gonna be Elevate versus Q9.
Right.
So
very raw looks.
be interesting.
Squads coming into S&D.
That's a really good point. The fact that neither of them
I can't read Spanish.
OG was thinking nothing.
Forgot MVP on the map he hates.
Gonna be playing here, but they are.
Tech is just a crybaby, dude.
Ninjas had to join forces, double kill with a nade there for Jess to open up the floodgate. That's incredibly unfortunate for the side of OUG, and I feel like OUG, one of those teams that definitely hates grenades, specifically Tech. I don't know if you guys remember a couple of years ago when the team
Tech hates nades. Tech hates freaking
with a single grenade killing 4 other teammates.
He just hates everything. He's a crybaby, I guess.
Going to be marvelous as they have already planted the bomb as well. But I feel like nades have taken a spotlight very brightly in today's matchups.
They certainly have in this round. Perfectly placed out of cartels to catch players trying to get to this bomb site. And it's one of the things that lends to the geography of Tunisia. It's a lot of corridors, a lot of tight alleyways. And Viper, he's begging for someone to show a face, and they do at the angle that he's not.
Play for KD, play for KD.
He's going to back up, try and bait Kings in, and well, probably wishes he'd stayed in the scope, and for all that, you get nothing. Kings picks it up, 1-up, and New Gen Ninjas will be surprised that they ended up in that position, considering you get that double off of Jez with the nade early. It's just that perfect read by cartels. We got the bomb down. We know where they're going to be reinforcing this site through. I'm going to pop a cook nade into that spot, finds a 2-piece, and hands it over.
Really good plan, you know, really well thought of, and it works really great in favor of OG. That was 3 kills in favor of cartels. Let's remember, he is a natural slayer. He likes to go forward. You know, I'm never surprised when he does. Right there, Marvel gets a knock, but reveals his positioning. That's something that Raf takes advantage of, takes that kill using that shotgun. They know now where the bomb is on the side of New Gen, but does it matter? We'll see. Raf has picked up a sniper from the ground, and with that, he took that kill into Viper.
Oh, certainly did. Jazz gets the hit marker through the wall. The plaster does enough to spare your opponent's life, but that's about all. And, well, it very quickly turns into a 1v3 here.
That's 4 for Raf.
Fran pauses, has a shotgun, so if anyone does squeeze through, you've done enough. But Kings, well, stops his teammate getting the A's, won't really care because that puts you 2-0 up. It's looked very straightforward so far, getting themselves onto those bomb sites quickly, getting the bomb down and forcing the equation onto New Gen.
And just like you predicted it, you know, you talked to Marvel, they had to come up with simple strategies, and that's exactly what they're doing. You're choosing a place to go, and they do. OG, I can say the exact same thing, but the gun skill is definitely being way more favorable for the side of OG. As we now begin round number 3, what is there to change for the New Gen Ninjas? They do take a kill, but they immediately drop 2 players. They're trying
I wouldn't be
to
surprised.
but immediately they take the opportunity to plant the bomb, and all of a sudden, all the pressure on the shoulders of New Gen yet again.
Jazz tries to creep forward, doesn't get away with it. Kings spots him. Raf gets the assist onto Fran. Solo was with the finish. Marvel with
it's just
sexy one.
OEG knows his team, knows New Gen too well, with the players. They know that Tech knows Marvel, and Marvel Tech knows how Marvel plays. Tech knows everything about it. It's like it's possible.
How simple it's been. There's been no point through this matchup except for maybe the opening nade by Jez, where I've thought these guys are in control of this. OUG walking.
That might be the most optimized player in the world setting-wise. Broken notice 1 FPS difference. What?
If you compare it to any other Search and Destroy we've watched, the rounds are way faster right now. The average is less than a minute, which is wild to me. And look at that, first blood already in favor of OG, none other than
Bro is a tech nerd.
Now 5 kills, and on top of it all,
nerd.
Bomb is gonna be planted. Bomb is gonna be planted, and that's a 5v4.
You're gonna try and find different ways in here. Cook nade, does it get anything? It actually manages to be 1 kill from Viper in the
Wait, Viper just why did you the left corner?
Returned by 2. You'll have to slay a few more if you're going to get to this bomb. You've got about 15 seconds to do so. Raf's having himself a game for sure. And Viper, you have nothing to work with. A 1v3. This feels like every other round we've tuned into so far. My feeling here, obviously, I've got very little in terms of watching OUG playing S&D on Tunisia. But what I'm seeing here is that I think they recognize New Gen Ninjas don't really have a strat in terms of defending these or in terms of retaking these, recognizing that it is a simple strategy, and they're happy to play into it.
Yeah, no, I mean, at the end of the day, if you know that their strategy is just not there, and you know that you have a better gun game when it comes down to one-on-ones, why not go ahead and do the simple thing? Plant the bomb and go ahead. Right now, they lost 2 players, but the immediate take back is by Kings eliminating Viper. Then they're solo suffering the shotgun play there from Fran. I like the way this is playing out for New Gen Ninjas, but at the same time,
That's what
that
he says.
simpleness that's hurt
Even though,
them
bro, even though Tech has 0 kills,
like you mentioned, have struggled on Tanisha. But if
he knows these players play.
does not play
He's
as
worked with
S&D, because
players not too long ago. You're not seeing me coach these players, you know, all that type of stuff.
Put pressure on the timer onto the shoulders of New Gen Ninjas, and then go for the fights. That's pretty much what
Tech was literally coaching Godlike, which with Viper and Warden actually. Weeks before this, he was coaching them, and then all of a sudden, you know, the visa stuff. So.
But it will
That's unfortunate. Things happen like that. That's normal.
Find themselves to an unprotected bomb site. I think New Gen Ninjas are happy for that, to be honest. We've got the numbers advantage. You plant.
The only player Tech doesn't probably really know is Fran, but
actually,
sure.
OUG is cycling.
He shoots that. You're not gonna want that from that range. You're joking, right? You're joking, right?
Between their legs towards B.
Free. You didn't even have to shoot at him.
Marvel's watching.
It doesn't. You could have pulled out your pistol. Higher chance kill him with your pistol. You actually went if you actually want to kill.
4-hour swarm now. The thing is, with such a heavy numbers advantage as well, you can hit this from different angles quite comfortably. I like OUG's approach, just both sit backside and hope you do enough to pick up whoever this is going to be here in terms of Jez and Co. But actually, 3 of them have just decided to run through this backside. And what can you do to stand against them? Kings with 1, Cartels with the other. Cartels taps away with the Odin, does enough. Can you find the 3rd? No, Jez gets 2. Great work up close with the VMP. And we'll get there in time to defuse.
Giving me some bad news for the next team.
Pulled it off for 2v4. Great work from OUG, but New Gen Ninjas stacking those 3 bodies through the back enough in the end. And it's a good thing they did. I thought they were going to go for the big wide rat from all the angles. Thank God they didn't. They nearly lost that.
They nearly lost that. That's the biggest issue. That's the biggest thing. The fact that New Gen with a 4v2, they're still not comfortable. They're still not used to these sort of scenarios. It's tough. It is definitely tough for the side of New Gen Ninjas. One final round before we flip sides. This has been OG on the offense. So once they change onto defense, I feel like it's going to be even more aggression coming down from OG, who already have first blood, already get second, and now that's going to be the 3rd one. All of a sudden, it's only Viper and Gordon. And with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this is looking fairly fancy for the side of OG.
Warden catch Kings coming in, but Cartels instantly trades. Viper caught with the boxing gloves out. Done many amazing things. I don't think we expected.
Hyped up OG's direct in the best team in there make his mistakes.
And it's hard.
But this roster, I guess, there's no sniper.
It's been so simple for their opponents, and OUG will largely reinforce A off the rollout.
Simple though now. Flower is your coach, but he's working online. He's not physically there. He's online.
To get things going if a combat will mount.
Let's see now. Marvel took a lot of damage, but still managed to survive, which is very, very important for the side of New Gen. There is the.
Oh, I'm jumping frames.
Is holding the bomb right now, but they're taking their time. It only makes sense, right? We saw them struggle like crazy on the first initial 6 rounds, so they need to do the best they can in here.
Stream, come back.
Players.
I dropped frames for a couple of times and it comes back.
Possible, but all of a sudden there's Tech, who finally joins the party, joins the fun, takes a double, gets executed, does not matter. Viper to the ground thanks to the hands of Kings. There's the retake now by
What's
Fran.
my
Really, Kings cause some more pain, and all of a sudden it's a 1v1.
Raf actually sees Jez cross there. But does he recognize it's a reposition? I think so. Shotgun in hand. Is Jez expecting this? There's a sniper on the deck here. I think Raf's read this beautifully, but has Jez as well, and no! Does get a tap of bullet in, but not enough to find the final blow. The HS will be the preferred weapon of choice and the correct tool for the job. I mean, a great read by Jez, but you're just not winning.
What's up, Supreme?
Can't believe it. Honestly, can't believe it. I mean, it makes sense, right? It makes sense for these two teams to be playing out the way that it is, because neither of the two have the best strategy or plan. They're just brute forcing into one another, and we've already saw it on on map number 1 that it was OG who was outslaying constantly, and that's exactly what they're doing here. Kings already got the first blood. There's only 4 people alive on the side of NewGen. There's a headshot now for Tectonic, and once again, this is looking amazing for OG.
That it is. This has been brilliance from them. 3 bodies on 8.
My upload speed is good. Why am I dropping frames?
A side, and there goes Warden as well. All on Jez.
Makes no
To
sense.
figure it out in a
This never
1v5.
makes sense to me.
Finds the first. Raf gets a little bit too eager to end the round. And of course,
Online culture might be the meta? No.
Jez.
No. No.
Actually, it looks like Cartels and Kings have gone for a cuddle, which is really nice. That's lovely. But Jez being offered nothing. And unfortunately, it will soon be everything because all the 4 bodies are on this A point. That's the second.
Yeah, online coach is not the
And
meta.
that will be that. It looks nice in the end, I guess, that Jez manages to pick up 2 more, but realistically, OUG having some fun with it as they rack that up 7-1. Simple. Is how we've been describing it.
Yes, no other word, right? Plain and simple. It was just a genuine clash in the middle of the map, and there was that. Maybe there was a bomb plan, maybe there was a few nade kills, but it was just a clash in the middle of the map. It was just that. There was no more to that. And I mean, very good for OG, but at the same time, NewGen Ninjas are now losing 2-0. Kings, once again, he was jealous of King from Wolves getting a 12-4. He goes ahead and does the same thing, 12-4. Then, of course, you have a 10-3, 8-4, 5-4. Maybe tech, maybe negative, but he's always the player to carry the bomb and plant it. That's why he has such impact in the game. They all had a role, they stick to it, and they play.
Sure, Cartels and Kings.
Yeah, I think it was Tectonic as well. It was a case of, boys, let me kill something. I think he was on 0 kills by like round 6 or something.
Yes.
So he's like, can I get involved in this? Anyone else want to carry this thing around? It's it's a great job from OUG. They look great. And tuning in with the player cams there, you can tell that the vibes are good. All the way through this week, we've kind of sat around the players and stuff and all characters on that team. They'll be loving life right now, up 2-0, looking great about it. And I think reassuring themselves that they belong in this room, even if they didn't initially qualify. It's purely because of the quality of the region that they were coming out of. It's a tough task for sure, and yet they'll be standing atop many a team and atop many of the bodies of the NewGen Ninjas currently. For the NewGen Ninjas, it is a difficult situation coming into this tournament, quite frankly, it is. And while Marvel spoke very highly of the players that he's playing alongside in this godlike S8UL team, it's still one of those, you don't have systems. Hardpoint, I think anyone in Call of Duty understands that very well. That's second nature. S&D and Control, you need strategy. And unfortunately for these guys, that playbook is going to be about 1 page thin.
Yeah, and that's even worse. Like you mentioned, it already showed that it is not necessarily that much about strategy. It's more about raw gun skill. And as we move it onto a Control with a 2-0 lead, I was hoping, I thought that we could get onto a game 5, but because the side of OG won map 1,
yeah.
that completely changed the outcome. And I feel like without that hardpoint win for the side of NewGen Ninjas, it was all downhill for them.
Yeah, it has been tough. It has been very tough. But this could be
Glory's
your
gonna play
at the World Championships.
SDE.
It could be your
Interesting.
final map of the year. So why not put it all out there?
Absolutely.
Leave it all on the table. And if your new gen ninjas come out swinging, remind everybody just how good you are. Viper, talked about here as one of the best SMG players in the world. That's through your peers. That's through world champions.
Whoa.
Come on, show us. Remind us exactly of the quality that you have. For OUG, it's simply looking to rinse and repeat what has been a simple series thus far. And Viper will move forward with the Type 63 through the middle of the map. Cut down, however, and it's a bit of a do-si-do around the pillars. And what the hell was that? Comes out in the end in favor of pretty much no one as the trades come through instantly. King's going to push forward and holding on to mid, very important.
Like,
we discussed this earlier, and you can see just how
you're
much
playing your old teammate who knows you, who coach, like kind of coach you, whatever. Tech helps coach or whatever. But like Tech knows every single player on this roster besides Fran probably. But he probably has scrimmed against Fran. But he knows every single 4 players on the team. He knows their weakness, everything like that. He literally was coaching Viper, or not coaching Viper, but yeah, coaching Viper's team weeks ago. That's what I meant. It's gonna be very difficult. And plus, Solo, Kings, Hurtels, Ref have improved as players. They improved as players individually. What I have seen.
And gunfight condition, you get all that presence in mid. Kings is going to lose out to Marvel, who's pulled the sniper from the back rock there. But again, I think a lot of this control right now that New Gen Ninjas are getting, OUG should be concerned. They're making great English.
Oh yeah, bro.
On the point.
Yeah.
They are, and that's
Marvel wants
There's a single player though, but let's see for how long he can maintain his health up. That's gonna be Jess. Jess trying to survive. 100 killer drone to the face by Tectonic, and that takes care of that problem. Now Fran is trying to redeem his ally, doing a lot of damage, but not quite finding a kill now.
Yo, what is his crosshair points been? Probably spectator bug. I hope it's spectator bug.
Also Solo. What's going on with Solo and no kills throughout the entirety of the round?
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, don't hate on Solo.
Give him a
Go on squeak, I guess. I guess.
We've still got a little bit of finishing here to do. 4v9. New Gen Ninjas have been brilliant here. Viper's actually decided to bring out the Tempest. Let's find an attack round. They know they can do this right here. They're going to dive the point to force the fight, to drag it in front of Viper's Tempest, and you don't even really need to do that. The kills go your way. 1v9. Kings, well, he's a talented player, but not that good. Jez does enough to close that out. Brilliant work from New Gen Ninjas then. It felt like from the very get-go they were in control of the control, cleaning up quickly around the ring and then dove that point. I'll give a lot of props to Marvel. He did a great job from that backside of pool, just under bed, of covering over his boy's approach.
Absolutely, absolutely. They were working together to make sure that those on the inside did not struggle like crazy. They were making sure that they either got the kill or got the information to his allies to make sure that they are capitalizing on the situation. They immediately captured, they immediately converted those kills, and they are immediately rooting for the kills now, yet again. Double kill now with the Pred missile from up above by Viper. Now, they're trying to capture over on B by the hands of OG. They have managed to go through the middle of the map, but let's see how good that works, because Fran is going all the way around through the pool and into enemy spawn right now.
We did ask for a hell of a lot from Viper, by the way. He has 16 kills this early. No one else in the lobby is remotely close.
Solo has one. He's close.
Viper's decided that this is not the end of his tournament for sure. Annihilator brought out. Predator also. Equalizer as well for Warden. New Gen Ninjas recognizing that with these early operators, what they can do is very quickly turn this into a 2-0. More of that situation of just compounding the effects of leading early in control.
It is wild to me that it is actually control, the one that New Gen is dominating, doubling the amount of health on the opposite end. 30 seconds left. They're trying to go towards Alpha, and well, they're gonna be able to do so, seems like, but for how long? That's the biggest question. They have a few utilities that they could use, but they're on offense. Is that gonna be worth it?
That's a great question. Only OUG can answer for you. And they usually find the kill on towards the stairwell, so 2 ticks will line up. And for New Gen Ninjas, do you just give this up? It certainly seems that they're prioritizing.
Is the USGA from this event? So, no, so some of the US 9 attachments, some of the attachments are banned, and the attachments that we ban are like kind of important. they make the US broken,
Right now,
but
16-8,
in
Kings with
this,
a knock, trying
or
to
like with the
short
ban
power.
attachments, the VMP is better
Trying to make it
and all that
happen
stuff
with a
because the freaking US 9 attachments that makes the gun the most broken gun in the game, it's banned. Like some of the attachments are banned.
Misses the first shot.
It's still usable,
Misses
but
the
it's
second.
not as good as the
Ball
VMP.
dropped to the ground, and so does Kings. All of a sudden, it's only Solo against the world, and he gets brutally murdered by none other than Warden. I'd like to point out.
I don't
feel
think
like
so.
OG are getting stomped on in a sense.
It's a weird series, right? We've just watched OUG.
Wait, did he just say you feel like OUG's getting stomped on? Viper has 21 kills. Only Tech or in Kings have double digits. 0-2. Their 2 round is banned. Yeah, it's been banned. That was obviously gonna get banned. But the barrel, the 2 barrels, I believe 2 barrels got banned. The 2 barrels for the US9 got banned.
Predator missile finds Kings as well.
That's like kind of important.
Like 4 streaks in his last 4 lives. But he's making good progress here. 1 tick on the board. And for OUG right now, I think he's trying to find position. Cartels has found his way into the kitchen. I think he's a little bit surprised by that. And honestly, the timing goes against him a little bit with Viper, who will try and hug the window. Got to keep an eye on the wheelbarrow as well. So on the spin, can you do enough? Well, the answer's no. Tectonic with 2 to break New Gen Ninja's backs for a moment. But 2 ticks came in. You'll be happy with the early work.
You should be. They've been doing a great job so far in here. Right now, the live's slightly closer, which is, in a sense, good for OG, but let's see for how long they can actually manage to keep it up to that same level at a distance. Well, the ARs, the marksmen are taking a lot of an important role in here. Look at that headshot by Viper.
Yeah.
Someone said SMG. Look at him rock that Type 6-3. Amazing job done there from his room. Now all of a sudden they're gonna capture Alpha. Last time around it was B, this time is A, and with that in consideration, what is OG going to do about that? They are tied to the neck. What is next?
New Gen Ninjas right now, it's just about getting out spawn and breaking through a couple of waves. You do have one player who's advanced all the way up towards Pool in Jez, but he's hoping for the rest of his boys to get there. The problem for Jez, I think he's looking to fight for mid-map control to relieve that pressure. He may well walk between 2 different players, not helped by the fact that Raf finds Warden. So OUG with a certain amount of resistance here, and as they continue to hold, they continue to delay, this just burns through the New Gen time. Minute 5 left.
Minute and 5 left in here. Ooh, Tech exploding to the ground. Fran suffering the pain from Kings. A lot of back and forth kills, and all of a sudden, there's 12-9, slight lead in favor of OG. That's exactly what they were looking for, but it took them a very long while to actually be there.
Oh, this is huge. Okay, Kings killed him actually, never mind.
16 of this game. Inside of the hill, there's going to be Viper once again at a distance. Marvel and Jez are both going to be using an operator, which is wild to me, but at the same time, it seems like they want to close this one up. Can they do it, though? 5v5, double for Marvel. There's Garden helping out with the equalizer. They want to finish it off, but the side of OG are trying to remain alive. 3 versus 2 at a distance. There's Jez just spraying with a Sparrow. There's a nade kill for Fran. There's a weapon kill for Fran again, but this is still a 2 versus 2. Is not quite over yet. Tech has an operator, but he refuses to use it, and I certainly understand why.
I think you gotta try and hold on to it, I guess, for later. But you gotta get there first. 2v2, Fran's gonna take the top of the ring. You move forward, that first tick's in. A little bit of damage, actually, for Fran. I think that the War Machine dud.
Get off of it.
And Jez finds King, so it's all on Tectonic then. 1v2, and he wasn't the player with the operator. He's going to invest what's left of his, and that will be that. New Gen Ninjas walked their way to a victory here in the control. Certainly wasn't on my bingo card, considering we walked in, and it was flat out there. You could feel that they'd been walked through very easily in those first 2 maps. Barely a word between them. Apparently they don't need to discuss strategy. They're just going to go out there and slaughter everything in front of them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was incredible to see. You were commenting on it, the fact that they just came from an atrocious, and I mean very violent, with all due respect, New Gen. They lost control completely on Search and Destroy, but they regain it back on control, funny enough, which is wild to me. Very well-deserved victory, and it is now them with the crazy numbers. Look at Jazz, look at Viper, the two definite roles for the MVP slot are those two. It was insane to see them just pop every head that they had in their way.
It certainly is. Viper started so strong as well. Big part of why the team were rolling through the early stages with such comfort. Jez, he was consistently solid all the way throughout. The other three, well, the kills aren't going to be that high because they just weren't needed to be.
I mean, yeah, 25 kills.
Oh, solo?
Between the two of
Bad
them
game.
was like nearly,
That happens,
what,
bad game.
40, 45? Between the two of them on 3 rounds.
Incredible performance from the pair of them, and it will push this series ever further. We will have more showings from the 10th place on our board. And honestly, it's nice to see Viper have that moment as well. I think he's had such a good tournament. It would have been a shame to see him be eliminated in a quiet 3-0 fashion. So the fact that he gets to take over in a map that's crucial to his squad is exactly what we want to see. And I know it's exactly what the fans from the Indian region want to see as well. And if you're a fan of Call of Duty Mobile, you just want more opportunities to tune in with it. And you're going to get that because we've got a map 4, an Apocalypse. Now, the last time you and me cast an Apocalypse, it was a little bit exciting.
It was. It definitely was. I mean, if you're talking about exciting, talk to me about a 250, 249.
It was indeed, and it had one of these teams in it. So for New Gen Ninjas, it doesn't matter how the victory comes. If you have to do it the same way and age a couple of years inside one map, you'll do it. Doesn't matter. But the difference here, of course, is the OUG team that you're up against. Very good at hardpoint, and we saw that in map 1. They were dominant. How do New Gen Ninjas counter that? We've talked about their lack of ability to come up with strategy into this, but completely with circumstances out of their control. Who is it, or what is it that they've got to do here to push it to that map 5?
I mean, I feel like, of course, with the very few times that you have in your hands, you can try to strategize as best as you can. But this map in particular, I didn't feel like the side of New Gen was lost. Like in comparison to the S&D and Tunisia, where they were just, let's just walk and see what happens. Yesterday, when they were playing that game 250, 249, I felt like they were rotating.
Is OUG on a Reddit? No.
They were properly
Happened. What do you mean?
that Viper was getting inside of their
That game was just a bad game for solo. That happens.
Really, really tight spots. So
Let's see if solo pops up now. Everybody has bad games. Guys, I had a bad game in that series against Elevate. It happens.
Marvel gets off to a start.
That game's
He
happened,
dives
guys.
Straight away to, well, himself essentially. It's going to be the pinstripe feeds, the back and forths that are.
Why can't they prove he's this for me? I mean, it's these. That's the whole like that's stuff that we don't even know about. We're not even smart enough to know about. You know, that's government stuff. You know.
Finds his way in through the back and does get in. Great work from him early. Very heads up. Frando's going to push himself into chicken coop and give his players a bit more of a protection buffer, but it's not going to do much for long because the rest of the team are here, and OUG will take hold.
Good amount of kills on both
Our
sides.
team's
so
actually gonna
I'll give
win
it
it.
both. Round of applause for New Gen to at least not suffer what happened last time around.
What do you mean, Flame? Like orgs helping with the visas?
Fairly good when it comes down to hard point.
It's more of the tournament than orgs, I believe.
New Gen, it also
Maybe the
shows
tournament. No.
good promise from them. So as we now begin to move on.
I don't know
to
how
the
it works,
next
to be honest.
The first one to get there could be the side of New Gen. Actually, no. Actually, Jess is going to be executed.
Okay, New Gen has
Side
spawns.
will be Cartels who try to push for more. He gets taken down, but his allies are going to be getting the initial hold.
So Lishal, Jez trying to play close with the VMP. It's contested. The smoke just making it difficult to clear out your opponents, but up and over the
Yeah, I
top
think
is the
people
answer
win now.
for some of this OUG roster. Solo gets himself.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure tournament orgs or tournament owner, like tournament hosts, freaking house the visa. But like I said, I said this before. The only thing I would say about the whole issue is why were the visa documents sent late? That's all I care about.
Manages to do enough to stop him, but well, he says, I'm
But it happens. It's whatever, you know.
The back and forth fight. I like
Yeah,
it.
I don't know.
Love to see it. We were
That's
expecting
my
something
only
similar
issue.
also
Complain.
yesterday. So far, we're getting it.
Yeah.
39 to 45 points. Slight advantage going in favor of the third.
I don't know.
Chinese
I
team
don't know,
who's
Flame.
trying to remain alive. Of course, we have already seen how Wolves unfortunately dropped to the loser bracket. Q9, in case you have been missing it, has been doing not so bad themselves, but in here, OG is still trying to keep the region afloat. They have been so dominant in the past, and they are trying to continue to assert that control over the rest of the world. As we proceed onto the last 40 seconds of this hill, OG has a solid control.
I certainly do, or at least did. 3 kills. The New Gen Ninjas will give them space on the map. Marvel's death machine.
Oh yeah. I don't think. I don't. Just about that. I don't think they don't really do anything. It's just like it happens. That just happens.
Cartels with 2, Solo with his own double.
It's just you're having an event in the West. You're gonna need these teams to get visas. That's how it is. It's unfortunate. It happens in any game that has worlds. You're gonna most likely have visa issues, or gonna have like issues to try to get people's visas. You're just gonna have those issues.
For the longest time, which is Tectonic. He's so charismatic, and well, in here he was trying to hold the control. Unfortunately,
Like
now it was
that's
taken away
life.
very
Unfortunately.
abruptly by the hands of New Gen. Now the usage of Fran's War Machine will complicate it even further. Luckily enough, there was the help of the side of OG to take care of it, but not only the War Machine, now the Sparrow, and that's a Quadra, just exploding them all up. Try to go for tech. Still, does not matter if you die as long as your teammate is still alive inside of the hill. And for at least 20 seconds, that was the case for New Gen.
Well, this has been a better passage for New Gen. Tectonic will do his best to stop that as he finds 3 in the feed and 4 in a row. Raf then answers in. Tectonic's still going. Someone stop this man. He's having himself a performance. 22 kills to lead the lobby alongside Jez. And to be fair, it does feel like a war between those 2 players right now. For Jez, it's a case of not wanting his tournament to be over. For Tectonic, it's wanting to sweep this problem in front of
22 was.
But there is going to be a solid lead here for OUG as we look to
Ireton? No.
second rotation.
I don't know.
They've been the best.
It was in the West, okay? It was in the West. But I guess they got lucky that year and got their visas. It's like these visas don't last for a long time, I guess.
That's right. They are
For I don't even know how long visa lasts. But I thought it was 10 years like the passport, but I guess not. So I don't know. Maybe it's like yearly visas that you need to get.
And that's the type of issues that are having a huge impact against New Gen. The value off of the operators has just not been as great as they would have liked to. Of course, Marvel with the Dead Machine has done quite a job with it, but at the same time, it's just not been enough. It's not been enough. They're constantly trying to keep up with OG.
I thought visa lasts for like 10 years, same like the passport, bro. I guess I'm wrong. I don't know.
Could be the end of the road for
Certainly could. Viper tucks himself inside cave.
Unfortunate.
Takes his time. It looks like it's going to be a tempo.
What I'm afraid of is misses.
For OUG, very clear what they want there. Looking for
Yeah.
at the backside of P2. There's a Sparrow in action.
I see what you mean, Flame. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
And has the angle actually over the top onto the point. Unfortunately, doesn't connect with anything.
It makes sense. Like, that's not a bad decision, whatever. Like, it makes sense.
Swatting down these players in front, cutting them down as they sprint forward. You got to look in through the gap here towards the cave. Can you do enough? You can just bounce it off the wall, turn this into a shredder.
That's why I like don't get the call right there. It's like I just don't understand. It's like, what was that?
Marching ever closer to that 200-point marker, and OUG do not seem to be threatened.
Like Raf should have got some of the skills, or at least damage, or whatever. He should at least kill one or damage one. The ricochet just doesn't make sense.
They were just bitten by something that cannot just let go. They are constantly ostigating the opponents, making sure that they don't feel comfortable, that they don't know what to do to a certain extent. It's been really, really well executed so far for the side of OOG, and this advantage could go even deeper if they continue to play this way. You can see Kings in here barely getting inside, so goes back in, turns around. There's the double for Warden. Warden trying to get through. There's gonna be tag. No, a triple, a quadra now, using that equalizer, immediately pushing for more, make it a fifth, going for more. Pain allows the team to actually move forward, and with the help of the the War Machine, that certainly can bring in a few super good seconds that New Gen need, but it only lasts for a few seconds.
Yeah, that's the thing. That is tough to watch because the equalizer drove your line forward so much, pushed OUG back so far. You're thinking, okay, well, my boys can at least get 10-15 seconds out of this, and once I spawn back in, I should be able to join the party. You spawn in, you see that you've lost it instantly. Cartels will find the kill with the Tempest. Hunter Killer as well going to be sent in the direction of Warden. He doesn't have to deal with it as it hits the house that he's stood in, but you don't survive for very long either way. OUG.
Yeah, push deep. Wait, you guys can push deep, push deep, push deep. Why are we not pushing deep? Why are we not pushing deep for spawns?
Can OUG read this? Well, the answer is no. Solo returns 2 kills by himself.
Why are we not pushing deep for
Raph doesn't know. And to be
spawns?
honest, that should have been an opportunity for Nugent to wipe you from the board, but Solo's gone huge inside and has the Death Machine as a reward to continue to turn up the pain on the Indian roster.
Oh my goodness, spray and pray, baby. Look at all them shots in here now. On top of it, well, there was the usage of the Sparrow by Kings. There's the War Machine by Tag, the Pred Missile by Solo, the pain unfolding into the hearts of Nugent, who continue to fall further and further behind. Of course, there's Vipers, there's the Tempest, there's the break, but there's only 20 seconds left, and the disadvantage was of nearly 100 points. They're finally trying to once again regain some sort of control, but can they do it though? They need it. They have to be flawless in order to survive, to manage to take us to game 5.
Certainly got to throw everything at this. Your last stand in this tournament. Will OUG deliver the killing blow? Well, for gunfights like that from Warden, will do a good job of going towards, but then it's all gold in the feed, and OUG have so much room now. You won't get that body into P1. But the fact that you've been closing it out here just means Nugent have to constantly scramble. There isn't a strategy to this. It is put your body on the line and hope for the very best. Death Machine finds 1. That's 2 from Marvel. Do you read the players pushing out of Temple side? You find 3 and then 4, but we'll cut down after that. Warden tries to dive in now. You've got 30 seconds left on this, but he's sticking around here for as long as possible and then bouncing up for P2, which is the side OUG currently have control of.
And ladies and gentlemen, only 14 seconds
That
are
was
needed
close.
for the side
That was a
of
lucky
OG.
spawn.
Nugent have to be correct. Equalizer
So
for
STT or
Warden.
STE
Gonna take 1, gonna go for 2.
has being Glorious in the first map, PowerPoint Summit,
This heal, that's not gonna be
and
enough time for OG.
Glorious could have got a comeback, but STE got a lucky spawn. Yeah, STE got a lucky spawn. That was interesting. But it was very close. It was 250 to 235. It was Hardpoint Summit. I don't know if I said that. STE got a lucky spawn and then broke the hill. The lucky green spawn.
Only 10 seconds are needed now for OG.
They'll spawn close if you are the New Gen Ninja, so OUG will have to hit them once again. Sparrow goes to great work. Jez will return fire with 2 of his own, but Tectonic's War Machine does enough to finish the job. OUG march on 3-1 victors on the day. Their hard points look phenomenal, quite frankly. Every single player across that team feels like they've had their moments to shine. Kings, of course, going to be one of the players we talk a hell of a lot about, but Tectonic in that last map, so damn good. It's relatively comfortable in the end. It's a shame for New Gen Ninjas, obviously the circumstances that they came in with, the way in which they will bow out of this tournament. They can hold their heads extremely proud for what they did, overcome so many obstacles to get themselves that top 8 position.
Damn. Wait, look at the scoreboard.
Really well played. A good, valiant effort on the side of New Gen.
Hold up.
You see a tech there just showing respect to the players that they just beaten. And I gotta be honest, it was tough. It was difficult for the side of New Gen, but they tried their hardest, right? Both of these teams, this is not at all
I'm gonna show you after.
expecting. But they, like I mentioned, they tried to do as best as
Look
they
at
could.
this scoreboard
Tech
go.
only getting the kills. He was there. with a tied up time of 2 minutes and 34 seconds. If I'm not
YouTube
mistaken,
right
the
now.
other player that we were talking
Oh,
about.
look at the scoreboard. 50-50. 32 or 33 and 52. But they still won the map. That's all that matters. This is what you gotta do to die, or this is what you gotta do to win the map. Die 50 times. Crazy.
In this series, you still have an APOC that's coming up.
Ooh, shit.
There's a lot of opportunities.
Yo, I did not, bro. I missed Ship voice. I didn't hear this whole tournament, dude.
You need to show us something to Search and Destroy. I tell you.
Search and Destroy, go figure, does in fact
Wait.
win championships.
Schiff and I forgot his name.
Was played versus Elevate in that upper
I forgot this guy's name. God damn it.
It's the only one of the very few maps that they were actually able to take. So here we go. As far as Tunisia is concerned, gonna get a lot of HSO presence as far as
I forgot this guy's name.
concerned.
Oh.
There's still so much time left on the clock.
The voice sounds so recognizable. Wait, I gotta see who the casters are. Like hold on. I feel like if I get the name, this guy again. Let me see. Where's the casters announcement thing?
Okay, quick hitter for 2. Make it 3. Yo! Give him the ace!
That's funny.
Oh, mercy! Holy cow!
Now, we're talking about identity crisis. The one thing still remains: single tap, go. Defend the objectives. Challenging one by one like that with a sniper in his hand. We kidding? You kidding? So now, kind of shoves a lot of honesty for SCE, because Mihawk now has that information that there could be a player.
Wait, I think I replied to that. I could probably find them.
Finds us, and now Winery's just await their confidence on this.
And this is the thing: is you can just insert Foki here, and he's good for a
Never replied to it.
Yep. Go ahead.
I did.
Rotate one over back to mid. Keep your eyes and focus purely on if you see anything as a potential indication of.
Is it
to the other side of the map? And Lucazin is just going to get to work trying to hit some wall banks. This guy's done his homework.
Nerdy. Yeah,
I think
Foki, especially.
I think it's proper. Proper.
Decides to execute. He could actually catch a timing.
Did I say his name proper?
The bomb would drop and he would get it.
Did I say his name proper? Let me see. Yeah, it's proper. That's what it is. I was like, I recognize the voice, but I just need to see the face, the name. And like, I know it. Pretty sure that's proper. Proper, whatever his name is. Should be.
Foki trying to play around the back. Tough position though, as Reef has just gone prone. Backside tense. Clove, shotgun up top, difficult to deal with, and the flank is being watched, but Foki connects. Lucas in. Oh, tough hit marker. Yeah. So now the threat is aware of the post plan of Stalwart. Everyone's hidden from the flank, and you've got all guns up, and they're not going to let him live for long. Good response from Stalwart's attack.
I will say this much: there's a whole lot of lack of information, I guess, that was coming through. So we might see Galler's try to double dip into getting one player inside of Winery, but just the fast decision comes through, the snipe to be able to take down Hen for first blood, and then the smooth execute to bull rush all the way over towards B to overwhelm Lucasen was beautiful. This time they're trying to up the pace over towards B.
Opening trade comes through. Lucasen, what did he have for lunch?
Same thing.
Can we just get a Lucasen POV from the rest of this map? Because holy cow. I mean, that's one by one, instant shots. Jai able to throw some response into the action with that pick, but Lucasen is just Himothy.
He's got a bomb drop right in front of him too, so don't really have to do all too much. The nade comes through from Jai, and that kind of reveals the positions. That's an audio cue that Foki's going to be able to get that could be down through the mid stairs, or it could end up being through our spawn. Whether or not one of two could be true, both remaining players for Gallerus are stacked.
What do you got for us, Jai? I would be sweating through my socks if I had to play a sniper rifle versus Lucasen. No trophy for you. Also reveals that the threat is imminent towards trying to collect this bomb. Lucasen on the hard scope. Jai, stunned in the corner. There's the slide across. What do you got? Gonna have to do it again. First shot misses. Jai has also got a shotgun to play with, but Foki right there to meet him in the same battlefield. And that'll work for a second round for Gallerus.
There was a mo where I thought the shot missed and the push with the HSO was going to come through, and You can jump peek that thing pretty quickly, but not going to be the case. 3 rounds in, and Gallerus are absolutely firing. Sorry, Lucasen is firing. He has more kills than the entire...
He almost has more kills than the entire lobby combined.
I did that math quickly.
Oh, it's a treat.
It is.
It's getting to work with those same tags. I love the conditioning that's been set, though, by Gallerus. Keep in mind, round 1, double hit through Wine. Round 2, quick attempt for a flank. Keep Stalwart on their toes as they take this delayed approach through Wine, but Gallerus have played a more orthodox style of defense. And that's a defensive smoke to block the cross.
Well, Mihawk's got to be getting nerved over there. A lot of audio sliding all up there. And yeah, they're going to end up backing down because they saw the smoke come through inside the arches. So that would delay the push. Deep smoke comes through as the fake. Gallerus, they're taking the bait right now, but
well,
Hen is still over here for the B defense, and it's not a long rotation to come assist him.
And Hen got tagged on his rotation through mid, so I think he's going to have his eyes open, and he should know that he just has to play his life. He dives into tunnel. Ooh, maybe this is not as well known as you would have figured.
I should know now.
Should. Hen, first check. Tough. And you just got to get out of there. Oh, with the little red dot chase. Still underway as Jai will find first blood onto Zeus. Mixy battle here as they're looking for more, and it's a no-scope on to Hen. So it's
I don't think it's no scope.
down to Mihawk.
I think it was a spectator bug.
Take down a single elimination, and we're tied at 2.
Taking the bait.
OUG versus Wolves in 8 minutes. Oh my goodness.
That ended up being the overall. Okay, no, they.
Oh my goodness, man.
This site once the smoke started dissipating, but
Does OUG get the revenge, or Wolves just adds another more? They add another.
High effectiveness. So here's a different look now for SE on.
I'm trying to think something cool to say, but another team eliminated.
But brings the goods. Sometimes you don't have to show up right when the invitation says to be there, as long as you're bringing the chips and salsa.
Is that real?
Yes.
All right.
Jai, a little bit of trouble here up close on B. And look at the mini-map. Stare at it. Look at those blue dots making their way around the back. Hey, how are you?
Either OUG gets their revenge, or it's could be OUG's last day today.
And all of a sudden, this play for Gallerus is almost a bit isolated until Foki comes through. 1, 2, 3. Light him up, knock him down.
Yo, we are ore farming in this match. First round, Lucas gets the 5 or ace sniper, crazy shots. I think he got like 2 double. I think he got a double kill. It's the second round. Pokey got a cool 3K right there. Like, we're just clip farming. We're just aura farming. We're just building our aura. We're trying to hit 99 aura, dude. Like, bruh.
Drops though. That will limit how the defense can set themselves up, and Foki also taken down quickly. So it should be a pretty fast plant here for Stalwart in the 5v3. And honestly, if I were looking at one guy, I'm looking at Lucasen. Yep, that's right, Obs team. You know what I'm looking at. He's going to have to be El Diablo right now.
No late utility coming through from Gallerus, at least it looks like. The longer they wait, the more question marks that they're going to end up having.
Has Lucas checked the spot? That spot that he's on, though?
The only player that would be Hen. Zeus does find the first blood for the retake.
You should quick pick it.
That takes down one. Here's the slide across.
He's not looking at the top. Wait, why is he not looking at the top? I thought he's gonna look to right when he peeks that. He didn't even look at it at all.
Go figure. Post plant retakes.
I thought he was gonna like slide peek in, look at that top wine, like crack, but he did not.
You go from here at a.
He never looked at it once, I believe.
Going into Tunisia. I'm looking at Clove to constantly be that real thorn in the side with his HSO shotgun, just always lurking in a lot of different locations, keeping Gallerus honest. But we've seen this from Gallerus. They're very okay to leave the bomb and spawn, just to play for a good timing, and it garners the first blood.
Yeah, that's just not showing a lot of nade presence early towards A, and so Stalwart are like, let me take a look. Well, that's going to cost you.
It sure does.
Early 5v4. Focus up towards mid, and whoa, Foki gets a little bit baited right there as Jai is there to cover his other defender. That's good for a couple, but Mihawk says bet. Or whatever the Portuguese equivalent it would be.
I say bet. They have the bomb. Bomb now recovered. But look, FDX. Yeah, he's going to end up getting the isolated 1v1. If he's going to be able to get the kill, would have been something, but Lucasen will take him down in return. But now the bomb's pancake over towards your spawn. Skurd just going to completely give it up just to try to play for the rewrap over towards B, while Mihawk and Hen go for the chase.
Tons of time on the clock, so there's a lot of opportunity and option for how Gallerus decide to play this 2v1. Rather for Skurd, he's just trying to beat some timing and...
Oh, nah.
I don't believe he sees that.
I thought he's gonna check it one more time.
Behind the play, but I don't think he knows that he is chasing footsteps right now.
Oh, he is chasing Ghost hard right now. There is no way that he would know. I mean, he did clear all of B. It would be astonishing if it was down that site.
There's the information. Oh, and Hen, good timing right there. Has the gun up. Play in the corner on the entryway. Take the first opening offense.
But it's one of those gambles that when you leave the bomb and spawn like that and you got to go back for it because you don't have any arch presence and it's just an isolated player trying to make that play of Lucasen, as good as he is, he will get isolated and traded out. So almost a real scary thing, but Gallerus are right back into the lead. Okay. Okay.
Maybe he's born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline.
Definitely born with it.
Definitely born with it. Dude, Gallerus are swarming, my guy. I'm liking this tempered aggression that we're starting to see. And yeah, Chai's like, there's more than one there. I'm not interested. So we'll rotate the bomb to B. Possibility to trap the offense here with that long route coming from FDX.
Full coverage around the bomb site. Nade is going to land inside a tunnel ever so slightly, but it's not going to connect with anything. This nade will definitely.
That will. Doesn't stop the plant, though. Reset now coming through. 2v2 on the bottom side at B. 1v2.
Ooh, I thought he hit that.
Has been aware of the threat, but Chai connects through tents.
I thought he hit that. I thought that scope was on him.
The defense is
I didn't fully bait.
3v2. That's the idea. Stalwart taking their time, seeing if they can find something from FDX, but he gets tagged through the wall. Now the hit from the front needs to start to produce. Read for the opener. Shot over the top for Jai, doesn't land.
Down there.
And that's the end of that opportunity for the retake. Gallerus get to 5.
Getting loud, get their 5th round, and marching their way closer towards a tied-up series.
Big stretches.
What you want to see from Gallerus, but SCE are starting to get a little creative as far as their opening roles are concerned.
Oh, they're doing the fast play. They're talking fast. They're talking a lot. Is that fast play? What is this? Oh, never mind. Not a fast play. Yo, that guy, he was talking fast, man.
Initially, you know what that means from Gallerus. They're going to execute a site pretty quickly. Lucasen hoping for a challenge. Again, no nades, much like you were saying.
Yep.
Hoping for somebody to challenge. But it's not going to come through.
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice.
Still shame on me.
Still shame on me. Yeah.
Still shame on me.
You know.
Wait.
Patient approach for Gallerus.
Are you, sir?
Feeling things out.
You exported? Did a nade go through the ground? Like, wait. I'm not the only one who saw that, right?
Assist if at all possible, but honestly, this is fine.
I'm gonna open CoD mobile.
The bomb should be in a position to try to.
I'm gonna test what you're doing. What you're doing. Hold on, I'm gonna open CoD mobile.
So much time here in this 3v4. So they're gonna leave Foki behind.
You exported, sir?
He's hearing them leave. He's hearing them leave, but he's not hearing the one that's crouching right around the corner.
Oh.
Hello?
Oh. FDX stuck, and he's gonna get isolated here. Should.
Spending so much time.
So here comes the rest of the help. Hen thinking about the
plan. Open combo, okay.
Now it's just down to can you
connect.
1v2. Stalwart trying to surround. Still time to play with this and isolate the angle. He catches info onto 1. And he's going to try to trust the scope. Does not see Skurd walking his way up ramp, and Stalwart bring us back to within 1.
All right. So Stalwart keeping themselves in the game 1 round at a time. Only trail by 1 now. They're just supposed to come through all off of the innate. I'm pretty confident saying that Lucasen did drop a trophy there inside the arches, so that was probably the giveaway that somebody was lurking over there. So leaving the bomb back in spawn, nades up through mid. Gallerus looking for about a double challenge just for that first blood, but it is a heavy stack on the A defense.
More wallbang attempts, just looking mostly, I would imagine, for information with those hit markers, but nothing going to connect initially. Lucasen on the other side, though, does find 1. Jai somehow, some way connects, and we're going to go for it before. Holy cow. Bomb gonna get collected. Numbers advantage now for Gallerus, made even worse. Clove is pretty committed to having to play in this position. Not much space to work with, and he's gonna try to run it down and see if he can catch one off guard, which he does. But now the difficult part.
He's exporting.
Re-enter A.
Yeah. Especially with
Wait.
sniper, you know, he's going to be well trained over towards the arches.
He is exporting.
And he's going to go back and at least secure the.
He's throwing nades to the ground.
Over under on him hitting this first shot.
Under.
I'm taking the over, dude. He's hitting it for sure. Maybe.
You could throw nades under that whole wood thing. That's so dumb.
Switch the weapons, 1v1. Luke is in up top, trying to make the 180 hero play. Oh, mercy! Somehow Clove just gets into the mix, finds his way to arches, and then.
But I don't know what's the sweet spot that he's throwing it at.
Lands right in his knee.
Yeah.
Right
or ankle.
The old hit marker.
Has he done it before?
The HSO, all off of having the secondary weapon from one of his fallen comrades.
He is expert.
That was your best bet to be able to clutch that round, young man.
He's throwing nades to the balls.
Interesting. In round 11, we go.
Trophy down at mid. Stalwart just taking a quick look. But meanwhile, Gallerus have fully stacked and flooded with utility. But that smoke doesn't really cover the full crossing angle. So info is also gathered here by Stalwart. And, oh, Gallerus are trying to take the fight to him. They're not trying to play for the plant. They're trying to fight him on the backside of the site, and that's not going to work out.
I just don't know how he does it. Like, where's the spot? Is he? It seems like he knows it. I know.
It's a dirty weapon, man. The nade gets the confirmation, then it just ADS, spam out, and just get all of the damage plus eliminations. Nice little three-piece to start that, or stop.
I heard play mid. There's something related to mid.
Up to 13.
Oh wait, never mind.
What do you do now if you're Gallerus? You've been stuffed on the past several attempts. And it seems like we're just going to go back towards a good old default. Get some information with these nades over top of A, lurk inside a line, maybe delay hit through arches, but no information for SCE is all of the information that this is a default.
Three-two split for the defense. Gallerus
He's doing it again.
Restricting any information from being gathered by staying back. Reef showing us what you can do, put it plainly. Hit marker gets some illumination to what Gallerus are trying to do with this stack up over through wine.
Hoping for somebody to overextend here. SCE aren't going to give you that for free. And Gallerus don't want to give away a free blood either.
Oh, and Lucas connects. And now you could try to flood this, because you're going to have to move this defense around. And Lucasen is just continuing to hit shots. Here comes the fall down from top wine. No worries, no problems. Just up to skirt, nowhere to go. Tied at 6. How about a little bit of extra search for you?
Strap yourselves in, everybody watching. We are about to be on a wild ride. Overtime. We'll end up seeing the two teams swap sides once again. So Gallerus back over towards the defense. They love having Lucasen over towards that B-bomb site, looking for the information. Stalwart, aggression, through middle, maybe could pivot over towards Arch because it's only two players just rushing down the gut, and Clove finds the first blood for free.
Okay, looking for more. Hit marker is going to connect. Penn is able to find one to at least trade out his life, but the shotgun continues to deal some serious damage. And that will likely be enough for this round, as Zeus will be left by himself for a 1v3.
He's got the shotgun too here, Alan. On the A-bomb side for this retake. Finds a type 6-3. But he's got to, whatever player he challenges first, if he doesn't rip it, it's all but over.
You know, wallbangs, yeah.
I mean, what are you going to do, right?
Try to get some information, I mean, maybe.
Dude, they're gonna just know that you're wallbanging and they're just gonna switch spots.
Stun over the top.
Making it harder for yourself. So go.
So they get a little bit of space to work with, but Stalwart, they're going to play this, yeah, very, very restrained. No reason to give anything away. Stalwart will take the edge. Okay.
Now we go back over towards the opposite side again. SC had a really good offensive half. It was a 3-3 half into another 3-3 half, but being able to claw their way back from a 5-3 deficit into this moment in time. Lucasen's up to 16 eliminations. They go for the strategy of leave the bomb in spawn to try to catch good timing. Lucasen trying to catch this timing through the blue door and the arches, but ever since that first round where they found success with it, Stalwart have never shown that again.
I love this idea for Stalwart. Again, you're at the advantage. You've got some freedom to do something crazy here in this defensive setup, and they're going for a hard 4-1 stack. Lots of trust to Jai, and why not when he's on 14? But as the round starts to develop, Stalwart will get a little antsy. Keep eyes back over towards mid. Nade from Wine. We'll have Stalwart inching back over towards an A stack. And now it's time to start making some moves for Gallerus with 60 seconds on the clock.
Probably going to be a hard pivot to pick up that bomb and then just flood through the arches. Late nade comes through towards the middle of the map, does not connect on the FDX. So they don't even get any information off their util. Cooking a nade is Hen, going back down towards the center of the map. And that one doesn't hit anything either. So it's still a lack of knowledge for Gallerus on how to try to assault this site, but the time is whittling down. Hen now has the bomb. It's got to be A.
It looks like it will be, but all of that nade conditioning through mid does have Stalwart, again, just kind of wiggling back and forth, playing the backside of the site. They are playing for contact, not kills necessarily on the A site, but Skirt gets picked. Underneath, though, how about Cloven Reef still hanging onto the front doors? Gallerus cannot get in. It's just going to be down to what Zeus can find. Not a lot of time to really make much motion happen as he's in a 1v3. Type 63 out. FDX still playing deep. Opening shot lands, but there's the rest of the support, and Stalwart take a 2-0 edge, getting it done quickly as we extend to minimal overtime.
Only takes the extra 2 to close things out for Stalwart Esports. They now have themselves that 2-0 lead, and yeah, I mean, as fundamentally sound as you could possibly imagine, and you feel that that hesitation for Gallerus really encapsulate in that final search and destroy round. Mostly being the decision to slide out, leaving one player to dry when you're challenging underneath that scaffolding. If it all happens at the same time, and you're able to at least overwhelm that player, play for the trade, and then look forward over towards Arches, because that back CT area was already smoked off.
It was in that stage 2, the S&D in control slipped a little bit. I actually think they've been pretty good across
the link is already displayed. I mean,
the hard point for me just
did they make it like an announcement?
Into this tournament thinking that they were going to
like
anyone in front of them when it came to hard point. Elevate were very good there, in fact. And for me, when it comes to Wolves, especially on that Hacienda, I need to see a bit more. But do we get it in the series? Let's find out what our 5 maps are going to be as these two square off. The answer is no. Hacienda is banned out, so they won't have to deal with it. It will be a summit to get us kicked off. Coastal S&D, Crossfire Control. Map 4, should we make it, ladies and gentlemen, is an Apocalypse. And map 5
why is it so loud?
It's a glorious map set, as it always is inside CoD Mobile. That's certainly one thing we're very blessed with here, a wonderful range of maps to play on. But
I don't know
some of them, we know that that's very aggressive, tight corridors, up front.
I don't know if it's like
we saw Cartel and King, for example,
a confirmed announcement, but it's like somewhat of an announcement. Maybe, I don't know.
Have to enjoy it here as well.
Yes, they will. And I find it really, really interesting.
I don't know. We see what happens next year. I don't know.
Who picked Summit. And I find that interesting specifically because they tend to do things like, well, we just saw OG have a blast on Summit, but it's not the first time they've done something like this. A few years ago when they were facing against Luminosity, who coincidentally also had Tectonic, Solo, and if I'm not mistaken, also Kings, they were super, super good when it came down to Summit because of those shotguns, but they go for that power move. They themselves pick the map, and then they ruled that game against
what do you mean?
And I'm sure that's pretty much exactly what they're trying to do here again.
Makes me wonder as well whether Wolves were watching that series and when
what you mean? What you mean?
Issue there that we feel we can exploit,
probably,
which would be the Wolves' way. They know very much how to VOD review and look into their opponents. Map 2, Coastal. We've seen a couple of bits of that through this weekend. It's become a map actually where we're seeing very different strategies. Sometimes it's all-out aggression. Other times it is waiting for as long as humanly possible before moving into one of the sites. Honestly, struggling to kind of sit and decide who that kind of sits on as a favorite. It's not the Tunisia, which has been an issue at points for Wolves through the year, but also we're not going to see the firing range in which we've seen mixed results from OUG.
Yes, yes, indeed. I feel like it's not necessarily the greatest set of maps when it comes down to OUG, but there's definitely hope. There's definitely hope for them. I feel like the first map is going to be a great indicator on what to expect for both of these teams. I feel like Wolves definitely has something in mind. They have a plan, and they will try to make sure that, okay, I'm gonna pick your map that you just played, that you did great, and I'm gonna show you that even then, I can crush you in it.
That's a very good point to bring up, because imagine right now you're looking at that map set as OUG, you're thinking, oh, Summit Hardpoint, this is going to be a hell of a time. And Wolves curb stomp you.
Exactly.
That's going to highlight the gap in quality between the two teams. Being said, OUG, again, full of characters, full of players that ride with momentum. And off the back of the way they handled New Gen Ninjas, I'm expecting them to look good early on here. It's all about that gas in the tank. I think some of the examples with Wolves of hard points that we've seen is even if they don't get off to the greatest start, they keep themselves in, they make the adjustments, and they put themselves out for a better closing stage, which gets them over the line. It's the difference between good and great teams, which we've seen here elevate another example of that. But these two, as they get themselves set up here, it's a case of OUG coming off the back of a win. Wolves are coming off the back of a loss. I wonder how much that shifts the air in the room.
Back. I'm gonna search real quick.
Way up, you've got this trajectory where you're feeling good. The other side of things, it's we just lost to the team that we were supposed to come here and beat. That's tough, right?
It is definitely tough, and that's exactly why I'm not sure what to expect. I know both teams, but I don't know how much of an impact, as you mentioned, that win for OG means, that loss for Wolves means. It is going to be really, really interesting to see how that pans out for the two of them. So far, well, mostly people are starting to get ready, but well, I don't know. That's a great point, because like you mentioned, one is winning, one is losing, and they are facing each other.
I wonder how much pressure it applies to King. He's the guy who's had to come in here and replace. He'll have been less prepped than most. Yes, he's a phenomenal talent. Yes, he knows the ropes here for sure. But you're expecting to play a Rise if you're Wolves. You've got King then alongside you. And he's kind of stepped out of retirement to come into this roster. And having lost that last one, is he thinking, what, is it me? Have I been the kind of the slower point of this team? Is it my participation here that means that we're not through against Elevate? And I wonder if he's kind of sitting and thinking this is one of those series where he's got to show exactly how good he is. Because we saw how good he was yesterday. There's no doubt he's a talent. But is this one of those series where he suddenly takes over?
Yeah, of course, because it's important not to be great in a single day. It's important for you to be great every single day. So far, has good, definitely some good performances, but not to the extent that we saw yesterday. And for example, in this case, in the Battle of Kings, well, it's gonna be interesting to see who is going to remain on top. You know, Kings from OG or King from Wolves. In here, we've seen that today, Kings from OG has done a really good job. And just before anything happens, at some point I'm gonna mix them up. I'm a little bit dyslexic, so please ignore me if I call Kings or King's King. You know, it's there.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. I mean, what's the colors? Blue and yellow. We'll go with Blue King and Gold King. We'll make it work that way.
Okay.
But it's a case for me of looking across these players. I'm kind of tuning in here all the way through the day. OUG, whether they just lost a map or just won a map, laughs, jokes, all fun. Not seeing that right there. I think they recognize the task that's in front of them. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Sometimes it's the right thing to lock in. Other times it's good to be a bit free-flowing and a bit carefree and kind of bring that into your game.
Yeah, that moment where you're playing a game, you suddenly are losing, and you just like, you know, sort of stretch your back. You make sure that you're not that curved and try to focus, or hyper-focus for that matter, into the situation. And well, a lot of the times goes good, but if it's too much pressure that you feel, it can actually go against you. So it's gonna be nice to get a look onto the minds from Wolves, because we saw them like full on just thinking, looking into the phone and getting just thrilled to start, getting excited for it, and that's exactly what we're gonna get. We're getting straight onto map number 1, ladies and gentlemen. This is Wolves versus OG.
OG versus Wolves. Summit.
Neck to neck, side to side.
Let's see. Solo, we have Solo using the HSO. We have Raph using a KRM, and we have Win using the HSO. So 2 shotguns versus 1 shotgun.
Summit is
One
somewhere
shotgun.
that we have seen OUG look good
We
already.
got 2 shotguns versus
These
1
two will
shotgun.
know
That's
each
right.
other so inside out. They'll be playing counters and bluffs all over this. It's split so far in terms of the points and contested on the hill. 25 seconds still left of this. At what point do we start to see rotations and fight for the spawns? Well, Wolves are going to give themselves a very aggressive line here, and Sound's getting a kill up high, being able to peer in through the window will then help find the second onto Raph, and it's a clean feed if you are a Wolves fan. So OUG need to find a response and to bounce back quickly. We of course head out to the railings for this P2, and it's got about 5 seconds before it pops. Look for people to shift the positioning, but look at that spawn in for Kings. He ends up behind the Wolves team, so he can really upset them here.
And I mean, at the end of the day, more than not, we see both of these teams actually go for the power move of, okay, you can rotate, I don't care, I don't mind, I'm still gonna kick you out within seconds. They both like to go for this play, so it turns into something different to see the two teams trying a similar strategy at the same time. I'm intrigued if maybe Wolves will be the one trying to rotate early.
Well, there's a lot of killing in front happen, but there's not a lot of points happening on hills. Like each team.
Move to the next one, kick them out as quickly as possible.
I'm waiting for the big kill.
OG's plan at the same time too. Right now, 20 seconds left, and the first to move is actually going to be the side of Wolves.
In terms of individuals here, Wynn's already up to 12 kills and has used the Sparrow, so he's flying. Everyone else kind of sitting somewhere around 5 to 10. And largely in the slaying numbers are on the side.
Wolves actually plays this back and plays for new. Interesting.
Making them work in terms of point count. Zai holds up on the left, but not well enough to beat out Kings, who's not stopped shooting like a demon all day. You squeeze in through P3. Cartels with the Tempest would have wanted more than that, but Sounds countered. You do get EMP'd though, so that pauses you for a moment. Doesn't matter. The second you're released, you get going again. Tectonic then, what can you do? King's Tempest as well to try and battle off here in the operator duel. Reads the play off to the right very well against Solo. And just trying to peer in from the outside from the gondola, but you're going to have more company and you get shut down. Peg has the equalizer, does get himself in on the point, and this is an important 30 seconds for Wolves to grab. You don't want OUG to take it and start to get a bit of a lead.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're getting a bunch, and I mean, a bunch of kills leading the way, but it didn't really reflect on the scoreboard. Look at that, it's 63 to 45. Yes, they still have the time. Yes, they still have the control, but they were not necessarily capitalizing on those kills. Now they're finally doing so, and it was important to do it right now, because if they completely lose track of what's going on, yeah, you may be getting 50, 80 kills ahead of your enemies, but if you're not actually transferring that situational kill into an actual kill control, well, you're gonna struggle in here. They fixed that, they tie that, and as the rotation is actually gonna be done first for OUG, let's see how long it takes for Wolves to try to break through.
Yeah, they did manage to scoop most of that final 30 seconds. They've pulled it relatively close. OUG, though, set up, as you said. That means you've got to punch through this line if you're Wolves. They haven't found that much of a problem against teams in this tournament, as they typically don't. Kings with the double gives you a bit of space, a bit of breathing room. Just controlling that outside so well is Tectonic as well. Wynn's going to play forward with the shotgun, using the smoke as cover to get himself in. And just shifting around here is going to give room for Peg to get a kill as well. Doing great here is Wynn. I think it's being as much a thorn in the side and stopping that defensive setup as the kills that he gets.
All right, 100 killer drone now. 15 seconds left. The fight continues. Tectonic inside of Hill. So far, 13 kills for him, trying to survive. There's a shotgun and a double there for Wynn. Goes for the triple. Takes it like it's nothing. Just popping left and right for Wynn, already reaching 20 kills in here, and unfortunately enough, that's not translating once again to the Hill time, and that's been an issue that we saw from yesterday on the side of Wolves, and I feel like they've had it for a while. They don't have necessarily OVJ committed player to actually be constantly doing it, and that could be a
I don't think it's the lack of OVJ. I don't think so.
I'm seeing Wind on 25 and Zai on 24, yet you're trailing by 30.
It could be OG just breaking.
Doesn't really add up there. The King will pop the Tempest.
Because Wolves is not holding it good. I don't know.
For very long, so
I think it's a lot.
Hold a P1 here. Being said, OUG find routes through the lower side. King will deal with the top, and then eventually decides, you know what, I'll help you out first. Don't worry, I've got your back. Sounds does enough. 18 seconds left on this, so look for those rotations to start to come through. Wolves have the preferred side out of that, really. So how do OUG counter? They go up, round, or through? What's the play call? Kings with 2 suggests it's through. Then although you do fall next, you did enough to get the assist in for your teammate.
Okay, so 115 to 90. We're moving on to point number 2. There's a few utilities available on both sides, so let's see who uses what in this point number 2. The breath missile from up above being used by Peg. Let's see if it lands into anyone. According to the feed, no, that was not the case. Inside of the hill, there's going to be Rap trying to survive. There's the push from Sai. Sai gets executed with a double kill. KRM on fire for Rap. That's exactly the player that we were talking about earlier, doing a phenomenal job so far here with over 60 seconds already inside of the hill.
He recognizes he's in a Saturday, wants to get himself through to the Sunday, and showing why we need to make sure we're putting plenty of respect on his name. There's actually a player that slipped through here for OUG. Kings again in round the back. It seems to consistently be him finding routes. And if he finds the couple of kills here, surprises the Wolves players, I can allow his teammates not only pick up a couple of seconds, but begin the rotation, which is on. And Solo's here with the shotgun. Raps decided to invest the claw and finds it despite being flashed up. Great work from him. Another moment where we're saying this guy's name, and he controls the outside gondola as well. Wonderful stuff. Should hand the spawns over, should be getting you the rotation. You still have more company though. And will he go out and deal with it? Well, he doesn't need to because the rest of the
Didn't score. We mean score.
Clean transition here for OUG.
They got eliminated. What do you mean?
Managed to find one and then a second. Now there was the usage of the Tempest. Not gonna connect, but at least scares them off fairly quickly. Sai at a distance with the Death Machine will do what he does best, which is spraying. That's a triple, going for the Quadra. Now there's the Sparrow over there. No value off of it for Kings, and because of that, Wolves are gonna now retake the spawns and get through, get inside. A triple kill with the Sparrow for Wind. There's gonna be the retake for Cartels, but still not gonna manage to get inside in.
Yeah, Wolves really want these points. They've invested 3 different operators very quickly. So you want the payout, you want the reward, and it's where they tied it up last time, if you remember. But OUG, they'll also recognize that, and as they contest, if you can maintain the lead and then get that clean rotation in again, could set them up to excel over the hill beyond catching distance. I will say for Zai there, the fact that he finds 2 inside that smoke is insane, but the rotation's in for OUG. Wolves are going to chase, but just 3 points between them. It's anyone's game.
Very
Why do people just so early?
That's gonna be completely
I hate
turned
that.
down by
So
Cartels
early.
with a triple. They try to go through, but
But
with a
I
nade gonna
guess.
stop that rather quickly. Now Raf connects the shot and immediately capitalizes
A lot of players don't have
on
trigger
it by
display.
eliminating that equalizer. Tempest gonna be popped by King as he tries to follow through.
I
Finds
guess
a
like
double, tries to
respawns,
go for
so
more,
screw
and
it.
allows a clean break for the side of Wolves, finally regaining control of what's going on because they were trying to catch up.
But at least he got 2 kills. I believe Cartel's got 2 kills either way, so either way.
And they figured it out. And this is what
Good.
Wolves
I think
do from what we've
overall
seen.
he would have.
It is sometimes a
He
slow
would
start,
gotten
but they
2
make
kills
the
regardless.
adjustments, figure it out
I get
as
it
they
more
go.
would probably be
So
hard.
OUG, they've shown us they've got the stamina. They don't really run out of gas in the tank. They'll keep up this pace. And Solo tucked into the corner will be found out. 2 kills for Sounds as he finds his way to the point. Tectonic's going to try and answer. Raf yet again with the KRM. So adept with it. Will get the lead back. What's left of this scrap time will be contested over because the next hill it's a stone's throw away. It's just back to P1. Wolves will
That's
be
slow
in.
reload.
OUG, those numbers will start to
We
slow
got
on
a
the
different
north
map
side.
on it. I think.
Absolutely insane. 180, 168 advantage going in favor of OUG. A great control now as they try to move over onto P1 reset. There's 3 operators going to be used at the same time. A Pred missile from up above by King that connects onto Cartels. That is huge. They also took down Solo with the Death Machine. There's only the claw now for Raf. 29, make it 30. 30 bomb now for Raf as he continues to push for more. They realize that there's someone inside of the hill. They quickly try to get rid of him. Not going to be possible. Death Machine from up above. Coming down from Sai, rushing into the hill. Finds a double. Tries to go for the triple. Tries to help out his teammates. And that's going to be the clean area now in favor of Wolves as they try to once again close that gap.
Zai does so well there, not only by shutting down the claw in the hands of Raf, but just controlling any reinforcements that arrived. And it's a bit of a shimmy, a bit of a shake, but doesn't connect enough if you are Wind. Raf cleans that up. 3 clean kills for OUG.
Oh, Ted Khan. That trade.
Here if you are the underdog. As you hit 200 points. Problem is, Wolves, that forever in the fight, refuse to go away. And it's going to need more moments of magic. 47 kills on the board for Zai, 42 for Wind. You've not got those kind of numbers if you're OUG, but it doesn't matter, you're turning it into points.
That's right, that's what you gotta do. Right now, double kill for Wind with the Sparrow, double for Sai with his weapon. Now everybody begins to rotate, but let's see how effectively they can do it. Here inside of the hill, there's gonna be none other than Raf getting that kill with the KRM, immediately pushing for more, has to reload. He's gonna get the help from his allies. Still not gonna be enough, but inside of the hill, there's OOG yet again, 214. The advantage is still gonna be there, still gonna be noticeable. 30 seconds left, and the side of OOG doing it.
You see them come.
At taking so many points with so very few kills. They've been so effective in those kills to make sure that they are taking as much value as possible.
Wolves have managed to get on the point. The rest of this will tie it and send us surely to a final hill at P3. OUG also can't win it here. So it's a case of, well, how long do you stick around? You can see they're already starting to fight for the spawns on P3. Predator Missile's going to come in from Kings to stop that push. And support.
They're going push deep, push deep, push it. Push it! Oh wait, there's three new already.
If you are Wolves, just getting the spawns, be a punch so far back. You need your boys on the outside to arrive, and they do. 3 dead. OUG in. It will be contested. It's 30 points for Wolves. 20.
OUG could lose here.
Surely the last hill.
Wait, number 4. Number 4 is huge. They killed him. They killed the guy deep. That's 5. Wolves is spawning out. They are all split in middle. Hold up. We have a Tempest. Let somebody come doorway. Cartel shoot them. Yep, shoot. Get your shot. They cannot come middle for a couple seconds. Oh wait, they got the deep spawn. Hit that shot. That's an important shot. Nice. Kill that guy, Raf. Sorry, nice try. Oh, Wolves can still win this. They need to contest. They need to contest. They need to. They need to contest. Oh wait, wait. It's enough. 1 second. 1 second. OUG doesn't have. They have ops? Wait. They got it. They got it. Huge. The huge contest. What? Wait. What made them get the contest? What made them get the contest? I think this guy got naded, right? Peg. What happened to Peg? It was the Hunter Killer. The Hunter Killer came in huge. Where'd they come from? Who do it? Hey, who's doing it again? It was Raph. Raph was right in front of his face. The Hunter Killer saved the game. The Hunter Killer saved the game. And the smoke. But like, still, the Hunter Killer killed the guy in the right corner.
Are losing by what? 40 kills?
Wait, what happened here? Hold up. We're gonna watch a reaction again. I'm lagging. Stop lagging.
To 249 victory happens on the B stream. OUG dived the point in just enough time, half a second from Wolves taking it.
Half a second.
And OUG Wilson's.
I want to get that screenshot.
Things up that side of the kill. There's the triple does not get do it.
Got a touch.
The Hunter Killer drone from outside. They try to break through. They find the control, and there's enough time. There's enough time.
Can I get this screenshot?
Can they do it?
How did I get the screenshot? I'm trying to figure out how to get the screenshot. I can do it, my friend. I'm trying to figure out how would I screenshot it?
How do you feel now that you have lost a game that should have had ended like 3 points ago? You are not properly getting the hill time that you should be getting with so much of a kill differential. That is just a huge mistake coming down from the side of Wolves. And I mean, we were talking about the fact that they always look to be calm. In here, I genuinely feel like they should be concerned, and understandably so. They lost to Elevate, and right now they're losing to OG.
They certainly are. And what I will say, to put this context of the whole series together, you did say that OG had to win map 1.
Wait,
you do not want to be looking down the rest of that series, having lost
a screenshot.
You're
God.
good on, to a Wolves
Getting
team
old.
that are very good on Apocalypse if we get to that map 4. Let's look ahead. Let's talk about the Coastal S&D. We've seen OUG walk relatively comfortably over the new gen ninjas. How much we can take away from that, I don't really know. And I guess I posed the question to you. Is it one of those where they dominated a team that should have been quite close? Or is it a case of they had a system and New Gen Ninjas had nothing to counter that. Does that factor into how you're thinking they'll perform against Wolves?
I definitely feel like it's a completely different situation now for OUG, because although they did great against the New Gen Ninjas, it comes down to the fact that they were not playing S&D, they were playing Team Deathmatch by rounds, you know, and it was a completely different scenario. This time around, Wolves, yes, it's their not so great game mode, but it still was a team from China who managed to end up as a first seed for China. So I feel like it's nowhere near a fair comparison for the side of OUG, and I said it was important for that same reason for OUG to win the hard point, because the search and destroy, I feel like it should be more inclined to Wolves, but then again, how much of the mental has been, you know, shattered a bit on the side of Wolves?
Well, we shall find out. Raf almost finds out just how much momentum a frag grenade has as it misses his ear by millimeters. Using this KRM to hold Sellers down. And that feels like the perfect spot for him with how good he is.
Trying to learn how to screenshot. Not really learn. But, you know.
And King, 3 dead, and there goes Peg. And as simple as you like, OUG walks straight through the Wars line.
I mean, I'm sorry, OG, I died on you, I guess. 3 kills for Tectonic, 2 kills for Cartels, and not a single casualty or care in the world for the OUG roster. I'm sorry I ever doubted you, but okay, let's go ahead and see what happens. That was round number 1. You did a great job. Can you do something similar on the next one? So far, a few nades are going to be thrown.
Considerably more aggressive from Wolves this time out on the outside of A. Tectonic played very well on that back. Had he last time? Does he get red? It don't matter. Solo and Kings are dead. Tectonic's going to be tucked inside, and he's next to fall. So 3 cleanly for Wolves. Peg's going to try and hold these back stairs, which will be the correct play. Obviously, we know that because of X-Ray. He's doing it purely based on intuition, but do you have enough heads up to think about where the second player is arriving from? Because you do have a player coming through mid in Cartels. And actually, he's wrapped all the way out.
Let's see. Oh, Sai with a sniper shot onto Cartels of the Silencer 1v5, and a whole lot of trouble for Raf. Yes, he's an outstanding player, an insane shot.
I don't know if I made my tweet good. I don't know if I made my tweet good, but whatever.
15 seconds left. Do you want to push? Do you want to wait? There's no real.
It was a 100 kill. The 100 kilo was huge. I don't care.
He begins to flex with the gloves, but a nade will do the job. In the same way we had a flawless for OG all of a sudden, and now it's the other way around for Wolves.
Heads up play there for Isaiah as well. I think he recognizes it's going to be Raf. It's going to be a shotgun. He's looking for close quarters. Throws half a shoulder into that bottom steps. Sees him there and goes, you know what? I don't want anything to do with that. Backs off. So 1 apiece then, and 2 clean rounds. 1 for either team. And the nades are out. This time, you've pretty much given up a lot of A. If you are OUG, I think you're expecting a B hit to come through, or mid, and Wolves are just rinsing and repeating. Nades are going to go out. That should start to shift those blue arrows across. Solo looking to squeeze up through mid. Gets his timings right. He could get behind a few players. You want to do that, though, before this bomb goes down and that post-plant setup is in.
Let's see if they can actually do it, though. Few nades, not going to connect into absolutely no one, so not a whole lot of trouble there. Still patiently waiting. A good nade that does not land onto, I think that was Wind, who was up close on that A site area. Have the opportunity to plant, and they are going to take it. Now 45 seconds on the clock. A very interesting strategy coming down from both teams, honestly.
King will open up with the first kill onto Cartels. I feel the problem for OUG here, the lack of routes in, and King has repositioned all the way back through spawn, finds his namesake +1.
Wait, that's so aura. That's so aura. Wait, I gotta pull that up. That's so, like, that's kind of aura right there.
He puts himself back through mid, recognizing cut off pretty much the entirety
This
of
tweet.
the map.
Oh.
And even if he does die, the intel comes in. Not that he dies, because he's bloody disgusting with a sniper rifle.
It's incredible to see. I don't think I've ever seen
I'm
time where there's
doing this.
3 rounds
They
in
kicked me from Glories. I kicked them from Worlds. Bye bye. That's so aura.
First blood in favor of
So much aura right there.
That was King.
No cap.
And this has been a weird one for sure, but very, very entertaining nonetheless. Right now, already 30 seconds in, and this time around they were not as quick to immediately.
Good morning, Netflip. Welcome.
On the side of Wolves, and well, so far not so bad.
It is a play through the mid though, which is different. It's typically been that A site. Cartels, by the way, a penny for his thoughts as he's fallen quickly twice now. Tectonic could be in through the back, and you don't check that corner if you are Wolves, and you'll suffer for it. Sounds and Peg cleaned out. Tectonic then gets himself tucked in behind the bar as well. Raf's going to be fully aware of the plays in front of him because he's done all the nades, but look at
you can't say India won't be playing next year. You can't say that. Because there's still gonna be India playing. If there is, okay, if competitive is still going on next year, and India gets a region slot, there's a India team is gonna play in it. You're saying what you are saying. Possibly Godlike is not gonna play. That's what you meant. You didn't. You're not saying India in general. If Godlike doesn't play it, some India team is gonna just take the slot and just, you know, try to get the visas and maybe get in and compete.
Well done by OG. Once again, tying things up. There's gonna be 2 for each in lead.
True. If if I was a casual player, if I was a casual player in like whatever region and a pro team is not playing next year due to like lack of support, bro, casual player, yeah, I'm taking that slot. Like I'm gonna go try to take that world spot if that region got a slot, and a pro team is not playing. Like what? You mean Godlike? That's what you meant.
Only Cartel's still up in this. You'll be fully aware of where he's coming from. Bomb getting down, wasting no time, not leaving a window for Cartels to make something happen. And you'll get out. Cartels does very well to catch wind on that exit route, and Yside decides to chance the
he almost swung too much.
Sounds then up against Cartels. He had to recock the sniper, wasn't ready for the fight.
Oh, he's actually pushed. That's a good push. I wonder if he heard Cartels pull the nade. I wonder if he did that.
I don't know why you would. I mean, understandable that you want to try for the nade, but at that distance, when you have already taken a couple of shots. Questionable at best, but it is what it is. Cartels is an outstanding player, and he was so close to clutching that one before at a point, I think it was. So we've seen it do insane plays before this time around. First blood immediately going in favor of Wolves, Wind eliminating Tectonic, and as such, they immediately continue to push for that A side one more.
I feel like Tectonic's going to want that one back. It exposed so far up that outside lane. Made it easy for Wolves, if anything. And these first bloods have started to really knock.
Yeah, what you meant is Godlike. That's what you meant.
5v3.
Which is very understandable.
It is back to that mid lane for King. This seems to be
but that's just how it is. Visa issues. Visa is always going to be an issue if you have a tournament in the West when it comes to Worlds.
The only player that can really do
that's unfortunate, but that's just how it is.
Kings. He squeezed forward, does get one, gets two somehow, so that's traded, but you've made the situation far more manageable.
A lot more manageable, that's for sure, but King again finds the knock onto Raf. Cartels proving himself to be worthy of being called one of the best out there. Bomb is going to be planted though. 1v2. Bomb is down. It is Sounds and Sai versus Cartels. Cartels with the Odin in hand. Slowly but surely pushing forward alongside with the Tundra. I do believe it was... I'm not too sure which is the weapon that he picked up, but let's wait and see. So far, Sniper misses that shot. It is way too hard. I feel like they almost read his mind with how effectively they pushed into him.
I think it's a timing thing. At this level, you recognize where this player should be, and if they aren't there by that moment, they've got to be elsewhere. So we get a switching then of the sides. Wolves 4-2 up.
Yeah.
Now on them to defend.
I know what is it. I saw Warden's tweet. Obviously, I don't know his Twitter. I saw his tweet. But that is tweet? No. He said next year he's gonna work harder and whatever, something like that, team-wise. Which if there is a competitive side for next year, hopefully works out. He also has a visa. Means hopefully next year his visa runs out, whatever,
comfortable
he
for the
gets a
side of
new visa and
OG,
all that stuff.
has managed to
If there is a competitive side, we don't know,
single-handedly
you know?
make sure that his allies are
Competitive
always
side
in a
next
good
year, whatever.
situation. And because of that, well, currently Wolves is winning 4-2. We have switched sides, and as you mentioned, OG with a completely different strategy that was very quickly shut down by Wolves.
Nice turn to control the mid lane with the sniper. If you read Solo, well, I don't think you had initially, but doesn't matter. He's got the quick scope. And leaves Cartels in a 1v3. You're going to know where one player's coming. The problem is there's 2 exits to this underground. And he's going to have to go and retrieve the bomb as well. Do you see that it's down? I wonder. As Peg, King, and Zai are all set in wait. And the trap was sprung and gives you a 5-2 lead of Wolves. 2 more rounds to tie up the series.
That's right. They are not so happy about losing the first map, but they have shown to us that even after all that pressure, they have still managed to still be themselves. We know how good Wolves are, and that's exactly what they're showing in here. Game number 2. A lot of nades are going to be thrown. Not a whole lot of trophy systems. They are finally being placed down on both sides. That's a hit marker.
Double hit marker. Double hit marker. Not one. Wait, they're doing the fast flank. Fast flank. Nice.
Coming down from Wind, who immediately
Yeah,
gets
3-1.
all of a sudden it's a 1v3. They don't know where King is at.
Oh, what is this setup? Cartel's reaction time. Hello.
With the possibility to push forward, they decide not to. And I feel like, in a sense, that's a smart move because we already know how good King is.
I mean, maybe because he was prone, so he can like do what he wanted to do. His prone is like kind of odd sometimes.
King
He gives like second to prone.
trying to find an angle, laying on his belly, hoping that he will see a chow. Wants to force the equation. And with how loud he will be right now, Cartels will be calling all of that out. Does King step up and face?
Nice.
Yes, he does.
Well done.
5-3. Great bomb plant there. Was a little bit concerned once King finds the first. This is a 1v3 written all over it. I think it's the decision to waste no time.
One mechanics plus.
Don't let him move around the map
Yeah.
where he wants to fight.
And the angles they picked were perfect. You know, the second
That's
they
how it
heard
is.
the general area he was at, they both peek at the same time. Doesn't matter where he is looking at, he's just not looking at both at the same time. So even if he would have gotten a single kill, which was not the case, he would have been eliminated. Now Wind gonna find the first blood. King gonna get the second onto Raph. The answer is gonna come from Tectonic by eliminating King, and they try to begin the push towards B. They gotta be cautious. King's with another kill, this time through the wall onto Peg. That's gonna make it a 3 versus 3 now.
Wait, Wolves is letting them. Wait, Wolves is not putting
A
pressure.
bit hemmed in here if you are sounds, but you'll find one. The fact that you achieved that is phenomenal. And you also get the support in from the teammates. You're going to leave Solo in a 1v2.
Because
completely on his own and pinned into the back of the cellar. Wind reads him, hears
okay,
him.
if I was Wolves, I would just keep them trapped in the bar, but they let them get out of bar and then push them, whatever, on like site. Because they only have one guy back site, one guy middle, I believe, or like one guy by the door, and one guy by A site, sort of. I would just trap them in bar and like try to make them do something. Like I wouldn't have let them escape the bar. They got out of the bar and went on to B and like moved them, all that.
Shut down on round number 10, and as such,
I don't know. Just have them in like two. It's just in two-way doorway. They're like basically trapped.
OG no, because this time around they are not nearly as aggressive as they've been.
Certainly not. This is a slow play.
You think it'll be Elevate versus Bulls again? Finals Bulls, actually?
12 kills with
Hopefully. I just want a good grand finals, whatever.
Will be next. Solo, join the graveyard. We'll see you more than likely in map 3. 1 minute left on the clock. OUG have a few decisions to make, and it looks like B is the intended target.
It certainly is, but they've lost 2 players already. Not looking too hot, not looking too good for this out of OG. Gonna check every single corner. No one's there just yet. They all pushing forward. There's a few trophies to make sure nothing happens. Through the wall, they take the kill into Tectonic. Absolutely no way for him to defend himself. that felt like paper. Now Kings is trying to defend. That's Cartel with a kill as well. That's 3v2 all of a sudden more doable, but through the wall once again, Cartel is down, and so is Kings. Ladies and gentlemen, that is just a master class in knowing where your opponents are at. If you notice, all of those last 3 players were killed through a wall. That's just how good the side of Wolves knows what they're doing. They're so intelligent with the things that they know how to play that. They have played so many hours, and it heavily reflects on how they finish this one up.
You never know. I think
it's been a case there where we know that OUG can slack a little bit at times in the S&D, right? So for Wolves to come out and win that is great, but it's the way in which they do it. It was very controlled. They had different executable strategies. They had a playbook on attack. We saw a lot of what they wanted to do, but it was also multi-layered. If a certain thing happened on their first push out, they'd adjust Kings into a certain position. If something else happened, okay, we're going to move someone like Sounds into this position. And it just felt like they had okay, that was play 1, but here's part 2 of that, or part 3 of that.
Of course.
Very deep. And OUG, while they put up plenty in terms of resistance, certainly not enough to stop Wolves coming out with the victory. 1-1 then in this series. And for all the highlights, I guess we've got to talk about a player that really stood out. For me, it's got to be this guy, King.
Absolutely.
Moments like this with the sniper and the machine pistol going big, but it felt like he was the pivot man. For the strategies to work for Wolves, they needed him alive and in the right spot to minimum hand out the information, but just control so much of the map.
And it's really interesting because at the end of the day, that's what we were talking about yesterday. How good can Wolves adapt to the introduction of King? Well, the answer is they are, in a sense, a lot of the times playing around him. What is he doing? Where is he positioning? How do we approach this scenario, allowing King to either get a kill or give me enough of a tool to break through an area and actually open a whole lot more room for the squad? It's been super key to the team. And, well, I mean, you can say that you're retired as much as you want, but that raw skill level that he holds within himself, it is just wild.
Yeah, clearly a level of ability that I will quite frankly never understand. It is a wonderful thing to get to watch him in action. And of course, a second coming of the King is a beautiful thing for everybody here in Call of Duty Mobile Esports to get to check out. Let's talk about the next map. Crossfire, very defense heavy. Now, we saw earlier in a different series that Wolves decided to ban this. They didn't want to play out through it. This was interesting to us because it meant that we felt that they would not want to play a very defense-sided map. They wanted to play something more attack-focused. Here, no such thing. We will get it.
Versus Elevator, I think. Yeah.
Is that potentially trying to
it's already confirmed. Yeah. It's not like think it's confirmed.
We can defend against that
I think.
Of the way the map plays.
So tomorrow matches are gonna be Q9. I don't think we start. I don't know if we start with Q9 versus Elevate, but it's Q9 Elevate. They will play tomorrow. I don't know when though. And then it will be whoever advances here. I think whoever wins this plays ST, if I'm right.
Merely gets picked by Win, then Peg gets yet another kill.
Let me see if they updated the thingy.
The 2 shotgunners on the side of Wolves are causing chaos in here. They're just now waiting a second.
Listen.
They don't want for you to feel comfortable.
Oh wait, yeah, no. I think this is how tomorrow's schedule is gonna be.
Exactly what Wolves are doing right.
Tomorrow's schedule is gonna be Q9 versus Elevate. Okay. Whoever loses that in the lower bracket will fight either Star Wars, SCE, or either one of this team, basically. Whoever wins the series. Basically. Yeah. Yeah, so it's Elevate Q9, and then drop to the lower bracket, whoever loses that. Versus whoever wins against ST or this one of these teams, basically. That makes sense.
So that
pretty sure that makes sense.
When we come back to the end of this round, Wolves have found themselves a 4-life lead though. That's quickly cut to 3.
I will show you the bracket after this game. It's okay. Maybe showing you is better than like telling you because I'm dumb. I'm dumb.
All the way in the back. I mean, he's patiently waiting for someone to die on the opposite team and cut them off guard as they respawn, but he is just hanging in there. He's hanging in the area of of the enemy is not really finding any kill. He finally decides to push, if you're looking at the minimap, over onto Bravo, but a really interesting call in there as the side of OG still managed to hold this control. Tries to get Bravo and will get it, and that is actually going to be huge for the side of Wolves.
Yeah, Peg does very well there because OUG find 3 quick kills. He recognizes he's going to be under instant pressure and does enough to just kind of dance his way until the point comes through. The fact that you get a kill as well is a cherry.
Okay, so we got 11-9 post lives. We need a who's capping? Is it Wolves?
Over the top with the sniper, rips one through the wall.
Yeah, I think Wolves cap.
And I'm not sure if you've read that there's a player in through your back line. There you go, found. Solo dead.
Nice.
8 to 9.
And the cricket.
3 ticks completed, but it's A site typically harder to defend, especially when Wolves are fighting.
Yeah, ABS, I think that's fine.
Definitely is harder to defend, and in here it's
when he's being annoying, we need to kill this guy.
Scratch that 5. It's no more spawns on the
Why is he using the Mythic Tundra? You doofus, use the default or the legendary.
Traded now 3v7. Only Cartels, Solo, and Raph remain.
I don't know why he's using the Mythic Tundra.
Have been taking off of Alpha. Win trying to push, gonna get a kill, gonna go for the second. There's the use of the Tempest, takes 1, tries to survive, has to be cautious. They are nearly capturing Alpha. He's trying to survive, trying to make sure that he stays alive.
What?
2 shots, and that's just horrendous.
That's crazy.
Of OUG. If he were to have gotten those 2 kills, maybe something majestic, fantastic could have happened. But
that's so BS, I guess.
Yeah, it was one of those moments you could tell as soon as Cartels runs out of that Tempest. Oh dear, these boys are about to flood, and flood they do. The Wolves take the attack round then. They won't get as many ticks as they probably would have liked, but it won't matter as long as they do their job on the defensive side. Zai has an Annihilator available to him. They need it. His boys find 3 kills unanswered. Cartels and Tectonic will reply and squeeze up towards that A point. Zai has used the Annihilator now. We'll see one up high. And rips off the first shot, finds nothing. It's progress at A for OUG. So what's Zai's call here? I think it's to cut off the reinforcements, let his boys hit the point, and thin the numbers that way.
He still got that kill.
It's gonna hurt a lot right now. There's gonna be a few operators being used. One of them being the Sparrow by Wind. Hunter killer drone.
Wait, double shotgun on Crash? Is that normal?
Continues to grow more and more in favor of OG. Raph tries to push, gets a kill, but immediately
double shotgun?
gets stabbed in the lung. Was not able to survive that melee aggression, and because of that, well, OG are not.
Well, actually, wait, Pagan Wind has double shotgun. Never mind.
Trying to make something happen. There's even the Annihilator being used by Kings, who immediately gets shut down by a double kill from Wind, by the way. This shotgun is completely on fire, obliterating anyone who dares cross its path. Wolves are destroying.
If Wolves is doing it, you guys should do it too.
They were not happy about losing map 1. They did
double shotgun
on map 2.
Yeah,
and right here, right now, on control, crossfire, they are doing just so flawless that OG just has not been able to find any single answer against them.
I feel like Wolves have just suddenly turned up the dial. Every individual player has had a pop-off moment. How OUG respond to that, I don't think there is an answer that's really nice about it. As the timer runs out, Tectonic does enough to stay up, not that it matters, 2-0 down. There was a play in there, you see Raph pop the claw, and King, what he does is he kind of tucks himself into a corner. He lets his teammate be the fall guy, sure, but beats the player down and then immediately spins and rips a sniper headshot through the wall. And it's stuff like that you can't really set yourself up for if you're OUG. There's nothing you can really do to answer that. Such brilliance on show here. Sounds and Tectonic will echo war machines out through the skies, raining artillery down upon their opponents. And while Sounds finds plenty of purchase, for Tectonic it's a very different story, and unfortunately that's going to mean that Wolves make good progress towards this A point.
That's right. I mean, the uniqueness from the strategies coming down from Wolves is really, really good, and it's showing. It's showing. They have already taken that Alpha objective, currently being held by Sounds, as the opportunity to use a Hunter killer drone so far has not done so, for the time being at least. They end up dropping A without the second tick, and there it is. They have connected it. Well, job done securing that area by the hands of Wolves, who not only are they securing an area, they are securing pretty much the entirety, or at least 70% of the map. OG finally will be able to answer back in this round. But is it too little too late right now? They're trying to prevent Alpha from being taken, but they are already losing this map 2-0.
tough situation for sure. Backs against the wall if you're OUG. You are up by 2 lives, but we've seen Wolves overturn far worse very, very quickly. Zai's just moments away from having an Annihilator available to him. Whether or not you bother investing that here or just save it for a defensive round, that should be far simpler. We'll see. A minute added onto the clock. Pipe 63 taps through the smoke. OUG are set up to defend. Solo's actually not going to give you a bit of a base to play with if you are Wolves. Great work with the shotgun to find 2. And looks to control the alleyway. Doesn't need to get over aggressive there. Just by being here, he's being annoying, but countered by Peg, who has a shotgun of his own.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. Being annoying can definitely come into place according to the situation. And in here, well, OUG, certainly they will try to secure this one up. So far, not too bad, you know, 10 to 10. Not necessarily something to worry about just yet. Double kill now transforming into 1 more for Pei, who's now using the Death Machine alongside with the Annihilator from Sai, who misses 1, misses 2, but lands the 3rd shot, but eventually gets taken out by Tectonic. Tectonic finds a double, a 5v8 all of a sudden. Once again, OG are struggling. Wolves are trying to make it happen with
do we know that Peg is up there?
I think they can. Rob is trying to secure this area, but it's still going to be
Zai,
risky.
I don't know.
6v3. Wolves haven't dove the point yet. They don't need to. And you're right about the risk that Raf faces and tries to just volley rounds off of everything. Does actually get a hit marker, so it lets him know there's a player inside the building with him. Not that it matters, because Wynn's got the equalizer, and it'll be far more than that.
I mean, shotguns, LMG, and
not return from
is
a
it?
simple victory here on
The only categories that need to be in CoD are AR, SMG, and probably 1 sniper. That's it.
I think we've just found out that it did.
Probably one sniper or 2 sniper per team, and that's it.
It's been great job done here for
Every other category should be banned.
Start with the right foot on this series, but does not mean that they were going to be getting any easier against
it should be like a freaking COD console or PC, whatever you want to call it. That's how the rules should be. But mobile, we do things different, I guess.
In case you're joining into the fun on the losers bracket. This is already the second opportunity for both of these teams, and Wolves are trying to make it alive.
They certainly are. And with numbers like that, you'll do a very good job of saying so. Zai, 18 and 14, kicked things off. It's the 15 assists. As many assists as deaths is insanity in a control, a part of everything that was successful in their team's dominance. On the opposite side, it's tough rating. We knew it would be. I think Tectonic's going to feel like he wasn't involved enough. 12 and 13, that's considerably less engagements than a lot of the players across. He was really good whenever we did see him. It just probably wasn't enough if you're a fan of OUG. 2 to 1 up. A lot of the players now, a lot of evidence on what all of these can do. We look to the Apocalypse hardpoint. We already know how good Wolves are there. This is a map that they have so much confidence on. Is there anything that we're seeing from the OUG players that you feel can counter that? Who's the person that's got to take over to keep them in this tournament?
I mean, it's got to be Cartels. Cartels needs to once again be the key player for the squad of OUG. He's got to make sure that he's cleaning the hills, that he's securing the rotation from the opponents, and he's constantly giving information to his team. Okay, they're here, they're there, I'm pushing in, I got killed, but there's 2. He's got to be the key player, and you can see there Kings talking specifically with Cartels alongside with, I think on the other side, there's Tectonic, not fully sure. But yes, the side of OUG will need a lot of communication. We're talking about the fact that when it came down to gun skill, OG was superior to new gen ninjas. Well, this time around, I can say the exact same thing, but in favor of Wolves. We saw it on the first hardpoint. They were outslayed heavily.
Yes.
They still managed to keep control over the hill.
It's a good point, because I think that's how you take this map 4 and push it to that map 5. I think OUG have to play this smart. They have to understand when to push out for Temple to take P2 control, when to lock in for spawns, where to squeeze and play for. The operator investment has got to be brilliant. We saw that in map 1. They knew exactly how to make the impact with those. It's got to be that again, because with Wolves, it wasn't exactly far behind in terms of that Summit hardpoint performance. So here on APOT, where they're far more comfortable,
they're going to recognize every bit of weakness in you and take advantage of it should it be there. OUG have been stellar through this tournament. All 5 of these players can hold their heads very high. I don't think, though, there would be a much sweeter moment for them than if they do manage to win this map and then the 5th take over in terms of Chinese teams here, because you said it yourself, they suffer so often at the hands.
Didn't remember using this because I messed up. HSO is kind of broken. ARM takes, you know, somewhat. HSO, like the, I don't know what you call it, like the ESA is like broken. Like the hitbox is insane.
Wolves will hope it will be the last dance, as that guarantees them Sunday. For OUG, it's got to be nothing short of perfection to go ever further.
It has to be. It has to be. They have to close it here. They will, of course, try to do so. What can OG do? I'm not fully sure. They're capable of putting them in a bad spot, so let's see how great or bad they manage to follow that task. In here, the fight already unfolded. The doors.
Let's see if OUG gets eliminated or makes it another map.
Number 4. This is Hardpoint on Apocalypse. This is Wolves versus OUG, and this is the loser bracket.
One team is gonna get eliminated. Will it be OUG or will it be Wolves? I know. In this match.
Play close, protect his brother from up high. You see the body dive out of the chicken coop? No, because the smoke's going to be frustrating. So often something that Wolves play around.
Wolves originally has the spawn, so they could get a big lead if they don't change the spawns. OUG doesn't flip spawns. Wolves can get a big lead and make OUG lose. Dun-dun-dun-dun.
So much space
here.
It's a good thing for them when it comes to setting up the first wave of pressure. I was a little bit worried the solo would slip through, but no, caught by King. And as such, you get an opportunity to defend.
A very, very good
King and Kings is using Type 63. How much does the starting spawn side matter in Hardpoint? This right here, Wolves spawn Temple. They can easily get like about 60, 70 points if they don't lose spawns. Like having Temple spawns off the rip matters. Like it depends on the map, you know. But for APOC, if you're spawning on blue side, I believe, if you're spawning this side where you spawn Temple, you can get a big lead. You can get a big lead.
Going on because, well, Wolves, look at that feed. It's completely filled with Wolves.
It is a wind will
Like look at the number. It's about to hit 70. It's about to hit 70 because they had the blue side. I literally said it. 70, 80, you know, around there. Depends how much you hold it.
The front and fail again, and the Predator comes in to find 2. So
but that was because they have blue side. They have blue side. They spawn Temple, and Wolves actually held it pretty good. You know, they held the spawn pretty good. They got P1 scraps, whatever. They held it good. Some teams, you know, don't hold it very good and get broken and then flip spawns and then they're cooked. You know.
Really great start. You build up the operators, you build up the utility, and very quickly start to turn that screw.
And I mean, they already have 4 available operators on the side of Wolves. There's 3 for OG, but I'm not too sure how much they can do with it. Now, War Machine, 4 sounds will allow him to get a kill onto Cartels. There's the equalizers by Peg.
Spawns, you gotta understand, spawns matter in APOC. Spawns matter.
They are not afraid to be using these utilities, and they are trying to take as much value as possible. Problem is, they actually sort of lost control over the hill. They immediately try to regain it, but it's just a flicker of the issues we saw on map number 1.
Kings does very well here with the Sparrow to kill 3. Do you see a 4th? Yes, you do. Crossing straight in front of you. So you've managed to rip the point away.
What was this playing for spawns? Did they play spawn like this? I don't remember.
Exact opposite of the situation we saw last time. The kills are there. It's not going to turn into much.
Quite different.
You do at least control the northern side of the map, which is best for the next hill. 5 seconds until that opens. Wolves need to look to make their move, and a couple of kills will let them get closer. The fact that Sounds has managed to find himself all the way up towards the spawn point for Temple is just going to be frustrating for OUG. They want a clean line to push forward with.
And they need one. They definitely need a clean line for that. They're solo using the death machine, finding 1, finding 2, finding 3, finding 4. kills to shred through the opponents, immediately looking for more, turns around, runs out of time, but now he's got a VMP, has also 100 kills drone available. There's the War Machine being used by Tectonic for the first time. We see some good, solid, continuous control, but there's the Sparrow as soon as I say that. Triple kill for Wind. Sai to finish things up. Sai and Wind completely clean that area. That was at least like 10 to 12 seconds in favor of OG. That's nice, yeah. But right now, they're still heavily losing.
It's moments like that, 5 or 6 clean kills for Wolves, just means all the hard work that OUG put together doesn't matter.
Out the door.
As the gap goes to 60 seconds,
Okay.
OUG playing in for scrap time. That's fine, as P1.
Now, is Wolves gonna get another 50+ points here? Or what's up?
Over the top, sounds
Wait.
a couple of kills, Pinstripe.
Oh, no, he's spawned gold.
But it will be the southern side controlled by Wolves. They will have the better positions for P1. Nade's actually going to clear a body off, but the Pred over the top for Kings will at least hand out information.
They're fighting for
Don't
Temple.
find any kills, though.
It's an interesting Sparrow, I guess.
Tempest is... Sorry, the Sparrow is going to be good. But still, like, that gap exists, and it feels like it's not coming down.
Yeah, this gap is just not getting any smaller for the side of OG.
They still have Temple. Wolves still has Temple, so they're most likely gonna fill out points.
Just like that, just launching it across the map and somehow still Hail Marrying this on the opposite end of the map. That is a great kill, and that is a great usage of the operator. The side of OG, yes, they got
This guy keep deleting his messages. If you're gonna delete your message, don't type it all. Like, bruh.
Hold of these hills, and for that same reason, yes, they are technically in a fighting spot, but they're not quite there yet.
Zai just moments away as well from earning
Oh,
his
bro's the type of guy that did freaking debate on Twitter and deleted replies like a day later or whatever.
It doesn't matter because Win can just handle it all by himself. Kings is going to play close, but you've done enough here to get the reinforcements in, so Zai's there too. The front line has been broken through.
Front line, yeah, front line is broken. Guy's a death machine though. Tech has a War Machine, but I don't think, is he gonna use it right now?
And OUG, they can't really push through cave. This will shred them to pieces anytime they dare step out.
He does use it.
So Wolves with that approaching 70-80 point lead now means that OUG, it's got to be perfect from
Oh, they're gonna get scraps. Unless, wait, no, they killed the guy Temple actually.
Right now, first there is gonna be Tectonic. Can you stay alive though? Let's see. Currently trying to.
And they're using the Tempest here.
Tempest and his squad. There's one. There's no second.
They didn't kill the Tempest already.
Great job done shutting that down, but not as effective.
I mean, the game's getting closer, but I don't know, man. It's looking kind of iffy for OUG.
We're gonna be moving to the next area, and we are going to try to defend ourselves as humanly best as possible. Let's see in here. Kings is trying to push forward, and with a headshot, takes the kill onto Kings. Sai turns around, tries to get inside, and gets surprised by Solo. Solo is executed too. 50 seconds left, and in here, yes, there's kills coming down from OUG, but this is just not enough. It is not what they're looking for. Wolves are playing their game. Wolves are nearly.
Yeah, it's looking iffy for OUG. OUG hasn't had like good runs. Wolves keeps having good runs. OUG has to break. OUG has to like break. They're not like holding. They're not having like good runs. They keep having to break and like for so long.
This time in their hands is when you begin to rotate over, and actually
Wolves is like keep getting the spawns.
Is this the moment of momentum that
they're not losing spawns or anything? OUG is breaking the point and getting the point. They're not breaking the whole control. They're not breaking the back spawns. They're not breaking the hill and the spawns. They're just breaking the hill, and then they gotta hold it. Wow, Wolves has spawns. It's looking like a Wolves. Let's see.
It allows Wolves to surely hit that 200-point marker.
Incredible game sense there for Sounds continues to cause pain into the souls of OUG, ladies and gentlemen. This is just not looking pretty. They've had their moments on the side of OUG, but Wolves constantly shut them down. There's Tech trying to get through with the War Machine. Q will be able to do so, and there's still 20 seconds left. That could be crucial to the outcome of this kill. Trying now to be broken by both Sai and Peg, and that is going to happen yet again. That no longer is scrap time, is the time that Wolves need to close this one up.
OUG get a flip spawn here, and that might panic them into thinking there's players in behind. There actually will be. Spawns all over the place. No one's really going to figure this out. It's going to come down to just shooting each other.
Wolves is not spawning deep. Could get gold. Wait.
P1 and in OUG hands.
Wait. OUG has Temple. They need to get points on P1 and have a good P2. They need to have a good P2. You could get back into this game. Just get some points on P1 and then get the rest of the points on P2. You need to get at least 30 or 40 points on P2. Need to. Need to.
60 seconds deficit. Inside of the hill, there was
Oh wait, King's something huge.
This time around pushing,
Sure.
double. There's Kings.
WW King.
The Kings from OUG who is trying.
OUG has finally had spawns when it matters. Now, can they actually hold it though? Let's see. Okay, we can't whiff like
I
that.
just think this isn't too bad for OUG. You can afford to give up a couple of these.
Okay, wait, we lose the spawns. We are losing spawns. We're losing spawns at the last second. We are losing spawns. Wait, okay, are we good? Are we good? Okay, we're good. OUG has spawns now. This matters. This matters. Let's see.
A moment to breathe, a bit of a buffer.
Wait, Wolves is pushing deep. Wolves is pushing deep. Wolves got one person in deep.
Still have a Wolves player in your back line. It's going to be Wind, and he gets the spawns for his teammates. So
Wolves is deep. Nobody's on point.
Otherwise, Wolves can win it here.
Okay, because two guys clutch us. One guy tunnel, one guy tunnel. One guy in the cave. No.
30 seconds, doing a great job. Finally closing that gap. Let's see for how long they're staying with the War
Nice. Oh, wait, OUG has deep. OUG has deep. OUG has deep.
From up above, there's a Brad missing.
Watch cave.
Kings who connects at a distance. A nade by Wind is still not going to be enough.
Sure. Oh, they actually protect the ref. One guy clip. Okay, this is good. This is good. We're sorted back in this game. We're sorted back in this game. I don't know about your P3s, but your P1 and P2 is great. Now we're gonna go to P3.
Into the lead, just as both teams get closer to 220. Off then to the next hill.
Okay, we know guys bottom. Okay, okay.
Sounds has an operator available.
That machine dead. One machine dead. I don't know if he shot. I do not know if he shot. I wonder if he shot. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Nice, nice hit. EMP, WEMP, yep, yep. Put them in a spawn trap. You don't have to wait. Kings is pushing too much. I think Kings is pushing too much. Right? No, they're still spawning there. Still spawning there. Is he gonna kill this guy? Wait, he didn't kill it. Got the kill? Nope. Nice kill, nice kill, nice equalizer. Equalizer shut down.
You get the control, but they are not inside of the hill, inside of Wolves. They are finally jumping in. No, finally they do it. They are finally.
Let's see. Wait, 3 kills. That's 3. 3 dead. Push up, quick.
Give the control for OG. They need 6 more seconds.
Nice. Another barrel. They're all barrel. Okay, they almost choked that. They almost choked that. They almost. Let me see what happened. Let me show the reaction quick. Let me see what happened. Why? See what happened. I feel like I don't know if it was because of Kings. I didn't like when Kings pushed this. But okay. Number 5. That's Raph. What happened here? Wait. Why? Who called that Pred? Who called that Pred? Wait. Who called that Pred? Who called that Pred? Who? Bro. Cartels. Look at his Pred. Look at the Pred. Why are you Predding the people you put in the spawn trap? Why are you Predding the people that you have them in the spawn trap and not Predding the person who literally just spawned for it? I mean, you're not. You still have 35 seconds. Maybe he had a bad pred spawn. It could be a bad pred spawn because he probably didn't see the guy under him because it's a bad pred spawn. But look, the pred. The pred goes for the people that you have in the spawn trap. Like, that doesn't make sense. That really doesn't make sense. Why are you predding that guy? Why are you predding the people you have in the spawn trap and not predding the guy who you spawn flip? Like, what? But it could be, the reason could be a bad pred spawn where he didn't see the guy. That is a possibility. That is a possibility.
Well, inside of the hill, there's gonna be Tectonic trying to...
Now, if you pred peg, you like kind of make the equalizers kind of useless. But the equalizer was useless because it's just one kill. It's just one kill and he gets killed fast. And then he just went huge here and got a 3K. Yeah, and like take advantage of that.
They are finally jumping in. No, finally they do it. They are finally beginning to regain some sort of control. A triple kill now for Kings.
Yeah, where do you kill those people from? Where's Kings? Okay, Kings number 2. Kings is bottom. He killed one guy bottom. He killed both of the people on point. They lined up for him. They lined up. Oh, wait, is he top? Oh, no, that's tech.
There's 2 players in. They're trying to defend, managing to survive. And ladies and gentlemen, they're
2-2.
Okay, so we got a standoff.
Standoff S&D. Now,
Got standoff.
Coastal, I'd say it was relatively comfortable for Wolves, and S&D has been a problem for OUG in the evidence that we've had so far.
I said it. If they you need at least 40 points or 30 points, whatever, from P2 to come back in this game. Did it?
And the fact that they lost to
all it takes is, bro, all it takes, spawns matter. They did not get, bro, that was the first time them getting the P1 or tempo spawns. That was the first time they got tempo spawns, I believe, out of this whole game. It was always Wolves. Wolves got the 2 cycles of tempo. OUG has finally got the tempo cycle or tempo spawn cycle, whatever, and they took advantage of it, and they got like about 50 points, 80 points for that from P1 and P2 because they had tempo spawns, and they did not lose it. Wolves tried to broke it, but OUG actually like stopped them.
I have absolutely no idea what to expect.
We all should have phrased yesterday. It was
the first time they get tempo spawn, they came back. They got whatever, like 80 points, whatever, something like that, and they came back and won the game.
That's got to be early rounds, in my opinion. You've got to start to take those early rounds. Otherwise, all the wind in your sails is cut down immediately, especially with the doubts that will creep into your mind considering how you lost map 2. At the start of today, though, when we came into this series, you said if we get to a game 5, OUG will take it. So let's see if you are correct. If so, I want the lottery numbers next, because that would be one hell of a call to give us for this series. The faces across at Wolves. I mean, you never really see them get too emotional. We saw a little bit elevate. They're always very calm, composed, focused on the task ahead. For OUG, that is what you want to see if you are a fan. It is relaxed. It is confident. It is the 5 players that we've seen in the hotel this weekend, fully ready to go to take this and march on in this tournament.
Yeah, locked into the game, but not so much that they lose composure of their emotions. Really, really smart on both sides. I would arguably say that even on Wolves' side, it's almost, I'm a little bit afraid, you know, like if you see them win.
What's up, Silence? Welcome.
They're just chilling. They're just sitting there. It is almost wild to see that situation, but they're just like that, you know, they are that type of players. It is going to be search and destroy on standoff. It is definitely going to be a battle. I would love to say a battle of snipers, but we've seen in the past that, for example, with Elevate, they do have openings for a shotgun gunplay.
I absolutely love that you talk about that, and I want to come back to it.
Did Elevate play against winning? Did Elevate play after winning against Wolves? No. They play tomorrow. They're done for today. Oh yeah, by the way, this is the bracket. So whoever wins this, whatever plays Star Wars, I believe. Yeah. This is today's series. Whoever wins here goes to Star Wars, and we're gonna watch this today. Tomorrow, we're gonna witness Elevate versus Q9, and then whoever loses that will play Star Wars, and then yeah, that's the series for tomorrow. By the way, schedule.
Absolutely.
But then again, with the wind and in their sails, momentum.
nobody would know what OUG means.
Team going into that matchup.
He definitely is. That's the thing, right? They lost 3-1.
I'm gonna take down my tweet it tomorrow.
Potentially face them again.
Or not
It
tomorrow,
is
but like
definitely a situation to be
whatever, you know.
very, very
I'm
excited.
gonna tweet that after
maybe
this.
nervous for the side of OG. It goes the both ways. We were talking about the fact that Wolves came
If they lose this series, I'm gonna tweet that saying like OUG got what is it, 4th place? Yeah, OUG got 4th place, and we still don't know what OUG means.
Well, the thing is, if you lose this next matchup, you finish with $42,500 for top 6. You win, you've guaranteed yourself $55,000. So there is 12.5 grand on the line in one single map. That is how much is at stake here.
That's crazy.
There's so many things to talk about. Yes, there's pride. Yes, there is history, but also that prize pool change. If you're one of the players right now, you've surely got that in the back of the mind. You shouldn't. You should be focused on the map ahead. But this is an opportunity to close out your year with at least a hell of a lot more money, let alone if you can go on from there.
Each match becomes more and more important, but as you mentioned, it's no longer the whole match. You've already played 4 maps. That's what's up. But now the single game 5 is the one that matters the most. They need to be not calm, because there's no way that you can be calm in this situation, but not losing your control of your emotions.
We get a glorious camera shot here of the different emotions between the two teams. Solo is getting up, it's shaking off the nerves, it's shaking the energy, keeping that flowing through his body. For Wolves, it's that same calm, composed strategy. It is continuing to play our game, not being affected by the environment or the stakes around us. For Raf, he's paying attention to his coach right now, getting those orders.
That's not his coach.
These teams play. There's a lot of VOD review. There's a lot of times
right?
we've played against each other.
He gave him his phone for something.
This tournament. This
That's
is
not his
where those
coach.
extra hours
I don't think so.
become-
That's a.
This is where those
Isn't
moments
that a ref?
no one ever sees, because
Pretty sure
it's
it's a
not
ref.
flashy, it's not sexy to talk about homework and VOD review. It just isn't. But if you've done enough here, you're going to know how each other roll out.
I think something happened with his phone, and they were like fixing it. I think that's what happened.
Next spot and ever richer and ever deeper into this tournament.
Absolutely, and even more so on a map like Standoff, you know, it's in one of those OG maps that everybody knows, everybody has played thousands of times, and at this point, like you mentioned, I'd love to see how much of a play
The way how he's like looking around, like.
because we've already seen, for example, on firing range with Elevate, they have a variety of different available options, and you can have something similar in a map like Standoff.
100%. And let's come back to that shotgun comment that you made earlier, right? Like, this is part of the playbook. We've seen how snipers can take over, but if you get your shotgun into Brown, or we saw a couple of players making moves out towards the corridors, over towards gas, right? The shotguns there can be used to great effect. You lock down entire portions of the map, which allow your boys to move. Offensively, that lets you put the bomb wherever you want. Defensively, it shuts off so much and that throttles your opponent.
Ooh, the brightness is now up.
Teams, not only how deep that playbook is, but how much that.
Is that a new phone?
Because we've seen how effective those can be here on Standoff.
Oh, I think they gave him a different phone actually.
A lot of damage. They can.
No way he's doing that sentence again. I'm pretty sure they gave him a different phone.
Or to risk entering through it and then shotgun to the face. If you know, it does to a
Something happened to his phone.
that
Whatever.
They know that you're there.
I think they gave him a different one to
Because
test
it's a
it
shotgun,
and try
right?
it.
That distance, there's only a few places that you can be. If you're just holding a door.
If anything, you're like, come on in, brother. I got something waiting for you on the other side of this. Don't worry. Yeah, it's going to be a war. And we've certainly had plenty of that through this tournament. I wonder, to be a fly on the Wolves' wall and hear conversations that are going on there, not that I understand a word of Chinese, not a chance in hell, but were you expecting to be in this position at all at any point in this tournament? You came in overwhelming favourites. We interviewed every player here. They said it'd be Wolves. They said Wolves were going to walk this. They've looked best all year. They've grown enough to overtake Elevate. You lose, you fall into this. You've lost 2 hard points in stunning fashion. That sums it up. You're probably right now questioning, how the hell are we in this position?
Yeah, because although you have not lost, it's definitely not the place that you wanted to be at, right? You wanted to go against Elevate on the winner bracket. You wanted to defeat them and hopefully never see them again, or if you do, to be in the grand finals. Unfortunately enough for the side of Wolves, that's just not it. That's not the case. That's not what they have in front of them. And, well, unhappiness is something normal to feel, because that was definitely not the plan.
100%. Tell you what, if they get through today, there's going to be a lot of VOD review to do because we know how obsessed they are with being brilliant. However, ladies and gentlemen, while we get a look in at the players, you'll notice that a couple are away from their desks and in relaxed positions. And that's because we've got a thing or two to sort out. But while we get that sorted out, grab yourself a snack, a little bit of something to drink, because trust me, you're going to want it.
I'm not setting the music because I still use enough of fingers. I mean, it's just a habit, man.
我们在比赛前的准备主要是会去观看我们即将的比赛对手的录像，然后会做一些自身的调整，比如说在我们一些地图的某一些环节，我们会进行一些特别的调整。
So usually before the match, we just play training mode, 20 minutes to read mode. Then if we're like there is a lot of more extra time in, we just go for a free for all together as a team to like warm up our gunfights.
Me personally, as an individual, I make sure.
As an individual.
Number one, it actually happens before the match starts. I make sure to have really good sleep, minimum 8 hours. Number two, I always make sure to eat very good food. And number three, I always make sure to take a nice cold shower because it helps me refresh.
我们队伍每天的训练时间会在至少10个小时。
10 hours every day.
然后如果在比赛密集的时期的话，
Like that? You guys saw that? 10 hours a day.
As a team,
I'm highlight. I'm not highlight.
至少10个。
Our team trains for at least 10 hours a
然
day.
后如果在比赛，
But that's CDM. That's trying to. Hey, they're born. They're like born. They're born. They like they're born to compete.
Usually,
Live, sleep, eat. I'm open, man.
At some point, my personal best advice to that is take a deep breath in and sometimes just hold your breath.
I'm more like a chill guy, so I can work with the pressure without problems.
I remember that they're human too, and every emotion that I feel, they feel too.
What's up, guys? Ayo Raf. So we're currently going to be going through a pro player's loadout. I am personally a sub and heavy player, so I'm a machine gun and shotgun player. But my personal favorite in this meta is probably going to be the VMP. The USS is a great gun, but the VMP takes.
These are one of the few people who plays around. Yeah.
I'm showing you guys my personal and everybody's loadouts in the pro player. All right. Bandit adjustable, heavy barrel, great attachment to use. Gotta go with the rapid fire. It's crucial. And this one's honestly where a lot of pro players differentiate. I personally like the integrated grip set, but other players do like the Phoenix grip set.
It's
It just
such an
comes down to
fast.
how you like to play as a player person. I'd probably go for the integrated grip set though. And then for secondaries, honestly, melees are the best. I feel
That's like
people are overrated.
that's strictly
You gotta
just
go
CoD
with
Mobile, by the way. 10 hours.
Prize
That's
fighters,
what they do.
Mike Tyson, you know what I mean? It's really, really good stuff to use. Down to the operator, I personally am a fan favorite of the equalizers. It's really, really fun, just running gun, Rambo style, really, really great. The 3 perks, gotta go lightweight, you gotta go gun ho. Toughness is honestly really, really good too, but I believe personally gun ho would be the best one to go for. The third option for the blue perks, you gotta go with dead silence. It's a crucial must-have. Now, obviously in pro players, you know, you gotta use these 3 score streaks. You gotta go EMP, Predator Missile, and Hunter Killer Drone, because obviously everything else is banned. But yeah, honestly, that looks like a great loadout. You know, got the frag grenade. Actually, I'm one of the individual. I'll put you on a secret. I personally like sticky grenades. I think they're low key, very underrated. Besides that, this is my loadout.
Hey, can I be a little outlandish for
I'm gonna mute that just for copyright issues, if that is copyright. Be careful, man. Yeah, be careful. Gotta be careful. Like out of that, clicks on the bed. So we're just gonna stare at this for a moment. Hopefully it doesn't take long. Did you miss anything? No. probably at this. We always ask him the film question in the stream. That's what that was them. Yeah. We're just gonna say an awkward silence and just wait. Oh wait.
One last, gentlemen, welcome back to stream. $1,000 difference in prize pool for whoever makes it through. An opportunity to guarantee at least top 4 and to face Stalwart Esports to claim more here in Katowice. It's been a hell of a series.
Oh, is that the Poland place?
A loser, but there must be one victor.
It's a hard point. It's a hard point hill.
We told you how this map works.
See
You
it.
know how this map works. There will be snipers. There will be shotguns.
Okay,
there will be
let's see.
superstars. There will be plenty.
Obviously, Wolves is favored to win this SME because they have so many snipers. OUG Lux has really no main. They have really like no main sniper at the moment.
This is map number 5. This is Wolves.
Oh, he was doing a lobbing trick.
First blood going in favor of Wolves. Cartels falls to the ground.
I don't know if I don't think you can go lobbing that. Yeah, you can lobbing that.
That's a good hiding.
That's already cut.
Players in. He's gonna call out for backup. Backup is about to be coming. A good nade is gonna be thrown, and it's gonna connect, but not.
Oh, it's looking rough already. But Wolves is favored to win this SME due to the fact that Wolves has their main snipers. OUG does not have like a main sniper. I don't care. Freaking spam caller.
Squeezed towards a perfect grenade from Zai.
Yeah. So good luck to OUG. It's gonna be hard one for them to win this because obviously no main sniper at the moment.
Like a hive mind. Zai's gonna peer over the middle. And while there's plenty of damage being handed out by both sides, no one else dies. That doesn't last for very long. Solo with the shotgun up close. Win.
Oh, he's just gonna.
Peg's trying to play with the PKM. Doesn't get there. Zai though does find Solo. 3-2 in Wolves' favor.
And all of a sudden, the chaos unfolds. Only one remains alive inside of OG. That's gonna be Tectonic, who begins to push. There's the hold by Sounds.
He's just behind the corner.
Find the kill you yet, but
Wait.
pushes through.
Oh, he picked up the shotgun. I thought he had the Odin. Yeah, that was great. I thought he had the Odin. I was like, corner, wait. Then I see then the shotgun. I was like, okay, that's good.
Rocking that shotgun. That's the beauty of realizing, okay, if they push, I'm ready, and ready he was.
Yeah, dude, bro. Recently, I've been getting hella spam callers of like just spam callers that are just not real people, just AIs, basically. I never obviously pick up, but I just know it. Hey, freaking bots.
Down a whole portion of the map here. Every time he throws a shoulder left, he knows if someone's pushing through gas.
Like I'm telling you, this past week, I probably got at least 50 spam callers. That was like, damn.
But OUG are the defensive side here, and they're going to do what
you
they're
know,
entitled to, which is slow the play down, burn through the time, look for some picks.
I feel like
no real need for them to lose their heads. They can just
you need like
chill, wait for
you need like 2 phone numbers, to be honest. One phone number to like give it to people, as in like give it to your friends, and then one like number that you don't care about, just like use on websites. You know, when you sign up on like I don't know, random stuff, whatever.
Well, he had company in the number of 2, but we'll actually.
They're just gonna like use your number and just give you spam caller.
But he's just going to belly crawl his way forward here. Gets his timings right. He's going to be in through the back. And Solo's PK.
So you know silence? Nah, I don't think so.
Peg tries to do the same thing. He's aware of where Tectonic was.
One shot compared to like 4 shots for bullets.
Push forward, but Solo's going to find a window to get himself inside.
Yeah, no, the wallbang there was definitely not going to happen. He thought that there was somebody there and wasted so many bullets. Unfortunately, not for him. That was not the case. It was completely empty.
Yeah.
This 4v4 is going to be quite interesting because Cartel
good shots. He was whiffing. He was whiffing like like a lot. But that was good shots.
10 seconds left. They're trying to plant the bomb. Finds the kill. Gets killed. Does not matter. They know.
Let's go. Don't join this. Keep the good work. 2-0. 2-0. Keep the good work. Cartels need to keep that aim. You need to keep that aim. You want to win this S&D. Keep that aim. Keep it, okay? Don't whiff. I don't want to see the whiff. I don't want to see that APOC P1 whiff again, okay? Like,
Great work by OEG there.
come on, man.
I mean, there's one thing for Cartels when he gets that snap.
Okay, they're doing the greeny push. Wolves knows this. Wolves knows that they do this, but they don't know when.
Feeling that they're comfortable, that they're safe. And Wolves, well, how often do you ever feel uncomfortable? The talent they possess.
This is number, yeah, basically.
Right now. Kings picks
Like, if it's something important, like, I feel like you should have 2 numbers for your friends, okay, and one that's a business number, as in, like, you know, for example, like,
King, we want to see a bit more of him.
what can I use for example? Like,
in these sniper duels, we've got to see him
you
open things up if you're going to find ways as
Bill's
a team.
email or number, whatever. I don't know, like something like that.
A few shots being fired, not really landing into a whole lot. Solo did receive a lot of damage and ends up dying.
Tech needed to get 1.
Now Wind is going to capitalize on the tag, but a nade, a great nade from Raph, is going to equalize this thing. All of a sudden is the 3-for-2 trade in favor of Wolves. 3 versus 2 now. Only Raph alongside with Cartels are trying to prevent the bump.
Wait, that's huge.
They do it
2v1.
huge fashion. Only 45 seconds, and on top of it all, they know where the bomb is at. Now it's only King alive. He's got a sniper.
Oh, they're doing a cubby. Be careful.
It's gonna be quite difficult in this position. That's something that need to be aware of.
King's
Be careful. This is a common thing.
On this, walks himself into a position, fakes the timing as if he's gone round the back. Do OUG blink? Are they flustered?
Well, one question mark.
King's gonna fly
Nice.
forward, misses the first shot.
Wait.
Out, hits the second though. Reposition coming in.
Nice, good stuff. 3-0. This is good. We need these rounds. We need these important stuff. Important rounds.
Looked like King had done the impossible.
Yes, and even by picking up that Odin, I was fairly impressed, not only because of the insane shot he landed.
We need this.
How quickly he realized, all right, there's
Don't.
a weapon here, I'm gonna take
We
it.
cannot let them get any rounds at all.
Option, but even better than an Odin, of course, is a
Wait,
shot.
didn't hit him? I think he shoots too low.
He was not able
Yeah,
to
we can't give this. We can't do this. We can't give them picks, man.
Well, if you're
Yeah.
a Wolves fan and wondering how you get back into this,
I thought he actually was hitting his shots, but I
the
guess
sniper should be
he
very
was like too
welcome
low.
news because we asked for that. Helps his team immensely with the numbers advantage. It's still about punching through players like Cartels, though, who has not been shifted from this.
Yeah, after Tech was done shooting, he should have just backed up. Honestly,
Cube a moment ago to clear it
'cause I'm saying like we're 3-0. You know, you can't give like any picks at all.
as well as the reposition over towards A comes through.
Oh, wow, those shots so close, yet so far he, of course, has no idea. But my goodness, Tectonic, let's remind it, died quite early, and now following through is also Kings, the one who gets the kill. Now 3v5. That's not news for the side of OG. That has happened before, but this time around, they're also going to be losing solo.
Yeah.
They're also going to be
Skip them
losing
that round.
And all of a sudden, it's a 1v5 where Wolves can take a very flawless and clean
7
round, and
victory.
that's exactly what they will get.
Yeah, it's not just they take the round, it is, as you said, that it's clean. It was dominant inside the round. So have Wolves started to find a way to do better on these attack rounds. They're still down 3-1. They'll need to repeat that a few more times to feel comfortable before they go on defense. But that was better. King up on top here, goes for the jump shot, hits nothing. Tries to repeat that. In towards Grandma's, clearly has an intended target. OUG though will return to their positions. 2 players tucked up towards Cube. 1 through the middle overwatching the B-bomb, and 2 in that back corridor. I'd say other than the player who tends to stand Grandma's, it's very little of an adjustment.
And although a lot
No.
of teams, a lot of the times,
No, I don't do that.
rush in a lot when it comes down to the offensive side here on standoff.
Oh my god.
It's the second time that we've seen that, by the way. They're just a millimeter.
They don't want to that randomly.
From hitting that shot, but not quite. Unfortunate for them, but yes.
They wasted the flash. Good flashes. Zai is usually the guy who flashes sight.
Standoff. This time around, Wolves playing a lot for the picks. It has out of that.
Okay.
Although they've had
Hey, YouTube, chill.
they end up losing
Watch something.
rounds, and like you mentioned, they need to avoid getting too far back in this first half.
Solo gets caught out by Pegasus, the
Good.
double chow.
Yeah, the PKM is gonna be difficult, dude.
Out the shot that's missed.
PKM is gonna be difficult. As in, like, they're gonna wallbang check Solo and Rafts. Hey, Cartels is huge. Don't make noise, Cartels. Do not make noise.
Difference maker. Huge fight here in the back line. Sounds just about stays up. Throws a little bit of a shake.
Nice.
Going down, and Cartels wins the fight, though, with the headshot. 2v3. The problem for Wolves is, well, you should have been trapped in, but Cartels backs off and allows Wolves a post-plant position.
Oh, did they plan it for a CT?
Cartel's factor is crazy. It is just crazy. You can never say that OUG is done if Cartels is alive. Right now,
They're planning there for CT.
Not the greatest for Wolves, but
yeah, it should be Wolves win. They're planning there for CT.
Shot onto Tectonic. Less than 20 seconds left. Sai missing that shot does not matter. Why? Because the timer's still ticking. Kings takes the knock, but immediately they trade back by King. Now 1v1 Cartel. King and Cartel. He's trying to defuse. He's trying to bait him out. What he doesn't know is that the bait is not going to land.
I thought they were gonna do a sniper shot, but they didn't. Surprisingly.
Slowly walking by, and he knew where he was.
They honestly, they took long to do this. They took long to
into their backline. It then doesn't allow Wolves.
It took long to push site.
He potentially picks up a kill.
It took the time. You can't. I mean, you can waste time, but you shouldn't.
Just made the retake so hard for OUG. How they may look back at that.
Yeah, the PKM is gonna be difficult because they're just gonna wallbang everything and just clear everything. That's gonna be the difficult part for OUG.
Will find himself inside Brown with the shotgun. No one dies. You hear the bullets ringing out. King, by the way, who's up to 8 kills after 2 rounds. We saw 0 on there, so he certainly stepped it up. And that is no doubt what's helping Wolves back into this on their offense side.
That's right. Right now, Wolves are trying to even those numbers. The bomb is going to be taken there by Peg.
Oh, the flash didn't hit.
Slowly being
I thought the flash didn't hit.
Over A site. Not quite committing to it. At least not yet. There's no real need. A whole minute is ahead of them, and the first bloods are about to come through. King finds one, but immediately gets traded by Solo. All of a sudden, it's a 4v4. Taking a look onto Rafa, taking a look onto Sai now with a sniper. Some smoke in the middle of the map is going to cause some confusion. People can walk by a bit safer than without it, of course. Through the band, it's going to explode. And that's a kill going for win, but it made a trade back by the hands of Tectonic.
Who's number 5? It's Rafa's shotgun.
Win manages to slip by. The van finds one. The cover from Tectonic wasn't there. Sorry, from Cartels wasn't there, and it got even worse as Zai was there to protect his brother.
They know they know Raf is here. It's Raf.
The player. Bomb goes down for Zai. Raf's going to creep. Do you read the play to your left? The answer's no. So after being 3-0 down, I was very worried for Wolves. ROUG about to claim this upset. However, they answer back with 3 rounds in a row. The adjustments.
They needed a defense round, but I don't think they used enough.
That's exactly why I said this map was going to be completely unpredictable. Would I have expected a 3-0 lead for OG? No. Would I have expected Wolf to then tie it up 3-3? No, too. It is just so crazy to see that these teams are taking it a single step at a time. And there's the first blood, to no one's surprise.
That's what
of Cartels, and continues to push in. Look how deep they are onto enemy's territory.
Cartels still pushing.
From Wolves, the aggression from OUG. It's not just in the respawns.
Wild.
They love it in the S&D.
Why are you playing kills instead of S&D?
Sometimes for worse. Better is certainly the name here as Tectonic gets the bomb down. King does pick up Solo, but Raf finds Win to maintain the numbers advantage. And then
we don't. Cartel's got 2. We don't need to continue pushing. But we're playing S&D. You have 1 life.
Very quick through gas. Get themselves into that.
He can just back up his friend.
What else do you possess? Because Wolves will adjust for that. They'll understand.
These guys are trying to make play. They're trying to be like a playmaker.
Well, no, it looks like very aggressive. This time straight through Brown.
Oh my goodness, and this time is working to perfection in favor of Wolves. They immediately take 3 kills, and only Cartels and Kings are going to survive.
Okay, when you're backed up, one guy stayed back, but he probably had a bomb.
Atrocious news for the side of OUG, and that's the type of risk.
But he has a shotgun, so that's fine.
When you are not only getting onto enemy's face, you're pretty much giving them a kiss in the cheek. Well, they can't just turn their fist into your face and be the one who punch back, and that's exactly what Wolves did in this round, as they are trying to once more even.
This round should be
perfect opportunity to do so.
There's no way. There's no way they kill Peg.
One of the best teams in the world. They can match aggression with aggression when needed. They're very happy to play their opponent's game at times because they're just as good at it as anyone else in the world. What you've got here, though, is still a 3v5. Wolves have decided to back off. Happy to let you try and plant. If you do get the bomb down, we'll just overwhelm. Or even better yet, Zai will find King's forehead through the pipe and make it ever sweeter. Cartels in the 1v5. I don't really fancy your chances, and for good reason. So 4-4 then, one apiece. Nothing to split these two teams, whether it be on offense or on defense. We've seen two very different plays come out of OUG here, but both have relied on aggression.
Yes.
I wonder if this is where we start to see something a bit more patient.
I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to be aggressive. Look at them go, throwing a lot of things, but okay, according to the minimap, they're not going to be crossing as many lines as before. They definitely did go ahead and try to position themselves in quite a spot. Look at Solo, already trying to push with a shotgun, not going to pay off as he gets sniped. Same thing for Cartels. Atrocious start of a round yet again for OG.
It felt like they were neither here nor there. It was kind of aggressive, kind of passive, and the problem is that leaves you in no momentum.
Yes.
And Wolves smoke you for it. So they're going to have to slow this down now. They won't be left with much of a choice. Nade's going to go over here towards Cube. I mean, it doesn't connect either. What you'd have done for it, I mean, just a bit of information. A kill would have been icing, really. Kings will hear the nade, but it misses. Checks out towards the bomb. Sees Zai, and Zai says, shoot what you want, brother. I don't want to fight you. I just need to know you're there.
He would have picked that kill. Really, really good momentum shift for OG. Unfortunately not for Kings. That's just not going to be the case. He knows that they're there, but he knows that if he goes forward, he's going to be exposing himself way too much. It is not the safe bet to do. And for that same reason, you said it yourself. Are they going to calm down? They definitely did slow things down, but they are still trying to be as quote-unquote fast as possible.
What you were hoping, I guess, is to drag more bodies over towards A to let your two teammates hit B. That never comes through. Wolves don't fall for it. And Kings left now in a 1v4.
That's not fall for it yet.
Will retrieve the bomb. But that will signal towards the push forward. Gets you a kill if you're Kings. What more can you do here realistically? The answer's probably going to be very little with 8 seconds on the clock. And it's nothing as Win shoots you in the back. So a great answer. The one concerning thing for me there is, as we said, OUG kind of pushed, kind of didn't. You can't have that indecisiveness. It's got to be a clean, consistent rollout. And OUG, you're going to have to figure it out in this next one.
Let's see if they do this time around. Round number 10, ladies and gentlemen. This is getting more and more interesting. A lot of things are going to be thrown in. Once again, they're going to fight here to the death, Raph to the ground. The next one is going to be King Solo. Cannot do absolutely anything. OG trying to defend back. That's going to be Cartels finding one. There's going to be Tectonic finding another. And then King trying to fight back. Not going to be possible. 3 kills now going 4 in favor of OG. And all of a sudden it's a 1v2. Peg is completely on his own. This was a 2v5. And it got ugly for the side of Wolves.
Tectonic gets awful timing. Do you see Red Cross now? You do. So Cartels waits and finds the kill.
Hit marker is crazy. Hit marker? Interesting hit marker.
But wonderful stuff there. What I do for a replay of that moment, because it looked like Wolves had won the gunfights initially. Tectonic pops off in the back line and just gets you that.
Yeah, Cartels and like saved that round. They like did some Odin craziness.
Has worked so far, and while you're still going to get squeezed up towards this outside, it's actually a kill from Solo on Wind at the A bomb that's going to actually force a rotation in. OUG think
wait, A site is clear.
Incredible situation because that opens a lot of room. They're going to be throwing.
Wait, A site is clear. A site is clear. Wait, A site is clear. Solo, wallbang it. Isn't that Solo? That's not Solo, never mind. Wait. Hold up. We are guaranteed an overtime. We are guaranteed a overtime. Hold up.
How do you respond if you're Wolves, the tournament favorites, staring down the barrel of back-to-back years in top 6 of it?
Okay, we're playing super slow now.
It is a tough situation for them. For OUG, you can feel the momentum shift. You can feel the confidence riding through them. They only need to get it right once here. 90 seconds on the clock. It's very aggressive throughout the backside of B. King reads it, finds the shot onto Cartels. Raph tries to counter with the shotgun. Doesn't come through.
Hey, 3-5. Still out now. Oh.
Sound is more than enough. Tectonic here, trying for the wall mines, not gonna land onto absolutely anybody. Bomb is under the hands of Tectonic. He's not too sure what to do. King's in here with the opportunity, but suffers a lot of pain, a lot of damage. Wind is gonna find that kill onto Kings, and that's just
I thought
bad.
Kings were gonna predict that like side, because Raf and Solo always says it. I thought he was gonna predict the wall. Oh, that's what he should have done. Before.
You slow things down if you're OUG. Recognizing you don't want to force this. You've just got to find a pick. Solo could get in behind King here.
Oh yeah, Solo's not be able to run. What? Wait.
Nearby, but you do get coverage from Tectonic.
Okay, so we got Sound, Wind, Peg.
Must have been a call from Solo. I'm in a position here. Hang on a second, help me. Wind at A will be the isolated player. Other than that, you've got two bodies in front of you if you're OUG.
Oh, they could attack. That's yeah. And the nade's gonna blow up Ali, and now they know Solo's in there.
Bad for the side of OG. 35 seconds. He tries to reposition and he's doing well.
Yeah.
But is he gonna be late? He definitely is going to be late. There's not enough time. It was way
If Tech doesn't die there, I wonder how that round goes. Tech doesn't die.
Enigma, we're once again jumping onto the OT territory.
Been blessed with some incredible games on the B stream through this week. 250, 249s, that is plural, and multiple overtimes. Let's get it then.
Overtime, how do we do this?
It was even when they played this. The early rounds were a struggle, but they made the adjustments to count. OUG, it's a very similar strategy to what we saw the whole time on defense. 2 players towards B, 2 players at the A cube, 1 around Grandma's. Cartels sometimes plays high, sometimes plays low. This time it's the back tank he's decided is the position for him. And Tech's just going to continue to hold that back line that has not been broken.
Do the cubby wall bang, like the corridor wall bang. Like do that now.
Strategies from both OUG and Wolves when it comes down to offense and defense. This time around, once again,
He just looks alive. He doesn't loving it.
So far, no one has died, and there's still a minute on the clock. What are you gonna try to do? It seems like they want to push towards B, and that's exactly what OG may have realized.
Nice, that's a pick.
King with the first blood, looking to
Sort
get
of
the second,
weak.
gets a shot, but not a kill. His allies are gonna be there to try to finish them off, and he does. Well done on Cartels. That's the 2 for 2.
Oh, this guy boxes. It's gonna be huge. Who is it? Number 3. That's Zai. Oh yeah, he's gonna be huge. Oh, but the guy back alley went huge. Yeah, it should be G's. Or this round. Zai and King are not gonna assist. Zai being boxes is just game changer.
Final blow. 7 to 6. Wolves' attacks have been perfect in the last 4. OUG, it's been a mixed bag in their recent run, but they're gonna have to make it work now.
It was crazy. It was crazy. The fact that Sounds was not traded was incredible news for Wolves, and that's a big part of why what happened. They are gonna immediately go for.
Oh yeah, jeez.
Bag, King, all of them getting a kill. There's only 2 alive. Only a 3-for-1 trade.
Do they know that they're a tank?
For the side of OG. They're trying.
I think they know they're a tank.
The action never stops. They are trying to back out, but is it too late? I feel like it is. It's a 4v2.
The 2023 World Champions were hanging on by a thread just 2 rounds ago. Now,
yeah, they're playing this good. They're playing this super good. OUG is not gonna expect this. Yeah, they're not gonna expect this.
Is truly other level, and there goes Kings.
Many heart attacks on OUG. That is facts.
By the fountain to hold his own, and he will not. The returning retired King, who wants to reclaim his throne, will finish it off here in what has been a quite frankly ridiculous series in Poland.
Ridiculous is, oh my goodness. I cannot believe what just happened. And just as you mentioned, the 2023 champions, they had their backs against the wall and they managed to tie it up. They managed to get an advantage. They managed to get the victory. Solo in here nearly throwing a wall down. He's not happy about what happened, but he's not sad, you know? He's not crushed. It's understandable. They gave their best. They just showed us how well they're made of.
BG gone, yeah. That was the elimination match.
Oh,
100% OUG have been incredible entertainment, both inside the venue and on the main stream. It's a tough game to look at, to be fair. If you are solo, 4-12 is just a rough stat line. But it's not on that. It's a case of two great teams squaring up, separated by fine threads. A couple of moments where play calls come in that we applauded. A couple of play calls came in that we were unsure of. I think there, OUG, while we've asked for them to fully commit to either the aggression or the passive play, an all-out aggression towards that bomb site, that's brave. And I think Walls were caught a little bit surprised, but very welcoming of that as they cut them down on their tracks. Honestly, other than that, OUG have been fantastic performers here in this tournament, can hold themselves very proud, but it will be Wolves who march on through the bracket and will play Stalwart Esports next. I mean, if they do want to return their throne, if they are going to have to go through Elevate to do
they got 4 plates, right?
Showing that
That's
they've
4.
got that resilience, that grit, belief, determination to come through no matter the circumstances, a great thing and a sign of a hallmark champion team.
Absolutely, absolutely. I feel
Oh,
like
you got 4th, right? I'm
able to completely
making the tweet. Which teams are still in the competition? Wolves, Star Wars, and Elevate.
I feel like it is just super, super nice to see them come out on top despite all the trouble that they've gone through.
Absolutely. We will get
Oh, no, that's 5th. 5th, actually. I meant 5th.
The final 4 teams
Yeah, final 4.
in the World Championship. All will be squaring up on Sunday. Elevate against Q9 will be the winners' finals. Stalwart Esports and Wolves will be your lower semis. Whoever loses in that top match will wait in the lower finals for the Stalwart Wolves victor. From there, those two teams will play and meet whoever is in the grand finals. That's Sunday set up for you. But Friday and Saturday have been a blast, my friend. It's been an honor to cast alongside you. Of course, there will be no Stream B tomorrow. Raven Enigma, this has been Gil, and we thank you all for joining us during what has been an amazing tournament.
Wait, this is B stream.
In Poland.
Okay, now.
2025 World Championships. We're down 2 days, one more to go. A championship to hand out, and a whole hell of a lot of
It's an A stream now. W phone, man. W phone.
So I would say when it comes to like raging, having a bad mood, it would be Eeyore. He's the one that's like, he's the one like snaps the fastest.
It'll probably be Kings, honestly. He's very passionate, you know, so his rage is very justified at point.
It's between Rihan and Yuki.
I think for me it's Crossing.
I think it's pretty obvious it's Marvel.
我觉得我们队里都挺容易急眼的。
Oh, that's me. That's me. Yes, that's me.
Probably me. I think I have a bad habit of speaking really fast to the point where I just like fumble my words, honestly. So it's a bad habit.
BT.
Maybe can be Suiwa, I think so. I don't know. I think Suiwa.
When were you playing? When for you? Huh?
我们
next year. Hopefully next year.
Zero 的沟通，有的时候他可能会着急，就是也许人在这个位置，他会当时可能被他打掉的第一时间，他会报错别人的位置，就可能比较急，然后有的时候他会说一些就很好玩的话，对。
Probably Kings. Honestly, he's somebody who once again takes those 1v1s really passionately, so I think he'll take the trophy on that.
Me.
I think gonna be Crossing because he doesn't like to lose any game.
I think it will be me.
我觉得我们队内1v1最强的选手是 Curly， 而且我觉得
OUG, yeah, bro, OUG did good, bro. We're gonna be sitting here for 8 minutes, whatever. OUG did good for being a 5-man NA team with no snipers, like NA players, whatever. No snipers. They had no main snipers, basically. Now that whole like freaking. Wait, I need a tab. Me, my screen quick. Tab. I'm gonna repeat myself after I get a tab. Okay. OUG did good for obviously 5 NA players. No snipers. They had no main snipers, basically. No main snipers. Kings sometimes picked it up. I think Cartels also sometimes picked it up. But they literally had no snipers, basically. No main snipers. Just pickup snipers, basically. Pickup snipers. And they got Biff, basically. And they took Wolves to a game 5. Like, it's crazy. And it was close. It was close. They played against Zion King, who are like, you know, some of the best snipers. So taking them to game 5 and almost winning is crazy. Yeah, well, like I said, once you get that 3-0 lead and you start like giving Wolves to pick like that, it's just like crazy. Once I saw Tech die like that in the 3-0, whatever, I was like, it could get iffy here now. So you can't give up anything. You can't give up anything. You're gonna take that 3-0, what is it? You're gonna take that 3-0 lead and freaking take advantage of it. Don't give anything up. Now you all have to wait. What if I was there? What if Davis was there? What if... Sorry. Be more fun if everything could be with full stream? Obviously. That's obviously. Obviously, man. Obviously. Visas are always going to be an issue. You guys got to understand this. Visa always going to be issues. Always.
Tournaments, it will be PJ that has, I believe, the best aim.
Zai. I think the player that has the best aim would be Lucasin.
In my humble opinion, I think Lucasin has the best aim in the game. I've seen his gameplays. I think his aim is really good.
I would go with Oling from Q9.
Due to trophies and achievements, will be Scythe from Wolves.
Right now, I'd give it a Zai.
I think that gold must be Zai.
The greatest, I would say Zai.
It's gonna be me in the future.
We believe it's in communication because communication is key to like the whole game sections.
For me, communication.
In my opinion, we need to be a mix like skill and communication. The thing that determines victory the most is communication because it's a team-based game.
For Animus and me, I think it's communication.
Communication is really important, but you can do nothing if you don't have skill.
It will be over-egoing things. You think you're confident, very confident, but it brings you down when you face difficult teams.
The most mistake probably is gonna be don't be ready for the fights in the game. So don't be ready for everything is going like go too fast and they didn't be ready. Being overconfident sometimes.
Mistakes that less experienced players do is their lack of confidence. Just because when you don't have confidence, you can't do what you do in practices. You can't show your true game.
Aggressive, number 1. I'm also passive. Third is unpredictable.
I know what he think. Oh, let's go.
Aggressive, the same thing. And the last word is gonna be ready.
Me as a coach, I like aggressive play style, doing like a lot of respawn trap, doing transitions between the hard points.
Faster, fastest.
What's up, guys? Ayo,
Currently
going to be going through a pro player's loadout. I am personally a sub and heavy player, so I'm a machine gun and shotgun player. But my personal favorite in this meta is probably going to be the VMP. The USS is a great gun, but the VMP takes that throne for #1 spot, honestly. So I'll be showing you guys my personal.
OUG gave Wolves a good like run or like warm up for their next matchup, whatever.
Gotta go with the rapid fire. It's crucial. And this one's honestly where a lot of pro players differentiate. I personally like the integrated grip set, but other players do like the Phoenix grip set. It just comes down to how you like to play as a player person. I'd probably go for the integrated grip set though. And then for secondaries, honestly, melees are the best. I feel like pistols are overrated. You know, you gotta go with the gloves, boxing gloves, prize fighters, Mike Tyson, you know what I mean? It's really good stuff to use. Down to the operator, I personally am a fan favorite of the equalizers. It's really fun just running gun, Rambo style, really great. The 3 perks, gotta go lightweight, you gotta go gun-ho. Toughness is honestly really, really good too. But I believe personally gun-ho would be the best one to go for. The third option for the blue perks, you gotta go with Dead Silence. It's a crucial must-have. Now, obviously in pro players, you know, you gotta use these 3 score streaks. You gotta go EMP.
Free money, I
Predator,
guess.
How to kill a drone, because obviously everything else is banned. But yeah, honestly, that looks like a great loadout. You know, got the frag grenade. Actually, I'm one of the individual. I'll put you on a secret. I personally like sticky grenades. I think they're low key, very underrated. Besides that, this is my loadout.
Basically, our best map is everything in the chump set. Our worst map is none.
My best map will be Summit as a shotgun. Shotgun is very powerful in Summit. And my worst map will be Standoff.
My best map probably Hacienda. I really love that map. And my worst map, I didn't like to play Apocalypse at all.
My worst map is Summit, and my best map would be Hacienda.
Yo, these are we can use this for tournament, man. Lucas said his worst map is APOC, so like, fight against him APOC.
Remove the Type 63 is really broken.
Probably USS 9.
The one weapon I would remove would be the Type 63.
Yep, Type 63. Type 63, baby. Get it banned again. Ban the Type 63 and ban the SKS.
Type is still overpowered and it can still ruin the experience.
Hey,
just for me.
yo.
Believe it or not.
Hey. They are asking these questions, and they better do something next year for the competitive. Like, you're saying a lot of people said Type 63. Okay, how about we ban the Type 63 next year?
I think it's really fair.
And it's SKS also.
XM4, VNP, and Odin also, they are really good. But yeah, it's fair enough for me.
I think with a couple
The current balance of the game, I don't really
take out
care.
2 weapons, I think the balance.
I'm talking about competitive side. These are probably like, these are probably comp questions, not like casual questions. So like,
So I would like to change, and maybe the SMG are too good with the USS 9. So if we can go on a rifle meta, for me it would be perfect.
Hi guys, I'm FDX, the captain for Stalwart Esports, and here is my loadout. I'm gonna start with the loadout. Since I'm a sniper man, I usually go with the Tundra. Even if it's nerf, it's okay. So
how do you rate the current balance? Wait, it's good. Just remember, for the comp, it's good. Comp, it's good. Besides, or for comp now, it's good. Obviously, because stuff are banned. Besides the Type 63, just ban the Type 63, SKS, and Gucci. Now for a casual, for the casual side, for me, I think just US 9 has to be nerfed in both. I don't think that VMP. I mean, oh wait, I forgot. Wait, I forgot. The US 9 and Odin. The US 9 and Odin has to be nerfed. I forgot the Odin. The US 9 and Odin has to be nerfed. And then I think we have somewhat of a decent meta or balance, whatever.
For OUG, it's that pain of the search and destroy once again. Lose the control as well. I mean, you forced the issue. They played quite well in that final map specifically as well. Just broke down towards the end. Wolves with a great comeback. Absolute banger.
Yeah, I mean, listen, OUG, S-tier team, you know what I'm saying, baby? Listen, they got those hard points. They did it in the end, but unfortunately, as you said, it was the search and destroys that do befall them. It's unfortunate, but again, if OUG, for a team that literally had 2 to 3 weeks of practice after being out of the game for a month or so, top 6, that is a perfectly fine finish, and on a global level, that's probably where I'd put them as a team.
100%, but I do want to talk about how that now impacts what we're about to see here, Ton, because I mean, Wolves looked tired, understandably so. It's been a long day.
I mean, you've had to go to overtime in a map 5 just to get to this stage. Stalwart have had their feet up 3-0 against Gallerus.
Yeah.
Transfer a little bit of food, maybe some scrim, some VOD. Wolves, you finish it up. You finish that final round. Come back in the search and destroy. Get on the main stage, boys. You've got another game to get into.
I mean, this is going to be a really fun way to close out the day here, Brody, because we've got 2 juggernauts here in our lower bracket. So this is going to be an epic matchup.
Oh, it absolutely is as well. And I think this is just one of those situations where it's just like, look, Wolves, former World Championship, they're still in the conversation to see a team make it to, well, 2 World Championships. Nobody has done that yet. Elevate's done that conversation as well. So Wolves getting through this would be crucial. But also you've got kind of on the other side, right, this Stalwart team that has last year, top 8 finish for them. They were not happy with that. They kind of overhauled their roster coming into this year. And, well, now they are up there there. They are literally an S-tier team.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see
Wolves
how
is
they can
definitely
get
one
through
though.
Wolves, because I think this is kind of I want to say the gatekeep in a way of just like, if they beat Wolves, yeah, they're 100% amongst it.
And of course, that means whichever team loses is eliminated from the competition. Whoever wins will move on, stay alive, and wait to see who drops down from our winners finals. So, I mean, there's a lot on the line for these teams, but still, we've made it quite far in the competition here so far. I'm excited to close out the day with these two, especially. I know that we've been talking about them for quite some time, and like you mentioned, Ton, 3-0 in Gallers for the Stalwart esports side of things, so they're going to be feeling pretty confident coming into it.
I think there is a lot to be said about that kind of indication when you do get to the latter stages of a day in a tournament. You have that, I want to say, what's the word I'm looking for? The endurance, realistically, for these teams, and that is where it really starts to pay. Have you been fueling correctly? Have you been making
Why is this animated?
Part and parcel of
an
esports player, and any of these esports, you need to keep yourself energized at the right time.
Now, let's talk about individuals who could potentially be impactful for this final match here, Brody, because obviously we've been watching them go throughout the bracket so far, but they're both on long days. They're both going to be tired, and they both need to play all out in the last match. So who could do that?
I mean, look, I think for Stalwart, we've had a lot of conversation around Jai, right? He is the guy. And I think, you know, Jai has just been such a phenomenal player to watch over the course of both Garena Masters, Garena Finals, and now here at Shams. But I don't think we've seen him full send it yet. I don't think we've seen him in a situation where Jai has been dropping the 60 bombs, right? That he was doing.
Well, same as Zai.
I think Jai for me is
same with Zai.
If we're looking,
I don't think. I'm pretty sure Zai hasn't like
it has to be Zai.
turned up in Hardpoint against like the
legendary in Call of Duty
against
Mobile for a reason.
teams.
And he's been at this
I don't think so.
Every single
I remember.
I mean, he's been one of the
I'm
best
pretty sure
to
I've been
date.
saying like Zai
I feel like those
hasn't
players
been
are
popping up
perfect
how
one
I
from each team.
always see him pop off.
Now, don't forget, everybody at home, obviously our players had to
Funny
finish
guy,
the
I
match, go
guess.
straight into then figuring out their picks and bans, and then we'll be getting them up here on
I don't know
the stage to finish
I wish there was like a
everything out for the
scoreboard.
day. But
I don't think Zai has been popping off like in the respawn speeds.
To the map and mode options.
I was like, I would expect him to pop
I think
off.
from what we've seen from Stalwart is that they're just very, very well rounded, to be honest with you. I don't think there's anything particular for me that necessarily stands out. I mean, everything has been solid from what we've seen specifically over this weekend. For Wolves, one of their strengths is just grinding some of these results out, to be honest with you. Like, they got put in some poor positions throughout that game up against OUG and managed to find the comeback. And I think especially when you see in the map number 4 and how OUG came back in that hard point, for them to go into that search and destroy, be behind and have to win like 3 or 4 rounds in a row just to get the win. I think just resoluteness. I think for both these two teams, they've had to go through the grind, and for me, that's the strength that they're both going to then have to go up against each other with.
I mean, clutch under pressure is a very real and important.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, 100%, right? I mean,
possible.
You don't get to this point in the tournament without having some clutches. I think every single player on the team has been part of it, for sure. Yeah, and I think you're going to need to do more of that as we get through these kind of teams, right? You're going to be in situations where you're going to have to pull up 1v2s, 1v3s, 1v4s, and search and destroys, beg clutch ups with the operators in the respawns as well. I'm expecting to see a lot of that. And I think more than anything as well, just keep your heads cool, right? You're on a big stage here. This is a really tense moment. You're in the lower bracket, and if you lose this matchup, your tournament lives here, your 2025 lives in Call of Duty Mobile is done. So I think, you know, just keeping yourselves cool, calm, and collected as much as possible, given the fact that there's so much money on the line here for this tournament. I think that's really important.
Do you have any expectations, Brody?
For this series?
Yeah.
As in, are you asking me for a prediction?
No, not a prediction. Even if you just want to say like a map that you know for certain is going to be coming out, just in general, any expectations? Because I think
I can see the vetoes personally. But
you can see the vetoes? Don't be spoiling, mate. Come on now. Ah, man, it's so difficult. I don't know. I feel like Fire Range Search and Destroy wouldn't surprise me if that got in here.
Stop dropping
That's a really
frames,
comfortable map for both Store and for Wolves, so it wouldn't surprise me if that got in, but it also equally wouldn't surprise me if, you know, that was something that Wolves are like, hey, we're really good on a lot of S&D maps, let's just get that
How much
one out
slower? I gotta lower
If I
the
had to pick
bit
one
rate.
map just off the dome, probably Fire Range.
I'm sure it's 7 to 8.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
You might be right.
That's the first time I think you've ever said that.
The broken clock is run twice a day.
Yeah, there you go.
I love that. We're going to be able to verify all of that here in just a second as we're waiting for our teams to get themselves set up and ready to go. If you all are just joining us at home, this is the last match here of day 2 on Stream A. This is going to be a team deciding their fate in the tournament. Who will make it through to see tomorrow? Which team will be eliminated? That's going to be happening right now. And it is two teams between Stalwart Esports and Wolves that have had to fight tooth and nail all day long to survive to this point. I think it's going
AG has to be one of the most respected teams in
really good
CoD
match,
history.
at least especially when it comes to our storylines.
Somebody
What we were
tweeted
talking
that.
about, even heading in
I don't know
to
what he
this
means by
LAN,
that.
the teams that we expected to be at the top, we are seeing a lot of those names in those exact positions that people had been hoping for. So while we are waiting just a few more minutes, chat, let us know your thoughts as well. Who do you think is going to be clinching up here in the lower bracket? Who do you want to see moving
It makes
on
sense. I don't know what he means by that, but like it makes
keeping in
sense.
mind
Like,
just the reminder
yes.
that we also do have Elevate and Q9 at the top of our bracket.
I don't know.
I think for me, realistically, as you were
Like,
saying, like in terms of the top teams making
They
it, I
have
don't think
improved
would-
in those stuff.
anyone would
They
be necessarily
have
surprised in the
improved
top four that we've got here. I
player
think
and
it's
all that
pretty.
stuff.
No, I wouldn't say it was ever set in stone, but I'm not looking at it thinking, oh,
And like as a
expect that
team and
to
all
be
stuff,
that.
and
I mean,
they
exclusive
did
opportunity,
amazing. They did amazing for being a 5 NA
I
players
don't want to clown on that, but I thought Galvus
and
maybe would
going
have been the team who could have
top
possibly
5
broken
basically
through on that side of things
in
potentially.
champs.
Other than that, though, would you maybe
You know?
OG kind of finish where we expected? It's kind of been as expected, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Actually, you know, it's before
No,
the tournament,
we've been
right?
saying
A lot
this
of people are
for.
saying that the top
I've
four
been
that we
saying
have in
this
this
for a
tournament right
while.
now are
But
definitively the top four in
obviously,
the world.
East is gonna be. East is a region you gotta be like. You know, East is gonna dominate. You know, they're just gonna continue to dominate. China's gonna keep getting better. Green keep getting better, and Green, bro. Listen, Green is getting better and better without even being in like CDM. Bro, CDM like that much. You know, imagine if they were like playing CDM like every year that they hosted whatever. Imagine they were like they would have gotten better and better and better and better and better. You know, but I'm pretty sure this year they haven't gone into CDM whatever.
We haven't had many surprises. We've had some up, so
Something like that, you know.
And I think that's kind of been indicative of the conversation we heard pretty much straight away from PJ in the very first game. The level seems to have raised. So yes, okay, we are getting the people who are probably supposed to win their games. They are going to win, but it is never ever been a pretty much for the most part. Yes, okay, there's been some games that have been a bit of a blowout, but you know, there's been back and forth at least. There has been times in Call of Duty
Like,
Mobile Championships where we've
it's
really
crazy.
had like later games and the teams just getting blown out of the water. I don't want to jinx this one, in absolute fairness, and I don't think I will. I think we'll be fine on this side of things. But
Every region from the East, they just keep getting better and
100%.
better
I
and
think
better.
that really just kind of speaks
Love it.
to the Call of Duty mobile competitive scene on the whole. Year over year, we are seeing our individual players
When
and our teams across
everybody
all of our
everybody
regions
also thought
improving, getting better.
CDSI was this year. CDSI was this year. I thought that was last year. But when the thing about the West side, is West is not getting better, but only like Latin basically. At the moment, it's only Latin teams are getting better. EU, I don't know. Exclusive looked good. They look good, but when I saw, I don't people gotta understand this. When I saw, let me see. Where's the results? There's no results. Where's the freaking scores? No scores. Okay, there's no scores. I'm pretty sure I'm not wrong. Pretty sure I'm not wrong. But when I saw exclusive loss to UMD, I'm like, yeah, never mind. They didn't improve. They still look the same as last year. Because you lost to UMD. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I'm not wrong. They lost to UMD. I'm like, oh, nope. It's the same thing as, you know, last, or like, it's the same thing as before, whatever. The only region I have seen improvement from in the West is Lee Lion. And NA, I'm not sure because this is the first year where it's Mexico, 2 Mexico teams, so they gotta get used to it. all stuff. Some of them, I believe, some of them are first time playing champs and all stuff. But that's the first year having NA and Mexico in champs. Obviously, the NA team, the XG, they obviously weren't gonna do too hot. We already knew that.
Glitter, right? I can genuinely feel the tension
But
here.
West side is like the only region that's getting an improvement in the West is literally Latin America. Period. Everybody in the East side, every team is getting an improvement. It's crazy.
I love the reference that Ian made there about
I think what people think it's also it's the fact that all the NA players are going to the east side and getting offers from the east side. That's why, you know, NA slowly, you know, NA like North America, whatever, is like draining because all the good players from NA are getting offers from teams in the east, and then you're just losing the good players, the important players, whatever.
We're gonna get them pulled up here so we can start talking about what our players decided for this last match.
I'd be very curious to see. Oh, Brody was right. There we go. Path number 5 was a firing range. I did see it. But yeah, Hacienda. And then, of course, we'll be going to Coastal along the Crossfire. And map number 4 will be Slums if we need it in firing range for map number 5. I think one thing I do want to point out before we get into the weeds here, because this is the first time I've actually had a chance to actually properly have a look, and I'll give Brody a chance to have a look as well. Just one thing I did want to point out, we were talking about the endurance, we were talking about the stamina. Wolves have played only one of the maximum maps they could have played today. Every game -1
plus all NA tournaments each year will be.
You would like to think that Stoll
yeah.
as far as the actual
That'll be
energy they're gonna have going into this one.
That's the only way.
Really gonna have to grind through this one.
That's the only way NA can find like some type of improvement is playing against Latin America, and hopefully they get better. You know.
That's a pretty standard kind of CDM map at Fire Range. Do you remember like SPS Season 4 when we would have like NA just picking Fire Range or EU picking Fire Range like every single series? That's basically like CDM every time a Chinese team would play. It's a very popular map in CDM, and Wolves, well, they happen to be very good at it. Also happens to be a very good map for a Stalwart. So going to a map number 5 in this series, which I assume all 3 of us in the desk hope happens, it would be an incredible end to the series and the day, because it is a strong map for both teams. That being said, if I'm Stalwart, I'm happy with that Crossfire. That's a very strong control map for them for sure. And that Coastal Search and Destroy, we saw Stalwart take it off of Q9 earlier on today. So honestly, if I'm Stalwart, if I feel like maybe the David in this situation, I'm feeling pretty happy with this map set.
And as well, having a look at Wolves' record over the CDM season, they barely played Hacienda. And obviously, it's a bit of a different process as far as picking bans. You do just kind of go on to pick your next map after the previous one. They barely picked it, only played Hacienda twice over, 25 games of Hardpoint. That is not a lot at all. And it's a try and tested map for a lot of these different teams. So ST will probably feel nice about Hacienda.
Yeah, and actually just looking over towards the Crossfire control for Wolves, because I had an inkling. I was like, hang on, isn't that a really good map for Wolves? Yeah, it turns out it was. They were 9-1 on that map in season. Although it should be said, to be fair, I think you guys should kind of take a grain of salt for every single stat line you get from Wolves in season with CDM, because they pretty much ran through everybody in every mode apart from Search and Destroy. They're 23-2 in Hardpoint and 17-3 in Control. So the maps they lost, few and far in between.
Well, you can see our players are going to be hanging out here, getting themselves ready. And honestly, the fact that after looking at what we've gotten through with our picks and bans, it still seems like there are scenarios where it could go in either team's favor is even more telling of just how close a level the competition is when we've gotten down to the top 4 teams in the world. We're now in this elimination bracket, and whoever wins, whoever loses, regardless, in both of these scenarios, we're talking about teams that deserve to be here, that have worked their butts off to get here. This is a great last match for the day.
Yeah, and I want to kind of specifically relate that to Stalwart as well. I kind of got a chance very briefly to talk about it earlier. I want to give a massive shout out to kind of Palatao, right? Because Palatao came in more or less at the same time as Cheyenne Reeve, and he basically overhauled this roster. Like, you could see it during Garena finals, where he was just coming in, talking to them kind of between games and stuff. And even though they lost that grand finals. Palatao's impact on this roster is huge. And I think that goes for kind of all the coaching staff of these top 4 teams. It's what really makes the difference. Like, yeah, you can have shooters, but you have to be able to kind of analyze what's going on with your team. If something's not going right, just make sure that you fix it. And that is what really separates these top 4 teams from the rest of the competition.
There's so many things that go into being the best of the best, eventually being the best in the world, being the team to etch your name in the history books of Call of Duty.
I want to see some COD, bro. Let's start this game already, man. I want to watch COD.
Themselves ready, and as we've got the flyover coming in.
Oh, run thing. I'm into this. I want to watch some COD, man.
Well, here we go. I hope so, Lauren. And I hope
Where's the COD action, man? We got Wolves warmed up. ST not warmed up, probably, but like they rest. Now they're coming back. See, they still are warmed. What's up, Most Wanted? Good morning. Welcome.
Over the day on that map specifically. But let's see how it's going to go down when the chips really are down. A knockout game between Wolves and STE to end our Saturday. I mean, this should be an all-timer. Let's kick things off between Wolves and STE.
Okay, I didn't like the name. To be honest. I feel like the name is too close.
Teams like this, even at this stage of the competition, but somebody has to walk home in 4th place. Somebody has to walk home with a lesser share of the prize pool.
Any chance to get a CAD cam tomorrow?
That's both of these teams really, of course, Wolves.
My cat's been sleeping on the bed. I'm telling you, I'm pretty sure ever since I woke up with my cat in my freaking hands, I guess, whatever, he has been on the bed sleeping. Like he has been in bed sleeping. Like he has not got. I don't think he got out of the bed because I have not heard any noise. He has not made any noise of getting out of that bed. Crazy. He's been on my bed since I woke up and started my stream, which is 6 hours ago. I think he's been in that bed for 6 hours. Like that's serious.
Yeah, you've lost a couple of those gunfights though. If you're a Wolves,
like, I don't think he moved.
He gets overwhelmed. So
crazy. I don't want to mess with him.
Control of those P2 spawns. That is a full yellow feed here, ton. But now Wolves.
Hey, yo. Zai. Wait, Zai's having a good game right now. Zai's having a good game. He's having a good start. Usually, so like from what we saw today, I believe Zai has been, you know, playing a little rough in the hard points, having a slow start. But if he has a good start this whole time, this would be nice.
Alrighty, well, ST, that is a wave of gunfight for them. 30 seconds left in this hard.
Like we see Zai drop like 30s, 40s. I don't think we have. I don't think I was in like. I don't know how much. You know, I'm paying attention, but like I have not seen him, you know, drop 40 or 50. You know what I'm saying? I need to see him drop 40, 50, whatever.
Find a breakthrough almost immediately, and it's looking like they're going to hold down the majority of the time, if not all of it. FTX going to bring in the Tempest, finds 2 on the transition as well. That's going to spawn out those players probably a little bit closer to their teammates either way, so not the end of the world. Zai now trying to lock down from the side of the well, but a really nice start from ST. That was a wonderful hold, and Operators ready to come in.
Clove would have liked to have stayed alive there. That would have been a nice distraction to keep the player up top, because now Wolves can effectively direct all of their attention towards that fencer side. You've got to be careful about potential wayward spawns, though. You can see FDX through the X-ray as ST get control of the kills. Spawn now. FDX enough of a distraction here.
Good. STE.
Scared, not able to line
Popping off.
anything. So not necessarily wasted, but not necessarily great either. Peg not wasting the equalizers here, though. Here's 4 kills from Peg. Nice stuff from Wills.
Nice.
5, and Peg will break it open on his own, but that happened over towards P2. They didn't follow it up this time around. Zai has done. Wills getting themselves back into the point. It's a high contestation. There comes the Predator MSL. There is coming the break from Wolves.
And you know what? I actually really rate every bit of utilization.
There seems to be difficulties on Wolves. I mean, at the same time, they're not playing with their main roster. They're missing Rise. Rise is the key player on the team.
Investing 4 ops at that point and the Predator missile as well, just to try and close the gap to store, is a good idea.
No, I'm lacking.
You don't want to put yourself down by 80, 90 points. And yeah, you can make a phenomenal comeback, but at this stage of the competition, at this level of competition, that's a very difficult thing to do.
Wolves finding plenty of kills on transition over towards P4. Is that one?
Wait, Wolves turn up. Look at Zai. 17 Zai. I need this from you, Zai.
This specific moment. Cove can find one. Push is now going to start coming through. It's coming from a couple of different angles.
Drop that 40 for me.
STE, but it's a nice setup from Wolves. Peg can find
Keep popping off. There you go, Zai. Get the 20. Fred, boom, 20. Guy in front of you. Yep, kill him. Light work. Come on. This is what we needed from you, Zai. You need to turn up if you want to win this. Turn up. 40 plus, please.
The rest of their teammates. I don't know all the maps, but I don't think they're that far behind, getting the rest of them pretty much combined at this point. Stalwart, they are basically fighting two men on Wolves at the moment. This is a very mixy kill though. Ton, getting this last 10 seconds would be crucial.
Come here, you still need more shotgun gameplay from Rise. I don't think he's a shotgun player. Like in comp. I believe his SMG. No, he is. Never mind. I'm taking. I think so, right? No, I think he's. Is he SMG marksman or SMG heavy? No, I think he switches, to be honest, in comp. I think he switches. I think it depends on what team.
And you are right. I mean, look at
what yeah, I know Peg. I'm pretty sure Peg has been doing good, like in respawns. It's Zai. Zai like he's like slow, going slow. Because we are used to him seeing like we are used to him having like 40 plus, 35 plus, whatever. But I don't think he has been doing too hot. I could be wrong. Later in the later, yes, CDM, yeah.
We'll find 3 up top. Still 20 seconds left to fight for though. This is big time for Stalwart. If they could grab it away, and at the moment it does just feel like they're just trying to fight through this kill to get that rotation.
They're coming back though. That's good. This is good.
And at the same time, it was actually Clove who brought out the equalizers, completely wasted. Wiped out immediately, so that's a big win from Wolves. They find the transition, no equalizers on the board. Can you find the kills to back it up? Wind gets a couple on that backside now. Trying to find as much as he can with the War Machine here, and will get something through the smoke, and not just something. He'll find 2. He's finding hit markers as well. FDX doing so well. The setup was very much there from Wolves. They are not able to make it count.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, you might well get those kills with the War Machine. The problem is, though, that those close spawns, you didn't have a couple of players to block them, so Wolves will get right back through. That's another equals, though, this time that kind of falls away. Stalwart now don't have to deal with that, and they are now back in, but Wolves, they're knocking.
You go. Zai's still popping off.
A couple of players like Peg and of course Zai having big games. When they're not popping off, it seems to be that the points are heavily going over towards STE. This time around, they can find a couple of kills though. Wolves will find a way.
I did not want to play that.
Back spawns here for STE as well. If Wolves can hold on, if Wolves can get them back out of this point, the transition over towards P3 will be looking nice. Sounds can find a couple. Wind will find another. Wolves are starting to pull this one back a little bit with 5 seconds to go. P2. It's the foot race over towards fences.
And you can just see the desperation for both of the teams really to fight over what is effectively like 5 to 10 seconds of time, right? Again, these kind of margins, this close of a game, yeah, that time is absolutely worth fighting for. We go towards new though. Split spawn starting to come through here. I was going to say I expected Zai maybe to play his life a little bit more than that, but that's a big shutdown regardless. Peg is going to keep that area of the map in play for Wolves, so that's going to split the attention of Stalwart ever so slightly here as this next hill pops.
And they look in a couple of different directions. No, they can't is the answer to the question. 3 kills coming in from Peg.
Bruna is what NA could be.
Anything else inside of 10? Yes, you can. 2 kills will fall his way. Not the third, not quite. SE trying
Hashtag Freedom Pina.
Wolves fighting tooth and nail over it. 30 seconds to play for here, and it's a 30-second game.
This is always a mixy hill here, Ton. Wolves gonna get a wave of gunfights in their favor. Stalwart coming from one side of the map. And if Wolves can hold it,
here goes Zai. Get that gig. You better get that kill. Get that kill too. This is what we need from Zai. I'm telling you. I told him, drop 40, he's doing it. This is the Zai that we know. This is the Zai we know and been new. This is the CDM Zai right here. He has been activated. He has literally been activated.
Kills as well. It's looking good for Wolves. ST had a really strong start. But this second rotation,
1 HP. He's literally 1 HP. I'm telling you. You should have killed him. But the combo doesn't like you. They don't want to see you winning, Zai. Don't worry. You got blocked.
So that's going to give Stalwart control.
He finds a little bit of value from it, but not quite as much as he would have.
Nice try.
In that position, Chai wins that gunfight as well up against Peg. And now King. And water conducting electric gun. Maybe is that going to work out? Chai, he's going to fall, as is everybody else. Reef will drop in. Incredible work coming through from Wolves to get those points. Peg's not been a point with the equalizer whatsoever. And once again, it lets him down. STE doing a great job at soaking up some time, but Wolves a couple of little fumbles.
I mean, it feels like every time Wolves would bring out an operator, right? Even 3 from the Tempest from King, it's immediately responded to by Wolves. You'll have Wind and Peg come out here with their own operators to keep themselves in the conversation, and yet still, that is a crucial hard point for a Stalwart. They'll invest a couple of ops to try and get the last bit of rotation and the rotation towards New away, but still, the fact that Wolves now get rid of 40 points or so on that hard point, STE now ahead in this game.
Very, very close game between these two, but STE were able to just about get it away. MTX just finds 3 out absolutely nothing with the Tempest. Sensational work from him. STE now find themselves 40 seconds in lead, 45 seconds to play for here over towards P1. And that was a gunfight. You felt that Wind had to win.
Ready?
Now inside of the point, Wolves trying to soak up what they can, but it felt like a bit of a
He's yelling.
to a certain degree, but STE just put the pain in that final couple of moments over towards P4. This lead's not insurmountable, but
this guy's shooting at grass, bro. Yeah, he's just been fine now.
That lead, right? They managed to bring it back down to 0, but now it feels like the game's opened up just a little bit more, and so now Wolves have to focus on again picking up that scrap time.
There you go. Oh, that's a touchy thing right there, bro. Broken.
Here in Call of Duty Mobile, so it won't be long before ST are right back at the next hard point. They should have.
I see he has spawns. Wait, we have one guy in hell actually.
Now he's waiting. He's waiting for the rest of SC.
That was on hell, but he got cut.
Managed to find anything else would be a bonus. He gets a third. No problem from Sounds. But where's the rest of the team?
Aggressive.
They're on the way through water. ST are the first ones inside, but Wolves will manage to find the break.
He got boxed. No.
He can find one, as can Reef. STE seemingly find a way through.
Yeah, nice play as well from ST off the respawn. You can see a couple of players like Skurd and Clove trying to make things happen on the flank through Rock. Keep sight out of the play, so the rest of Wolves are vulnerable. Now they have to fight though, because this is a
kill that guy. W, kill that guy.
Two here with the equals. It's still going.
And there's not really much for Wolves to play with as far as the operators go. Absolutely nothing. But we can actually see that one player is going to manage.
Yo, who is smoking the point? I want to know who's smoking the point. I feel like it's Wolves because they're breaking. Like they're like fighting for the hill. Is this a fight? Just throw smokes left, right, and just hip fire, gun ho? Like what? Who's throwing all these smokes?
Keep on hitting this as well, right? You're going to spawn up in the lobby. You can't give up 10 seconds when Storm are this close to victory, so you got to try and take this time away. It's nice for Peg to find 3, but he's so weak that he's not going to be able to complete the.
Yeah, you just gave him like the point basically.
Stalwart over here, just 14 seconds. One player, Reef, trying to cause carnage. He gets shut down.
Operators available for STE as well. There's 3 ready to start causing havoc over towards the fences.
Well, it's got like 4 players. Yeah, they're killing, but they're not. It's just they're not holding.
Absolutely everything that he can for STE. There's 4 with the Sparrow. He may well line up more. STE find a way through. Wolves are gonna fight back.
All you gotta do is take everybody from Wolves out now with your ops, and that's exactly what Skurd wants to do. But Wolves, they're dogged. STE trying to close things out here. Nobody from Wolves will touch, and that's Stalwart kicking off.
Yeah, it's just they need to play hill, but SE is just holding hills.
It felt like they led the dance all the way through, and from the word go, they took the lead.
You don't need to. You don't know. Hills don't really matter too much, but.
Wolves came in maybe just a little bit cold and got caught. It's a massive map for Stalwart to try and find, and they do indeed find it, and it's just down to the
That's crazy.
that last hill we've seen.
I feel like Elevate.
P3, and when there's that amount of investment available, the returns are always going to be great.
Elevate. So here's the difference between Elevate and SE that I have like seen so far. Elevate has gotten like good gunplay and good hills and all that stuff. But ST, they have good gunplay. But they're more hill than gunplay. You get what I'm saying? I don't know if that makes sense. Like STE keeps winning games without like getting a lot of kills. And you're getting a lot of good OBJ though. They're good at holding and all stuff. You know what I'm saying? Elevate though, like they get kills and they get hill. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense. But
looking towards these scoreboards, and again, something that you always try to not do as an analyst is counting towards the kills, but 51 and 30.
Like the ratio is different, yeah.
For Zion Peg for the L, and not
No, I'm dropping frames. Stop dropping frames, Martian.
how many of those kills are really contributing to that win?
Yeah, I mean, I will say this much, right? We talked about it early on because we kind of mentioned it in the middle of the game. I think it was like Peg and Zai had 30 kills between, or a piece, I should say.
They slowed down, but
yeah,
I mean, it would
they
be hard to keep
down.
it up.
But I think more to the point here, it was the fact that we were talking about the fact that the rest of the team were basically on single digits through the first 4 hard points, I want to say, or something to that effect. And that probably, I mean, definitely contributed to the fact that Stalwart were as far ahead as they were. And of course, that was damaging in the end because that's more or less the stat line of which Stalwart were able to win game number 1 by. So not all of Wolves showing up. The pack isn't here just yet. Maybe it will be so for Search and Destroy because we do go to Coastal up next here a ton. And look, STE, they managed to beat Q9 earlier on today on Coastal Search and Destroy. So Stalwart will definitely be in high spirits here. But I never want to count out Wolves. This has historically been a good map for them. We look back towards CDM. I believe it's a 3-2.
Oh, is he like?
Moving into that.
I don't know what you gonna call it. Not stressed or like disappointed. I wonder if he's disappointed. I think that's the word. I saw that.
We go, and you're right. Neither one of these teams necessarily having a great load of competitive play on this one specifically in Coastal, which again kind of always makes for an interesting game. Will be STE on the defensive side to kick things off. We've seen a lot of really like splits, I want to say, between a lot of these top teams, especially in the Search and Destroys. Many a 3-3 at halftime, many a overtime. But for Wolves on the attack to kick things off, a slow and steady approach, but STE not quite playing that same game. Reef, he will find one, gets taken down. That's okay for both these two teams because information's being gained.
That's the idea. FTX just trying to play his life at the moment.
He's done well.
Wait for the rest of the team to come over. That's the idea. He is playing hide and seek miraculously well. If he could even walk away with a frag here, that's everything. Yeah, those prize fighters working overtime today.
Wind will find him, but he did well to survive as long as he could. He knew his objective and he completed it well. The rest of STE are here. The backup has arrived and Zai has left all on his own in a 1 versus 3 and he's not in a position to help his team. Really, FTX did... I think a lot of people will be like, okay, well, you're gassing something unnecessarily there, but he just stayed alive as long as possible, and sometimes playing your life is as good as finding kills. First round goes STE's way.
And I think it's the fact he drew so much attention into one small spot, right? Because if you do that in that situation, you're pulling the looks of at least 2-3...
You guys been telling me he's probably trusting the eyes?
And that's pretty much what he did.
Probably.
Away from the points of entry that Stalwart would eventually take into one little small angle. So, yeah, for Stalwart...
Right, way more screen up too.
Huge. Nice play from FTX.
Will resting the eyes for a day before tournament work?
That was a Shotzi-like play, and they know
I mean, that's basically getting sleep. What do you mean? Yeah, of course. That's what you mean.
That can be as useful as finding kills yourself. Into round number 2. ST want the good through the defensive rounds. Wolves formulating something here. You can see the setup from STE in your bottom left corner. As the push will start to come through. It seems like a setup. The grenades will come in and Clove could get himself caught out, but that smoke's actually going to give him a little bit of cover. Skirt is here to help out as well, and we'll find first blood, but Wolves inside of B.
Maybe inspired by Q9. They're going to give up the B site here. Maybe not entirely by choice. Clove's going to find one on the exit as well. They have numbers in this situation. They're going to go for a retake. Wolves' only option here. Get that rock down. They're looking for some kind of exit frag here. Turn and Stalwart, they're just not giving him anything.
And then the problem is trying to get that bomb down when you know they're just all around you. You never know when's the best time. And that time may well have passed already. Sounds and King. Gonna have to wait inside of the site. I don't think STE will rush anything here.
They're not stop elevate.
They'll spray away.
Who knows? Just gotta wait until tomorrow.
To push into this site and make it mixy. You have the number advantage.
I invented sleep today.
May well make a push.
Yeah, the issue is they can't get the bomb down because of the fact that Clover's there. He's just spraying and praying through the wall with the PKM. The fact if he wasn't doing that, this would be nice, but they're going to go for it. The spray and pray has stopped, but you're still, nonetheless, in the 2 versus 4. That fact remains unchanged, and it feels like the heat of Stalwart will now be raining down upon Wolves.
It's going to be about utility. Grenade goes in, does not land, but Clove, can he find anything? That's your teammate on the cross. King can find one. King can find a second. Surely not. Just too many men. ST find a second round. Nice retake from them, but really the work was done when they tried to find the players inside of the site before that. Bomb goes down. Easy enough job for Stalwart.
Yeah, and it does feel a little bit like that's why retaking that site at times can be so beneficial, right? Especially in a situation where you've got numbers. Obviously, that definitely helps, but you know the fact you've got Clove just kind of spraying through the
honestly
and preventing.
It also matters who bugs more tomorrow too. Because obviously they're after when they go back to their hotel and all that crap, whatever they're sleeping in. It's all about United's gonna VOD. That's what I'm trying to say. United's gonna VOD and all that stuff, and they knew Elevate was gonna be a threat since forever. Everybody knows Elevate is gonna be a threat. So whoever goes back home, VODs, do their work, do a good job. You gotta wait and see.
And that nades will not find much. FTX being patient. Both players with very little information, but time is very much on both of their sides. As FTX read this as king. Both seem destined for each other. And a 2-1 or 3-0 scoreline is very different. Oh my goodness me.
They have the bomb.
King, did he see him? He gets away again. They're so close to each other, they can smell each other's breath.
King doesn't know. He has no idea that FTX is behind him, and FTX looking for it.
Oh, he's naded.
The grenade being cooked. We'll have the freebie. Oh my word! I didn't want to breathe.
Oh god. FTX. It's like a sideways snake, something to that effect. In that
have to make sure, don't you? You had the angle on him. It was just a case of making sure you secure it. King not quite finding the angle to get that one to ring out, but ST looking very, very solid here in the search and destroy. I don't want to speak too soon for this series, but it has an air of Wolves maybe just running out of steam. And that is a nice pick to find as well. Win has a little look. It's a little bit of a bait, actually. That comes through from FTX. He dips out, expects his other teammate be able to find the shot on the way back in. But FTX is accurate as ever. Still 3-0 to SCE, and they have a man advantage on round number 4.
Wolves trying to figure out how to work around this now. Man disadvantage for the umpteenth time. You've got 0 map control. I'm curious to see how much util they've got left. It's just a little stun check through the middle of the map to check that nobody was by boxes. So a minor amount of information gained, but you've still got to deal with a double stack inside the bar. That's going to be really tough. Even if you take a 1-for-1 trade, that is not beneficial to you in this instance. Still.
Yeah, that was a chocolate one, whatever. I don't want that to be on the ground.
Although I will say, 50 seconds on the clock, that time starting to run away from you.
Grenade out.
Wolves maybe.
Yeah, FTX might be the best number in green. Probably, I guess.
Ideas. Information gained. Jai has been smoked off, though he can't really help out, so Reef has to do it on his own. Jai then joins in, finds King, and this will be another round to STE. Unless Peg can, pull something out of the hat. It will be something. There's number 1 done in cloves. Done, well, not do too bad. It was actually the smoke that comes out, sorry. Try and cover his own back, and not gonna happen. FTX will swing around behind him. 4-0 now to STE.
He keeps this guy keeps looking at the camera. I'm pretty sure it's the same guy. He's looking at the camera, trying to get aura or something. It's like every time they end the round, they look up for the camera. It's funny.
So not ready for it. Nice first blood from FTX. And again, how many times has that happened? Wolves just continually getting first blooded here. And now they're trying to pick up the pace.
Oh, they're delusional. ST are absolutely delusionally confident. And will Zion win punish them? 3 versus 1, not gonna happen. ST are running through Wolves right now. Yeah, 5-0 up, 5 defensive rounds in a row. And Wolves can't touch them.
It's just Wolves, they're trying different things, right? In that round, right, they lose first blood. Okay, let's be faster with a reaction this time around. Finally, Wolves get the first blood in their favor. Oh my god, a hit marker on towards the second as well. That gets traded out. Getting a little bit aggressive there, egregious, you might say. But at the very least, they're not at a man disadvantage now. So Wolves, it is now their playground. They can choose what to do. The variance and strategy is on the table. They've got options.
It almost feels like B becomes a little easier in a 4v4. And it's an easier one to maybe break into. It's tough. Made over the top. Not gonna land. It is gonna force a reposition from ST8. More set nades on its way. Are they gonna land? Do not move to your right hand side. Oh no, actually can make it down the stairs and it catches him. Clove on a slither of health. And they're choosing to back it on up.
And I wonder if that commitment of the nades is enough to make Stalwart think that this isn't going to be a rotation. I thought for a second maybe, but no. The commitment has been made here. And now the butting of the head. Only one player removed from the play for Wolves, so this is effectively a 3 versus 2.
They had to go faster than this, though. That's the problem. They've taken the long route round, and all of a sudden it's going to be time for ST to set up. They don't land their shots, and Wind sweeps on through. He will find 2. Reef now left in a 1 versus 4. And it feels like Wolves will find some respite from this attacking side. This round should absolutely be theirs, barring another 1 versus 4 this weekend. And Reef in this position, it ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Is he gonna be able to do it? I very much
probably.
doubt it. Wolves get themselves on the board. That was crucial.
That could be the issue.
That round could well have gone ST's way if it wasn't for FTX whiffing a shot, right? Because Wind is the one that he would have taken down. Wind doesn't get that first kill, and he most certainly doesn't get the second. So one little snipe going Stalwart's way, and that is a flawless offensive effort. And on the whole, I think they'll be very happy chappies about that one. Wolves need to have a incredible start, and they're getting pushed super quick.
Oh, Stalwart straight away over
Like,
towards B and getting aggressive 1 play over.
That is a problem too, and also like SC is also playing good, you know.
No, they can't. Sounds. He will find 2. Jai now going to try and get this one done and dusted because Wolves are on their way around to help, but they have still not killed Sounds. Eventually they do, but Jai now left in a 1 versus 3. Wolves answer the call very, very quickly. It's back-to-back round from Wolves.
Yeah, just incredible how one player can completely change the course of...
Hey, the good thing is, it made it this far without Rise. That's crazy, you know?
A double inside the site, and well, at that point, the reinforcements were called. Stalwart couldn't trade in time. And that is Wolves kicking off the defensive round set just as they wanted to. And this is a very different look from Wolves as well. They are really trying to set the pace right now, Ton. You can tell with the variance in strategy, they want to throw Stalwart off.
Reef trying to find a way through. Looking for some information, gained plenty of it. And the information is gained in shotgun pellets to the chest. Reef dealt with so quickly. But he found enough out. Is it going to help STE with this attack? I'm not too sure. Wolves are positioned well.
It's one of those situations where there's enough time on the clock here for Stalwart to still make decisions here. If they could remove Zai from A side, that would be everything. Oh, the hit marker, that's tough because now it's going to draw the entire attention of Wolves. And Stalwart, they're still committed to this.
Still committing over. Club did not make too much noise. Now Zai will back it on down. Did he get much information though? He was shot, that's what he knows. But did you see too many of the STE on their way around getting aggressive? There's no way that Zai has found that. Gets information for his team. Starts on
my thing about this people saying Wolves is tired of playing and too drained. It's like, dude, they practice 10 hours. China teams practice like 10 hours a day. Obviously with breaks, yes. Some teams had breaks and stuff.
Can Jai and Skird do much here? Doesn't look that way. Jai was holding an angle, but not that one. King finds 2. Skird will get taken down, and Wolves will find another round.
You're saying, also people are saying this without knowing what Wolves actually feel like. Did you talk to Wolves and ask them if they are like tired and drained? Like, you guys ask them that? No. Like, how do you know if they're tired and drained? Yeah, they look like it, but are they actually?
So we're just going to commit to it and hope that you've made that
are they
decision
actually?
early on, but nope. Zai did not blink. As a matter of fact, he got more kills, and it's a fast, aggressive push from Stalwart in this round.
Did you personally talk to Wolves people and say, "Yo, are you guys tired? Are you guys drained?" Like, and did they answer you? You're just guessing. I'm guessing. Let's not assuming. You know?
So well as Jai finds 2, waits for the push, and that might be the 6th round that ST needed.
You've got to get rid of Jai before you even get into the site. That's the first thing. If you don't kill Jai, you ain't winning this round, and that's one way to do it. That's a beautiful nade from Zai.
King now finding his way around, but the bomb has been planted over towards B. King needs to find a pick here if they want a chance. FDX Nice and safe over towards that side, but not able to help almost immediately. Zai gets aggressive. We'll find them. 2 players clearly towards the backside, but 13 seconds to go. You need to get on moving. King will get taken down, and CoD will find another. ST stop the bleeding, and are 1 round away from a 2-map lead.
I mean, the obvious difference there, right? Sound doesn't pick 2 off the bat, and then, of course, Jai follows up that double behind the bar. He's serving nothing but dirty looks. Stalwart, 1 round away from taking a 2-0 series lead against the former world champions. That is 1 rite of passage you need to do to become world champions yourself. And Wolves, I think they're out of ideas, I'll be honest, Tom. We've seen a variety of different looks from them over the last 4 rounds. This is a much more standard approach. They do not want to mess up.
Utility being sent out over towards the B side. And it will draw utility from Wolves as well. So that's an advantage to the attacking team, you would like to think. Information gained by FDX, but the shot not landed. Still 5v5. And everything in this round is just a little precarious now for both these 2 teams. They're playing nervous. They're playing like they have the opportunity to send themselves to a Sunday at a World Championship.
It's all about this first blood. Time's starting to dwindle down in this round. You can feel the tension here in the venue. 1 player could change the entire course of this game. Jai, he's been a difference maker for Stalwart. He just needs to find this opening blood, and Stalwart are in.
So much utility sent over towards the A side of the map, and for a moment, Wolves were drawn away from B. They're now drawn back. And is that going to work out? First blood's going to be massive. Clove just trying to make as much noise as possible, but Wolves, they're ready for this. The first shots coming through from Peg are good. The second shots are even better. And Scared now is going to have to run away scared as King will find another. Peg will find 3 on site and lock it down. Wolves find another round.
3 from Peg. Keeps the minute. That's the beauty of an HSO watching a choke point. Just the current meta we live in here in CoD Mobile.
So people are saying this is to peak Wolves. It's just not peak Wolves because missing a main player. They're using a sub for this.
It's still in there. Anyway, fast, aggressive from Stalwart once again, hoping to get rid of Sounds.
Let's see if Sounds can do 1 better. Well, he's got a little bit of help this time. King right alongside him. Sounds over towards the back.
Sounds got 2.
2 as well. It's wonderful defense from Wolves. STE are throwing different looks, but that one, it's kind of been a bit of a 50-50, the rush over towards B. It hasn't worked out. Now on a 2 versus 4. The problem is they're just cornered, but I don't think for 1 second that Wolves will expect them just to push out of the side, so they're going to do it anyway, but 1 player behind them, they've got to be so careful. Wind will turn around, he will deal with it. That was a Wolves round.
Peg missed his shot.
Honestly, I thought for a second there when Stalwart lived.
But he hit the important shot like earlier, but they got to kill him in the beginning.
Round for Wolves, but yeah, 100% different strategy there from Wolves. They sent a couple of players into the Wolves to B site this time, as opposed to just Sound, so very different.
Wolves in the game against OUG were behind in a similar scenario. I think they were actually 6-4 down or something along those lines, and they came back to win it in overtime. No players have found anything, but plenty of utility being sent across the board. Peg will find Reef. A car bomb out of nowhere. And now all of a sudden STE do not have the numbers. They may well still be 6-5 up and still need this round to take this one away, but Wolves could very well tie it up with this advantage.
Yeah, now the thing is Wolves don't have to commit to either of these 2 sites, right? They can kind of spread themselves thinly and react to ST, considering they now have the numbers. Would have been a nice snipe to ascertain the round for Stalwart, but they are still going to be comfortable for the moment here. Keep an eye on Clove. 11 kills to his name. He's been monumental for Stalwart. He could be everything on the entry towards B, but that is a double up and a half that you do not want to deal with.
ST are playing like a team who are 5-1 up and are currently in a precarious spot. This may well be going to overtime. Aggressive lines coming through from Wolves, and that is a bold play to be making in a round like this. And bold plays are punished by Jai. Zai gets taken down. It's a wonderful shot, 4 versus 4.
But they do not blink. Neither does Stalwart. I really thought for a second there was a strange shot. No, they are committing straight for it. CoD timing. They have a chance to get on towards the site.
Being back down at the right time. That stun's not going to land on anything, but there's the bullet from the Tundra. They got to back it on down. FDX will find Peg, and ST are in on the site. This bomb should be going down, and it is on its way over. Does not land. STE bomb down 45
Hit
seconds.
this corner, right?
They've
Yep.
got the man advantage,
pick.
but Sounds evens the odd 3v3.
3v3 go. Jai, the man of the hour. One snipe again could change everything. Wolves taking their time. They've got 30 seconds. They can do this.
30 seconds to formulate how we get back into A.
Wait, he's
how we
holding
defuse that
in.
bomb. Sounds trying to distract, but Jai once again, he's been the hero of this round. Gets another pick, and all of a
But
sudden,
he still
it's
knew he
two
was there
versus
either
three.
way.
Backs on down. Shot's gonna come in from Wind, but he can't find them, and it is all but done. STE should surely get this one. Sounds is trying his hardest. 9 seconds.
I mean, they're playing live. That's good.
STE find a way in. A miraculous defensive recovery from Wolves is not enough. The damage was done, and they are 2-0 down.
One more map.
Just the reactivity of Stalwart.
One more map.
Wow. Right, I mean, it's Jai, all right, for sure. This guy has changed the game for Stalwart Esport. I don't want to say he single-handedly transformed them into a champion.
Why? Like, this guy tweeted. This was tweeted.
They've always been capable of that.
I'm not gonna say the first part, whatever, but like, they were like hating towards ESL for making Wolves nerf. Like, what? It's visa issues.
They've kicked it up.
Anubis.
And not sure too. This was a phenomenal start though for Stalwart.
No, was one more map. If SC wins one more map, they are out. But it's only 2-0 at the moment.
Every single time that Wolves tried some kind of different look, well, Stalwart had the answer, and of course it most certainly didn't help for the vast majority of those defensive rounds. The first blood, Stalwart had that in the back.
Just felt like STE were crumbling a little bit though, didn't it? And that really would have felt like if Wolves could have found that map from where they were 5-0 down at one stage, brought it back to 5-1 at the half. If Wolves bring that back and go on to win it, the mentality difference is monumental at this stage. But as it goes, they couldn't, and Stalwart Esports stop the bleeding in those defensive rounds, find themselves 2-0 up in this series, heading in to a Crossfire control. It's been a long old day for Wolves, but they haven't been involved in a 3-0 today yet, and I'm sure they don't want that to be the case in a map number 3. Stalwart Esports though in a commanding spot. But both these teams, Brody, very proficient at control. But who's going to bring the A game here? And now a final game of the day.
It's so difficult, isn't it? I mean, Crossfire has been traditionally a great map for both Stalwart and for Wolves, so I do almost kind of expect to see a banger matchup here for sure, regardless of who takes it home. But for Wolves, I mean, your backs are up against the wall. We go back to Crossfire control today from Wolves, and it has been a wild ride for sure. Of course, they managed to beat, I believe it was, OUG on this one, 3-0. They took a Game 5 loss earlier on versus Galaris, which is, I think, a pretty big loss to take. So it's been kind of mixed signals, I want to say, from Stalwart thus far, or from Wolves so far, excuse me.
Like, people don't understand what visa issue. Visa like government stuff. Yes, ESL or like any other company, whatever, could help. But that doesn't like guarantee, oh, yeah, 100% guaranteed. No. Like, what?
In every single
People just don't know what to talk about. That's the thing.
right anyway.
That's
I'm
a
hoping
fact.
he has done, but hopefully that is the case. But let's see how things are going to roll on down. I hold shit.
It's government in your area, government in Poland, I believe. I think government like everywhere. We just gotta understand that.
To get this one going. ST now trying to get themselves back in a position, but Peg's done wonderfully again over towards that A side. King in a good spot to stop these flankers. Nice start from the side.
It's not like a guarantee.
Start from Wolves. They haven't fully cleared out space just yet from A, but I think the primary thing right now is just to make sure that Stalwart aren't able to overextend through B. Even despite those gunfights, you find 3 in the feed now. If you're a Stalwart, you're starting to really push up and trying to get some movement going, create some breathing space. Wolves, for all of the kills they've made here, for the small tentative 2-life advantage they've got, there are still Stalwart players to deal with. A top X and over towards B. You gotta remove those players even with 45 on the clock.
I might be wrong. I might be running the wrong stats page, but STE being going well, I'm not going to blame Shift for that. He's now going to be saying, what's this guy talking about? Reef now. Over towards the A side, trying to get something going. It's been a nice start from Wolves. Not going to happen for him over towards this side as Wind will shut things down and consistently over towards A. Wolves have been doing a really good job at just being a nuisance. That live discrepancy is looking good.
Yeah, it's the lives at the moment that's really the biggest issue here for Stalwart. So let's just start. Step number one, get control of A. Get the extra 60 seconds of the ball before we move forward. Then you've got to remove players like Sounds from Delhi, and all of a sudden this becomes a tantalizing prospect, doesn't it? You've got a lot of space to work with here. Even in 11v17, you still can walk away with some ticks.
And a significant amount of time and space to work with. They're not necessarily pushing on the point, they're pushing out to try and keep Wolves that little bit further away. Peg can find one, but he does get taken down. STE put themselves in a wonderful spot here now, but look at the flank that could be coming on through. Zai will find one in the FDX, and Wolves will potentially stop the bleeding with those kills that come through. 10 versus 6.
Yeah, Wynn's going to find one kill as well against Reef, so what looked like such good map control for Stalwart gets blown apart basically by one man. They've got to get back through him if they want to get control, and actually Wynn's able to find yet another kill against Reef, so again, Stalwart being held at bay here. They had to fight for control, but that's 3 kills here now, Ton. They are right back on the point.
Excellent work. 6 versus 3. Still doable here for ST, and there's going to be investment coming through as well. The Tempest is out from Clove. Jai finds Peg. 4 versus 3.
Clove has a Tempest. He has 2 shots.
Has to panic yet.
Let's see.
Although ST might be the ones that have to do so. Clove's found a
Nice. War Machine down. He knows Clove is under him now.
Tempest in hand, albeit starting to get aggressive as well.
Oh, he missed.
The Tempest runs out, but he finds the kill anyway. King will fall. Swings one over towards the right-hand side. Clove will take one back now. Just a little bit weak. Underkiller out. He's not going to be able to find it in here on his left-hand side. Yes, he did, but which the shot has to land. It has to land.
Nice wall bang. Good stuff.
Wolves will find the defensive round. And if he finds that HS kill, he's on his own inside of the site. King would have had to make a move.
That is the most uncharacteristic HSO play from Clove I've seen all tournament long. Missing a couple of key shots. The Hunter Killer drone, of course, was in the air, so they had no choice but
to
stay inside the walls in that situation.
You're just like me, bro.
Ground from Wolves. They want to start strong on this one. Of course, it was such a big round that they automatically have the War Machine off the start.
You're just like me, bro.
And they are creating a lot of space early on in this round. Worth saying as well, Wolves still have a lot of utility on site. Just the War Machine was invested. 3 ops still to go. So if they manage to capture A early here, Ton, the rotation towards B should be pretty smooth.
That's if they can do. Looking good from Wolves so far. Starting to push themselves up, put themselves in positions where they can make their life easier. And Clove feels like the only one who's really answered back from STE. They are getting blown out of the water right now, but Reef finds one back on a Peg. A little bit more map control, but Wolves in a really nice spot. That's going to be a quick A capture. Equalizers out for that. No info, nothing. Desperation player from Reef there.
Yeah, that's really not good. I know that it's early on in the round because now that leaves you even in a deeper hole than you were previously, right? Because you've just invested one of your ops you've got. Look at Wolves' inventory right now, buddy. They have the entire armory across their backpacks collectively. It's 4 ops, it's 1 streak, assuming that's just a Hunter Killer drone. Wolves have everything to work with here on this rotation. It's going to take 1 man to blow it all up. Clover's advanced in a position here, so for Stalwart, that might be enough to buy them time to get their own ops in this game.
Clove now putting that pressure on. He is going to get taken down by King.
That's funny.
But now everything else being brought in by Zai, he's just going to slow them up to give his
That
time.
guy came towards the doorway. Like he gave them that pred kill. Funny.
They're getting themselves over towards B. Those operators are coming in. Clove will find a big kill on the Peg though. And there has been occasions where operators being brought in by both these two teams. It has not necessarily been the best. But
Who's your pick to win this tournament?
Taken down 18 versus 14.
I mean, exactly what we were talking about has happened, really. Clove buys enough time here that now they have their own operators, so all 4 ops come out from Wolves. Now it's Stalwart.
Oh, good win. Sounds.
They are still down by 4 lives, though, and Clove again, yet another suspect. Tempest play. Peg comes through. You just got pegged.
Oh, here we go. 14 and 10 from Wolves. And it's looking good for them, but can they continue to keep things up? STE on the defensive side are not necessarily in the
we heard what you said, man.
They need to continue to find these kills. Wolves are on their way. King will find one. It's a trade going to come across the board here from Skird. And, well, is it going to continue? Absolutely not. 3 kills coming their way. Wind will pull out the equalizers. 12 versus 5. This is all but a Wolves round. STE need to be perfect.
you just got no map control whatsoever. All you can really hope is smokes off the start will might obfuscate things and get through the middle of the map, but it's just so tough. Wolves watching every single point of ingress. They are going to trade things out, down to a 3 versus 9 here, but 35 on the clock. Time not really on Stalwart side either.
3 versus 7. Not gonna happen. King. PS is scared, and all of a sudden 2 players remaining, Clove and FDX. What can
They
they
go
do
for the kill.
FDX? Well, a fantastic shot.
Go for the cat.
2 versus 6. You've got to get back onto the point. 2 versus 5. Clove can find 2. 2 versus 4. But that tick is coming through. Oh, sounds.
He used a
will come through with the
war
war
machine.
And I kind of get it. But I think what I will say more than anything, instead of it being a waste, ST forced them to use it.
Yeah, and I think that was kind of the theme of that round, right? A lot of forced operating.
Actually, still playing scrims, yeah.
Having 4 before they even got.
I played scrims of OUG like 2 weeks ago or whatever before they went here, before they went to Poland.
So long that Stalwart were able
Yeah,
to
I was
get
subbing for them.
right after Wolves had exposed those. So yeah, Wolves off the start of this round. Now looking to 3-0 and get back into the series in indomitable fashion. It's been a solid start in terms of lives here for the moment. Stalwart, again, trying to do that thing of just getting players behind enemy lines to cause some carnage, get some distraction plays going, so they can actually get some kind of map control.
Well, I eventually got the right sheet up, Brody, and they have played this twice, have Stalwart. They only lost 1 round, so that was nearly close, just by sheer blind luck. It's not taking much luck for FDX to get a little bit of control here, though. The rest of his team are alongside of him. They are working away on it. Bit of a push going on over towards this B side as well. Is it going to be push to anything? I'm not too sure. Clove continue to survive. ST doing a good job in this round, though. They're chipping away.
Yeah, that third tick is about to be through on A by the looks of things here. I don't think Wolves are going to stop it at this stage of the competition. Couple of kills.
But the war machine calls the whole had.
Investing, you have to to try and clear out some space around the back of the map here in this instance, and yeah, that's Clove getting it done. Clove now more than
it's worth it. It's good. You won the round from it. I don't know.
Need to get going. The EMP would help along the way. That's going to be a big
Either way,
as well.
you know, you won the offense. That's what matters.
Reef doing some good work.
What do you think of the current meta? Ref says TTK is way too fast. Yeah, of course. TTK is way too fast. It's either the health should get buff, the health should get buff, or the weapon should get nerfed. But I feel like we're at that point of CoD Mobile where we need the health to be buffed, to be honest. I could be wrong.
And look at these kills coming in from Peg across the map from the top of balcony, expecting the pressure. It was unrelenting. Clove will find it. 12v9.
It's not the worst death machine in the world, right? You get a couple of kills out of it. You do at the very least prevent.
Oh, the war machine calls it.
A little bit longer. You waste about 15 seconds of time off the clock.
Oh, dang.
So now Stalwart have 60 to go and a 4 life advantage to make this transition work. A couple of ops in the back pocket as well. This is plausible, but you've got to keep control of X.
Yeah, Clove's going to manage to find Peg as well and find his way over towards the backside. Wind will deal with him, but it's the pressure. It's going to continue. King's going to bring in the Tempest, and Zai going to bring in the Annihilator as well. They really want this 3-0. They want to try and turn this one around. Zai can find 1. Peg gets taken down, but can he continue to sing with the Annihilator? Yes, he can. He finds 2. Sounds will find 2 himself as well. Fantastic work from Wolves. 5v6.
There's nothing like when the Wolf Pack is working together. 5v6, 20 seconds left on the clock. Both ops still in play, and this is a big clear if they could get it.
You didn't hear him?
Looks away at the wrong time.
Oh, you heard him.
Down to a 4v6. That's a big player to take off the board.
But ST do have to get onto the point here. They can't waste their time. There's a Sparrow out from the other side on Wind. He will find something. Zai continues to do very well with the Annihilator. Zai will find everything else that he needs to. That's 3 kills from him, and it's a 1 versus 3.
Wait, the Ultra didn't do anything. What? Ultra didn't do anything.
It's a 3-0 in the control. And they get themselves on the board in fantastic fashion. That was a dominant Crossfire control.
I mean, wow, the thing is, it's one of those controls, right, where it's dominant. But
it wasn't.
But it wasn't, right? I mean, we literally had this discussion earlier on, right? We talked about, I don't remember what match it was now. It's been a really long day. It was like a 3-2, right? It's like, well, that was one of those 3-2s. I think it was actually Stalwart versus Q9. My memory bank has just started working again. Yeah, we were talking about it being kind of one of those 3-2s that, like, well, it was a 3-2, but it was actually a pretty dominant 3-2, the way that which kind of Q9 pushed ST back into spawn. In regard to this match, though, I mean, that was a 3-0, but every single round came down to the wire, came down to just a handful of kills difference, and maybe even a couple of clutches from both rosters. moments of excellence from Stalwart, right? Where they're like, all right, cool, we can really pull ourselves back from the brink here. But it really did feel like it was Wolves consistently in the driver's seat in that game. It felt like whenever we were seeing ops being pulled out from Wolves, rarely were they wasted. And really, rarely were they ill-timed as well. It felt like, you know, those operators coming out, I think probably the one that came to memory, even though it didn't really amount to that much in the grand scheme of things, it certainly kept the status quo intact, which is when they had those 4 operators in round number 2. They brought them all out at the same time to make sure that that life disadvantage did not go away. Yeah, this is Wolves as we know it. This is the Wolves that finished 9-1 in Crossfire Control back in CDM. They are so damn good at that map mode combo.
They find the dub. And again, I
was not going down easily.
Towards the end, in a sense, it was a close game. A couple of rounds come down, what, a 1 versus 3, a 4 versus 2, very, very close moments. But Wolves were the right side of it every single time. 2-1 to Stalwart now. Wolves got a bit of life in them. Map number 1, comfortable for Stalwart. Map number 2, for the most part, was comfortable, but got close as time went on. Wolves just not enough in the tank to bring that one back, but that's the kind of map it felt like they needed. Heading into a map number 4 on Slums, that's going to be coming up in a second. But it really did feel like a convincing map win from Wolves would potentially get them back in to this game, into this series, into this tournament. And that might just be the sign of life that we needed if we want to see that map number 5.
So I'm fairly certain we haven't actually seen any reverse sweeps this weekend, at least on our broadcast. Maybe perhaps there has been one on like B, C, or D stream, but
I don't think so.
Certainly for us at least, we haven't had any reverse sweeps. So this, I believe, would be the first. Someone, I'm sure Alan will text me in a second here. Shift will be like, yeah, there was one. But yeah,
I could have done that for you. My shift impression's a lot better than yours, but you know what? I'm not giving him what he wants.
Listen, I wasn't. You know, my American accent is actually pretty poor, right? So you know, my accents in general, I've got my own, and that's really about it. I've not really got much talent. That being said, it does feel like if this is the first reverse sweep. What a time to do it as well. I remind folks that this is.
I don't know if I'm even gonna nap after this, man.
The loser of this one crashes out of the tournament. I say crashes out. 4th place. Not bad considering the teams we've got left in the tournament. Stalwart Esports, of course, have gotten themselves to top 4. That is what they wanted to do, considering what was it, top 8 last year in the single elimination bracket. They now have proven that, yeah, last year we were a top 4 team. If we hadn't played, I believe it was Wolves in the first round. No, it could have been Wolves. I'll see. It was Q9. Thank you so much, mate. Look, this is why I've got you here. You're my fact checker. Yeah, it was Q9. If they hadn't played Q9, there was a chance that maybe they could have beaten Luminosity or Galaris in that bracket. But regardless, this time around, they are definitively a top 4 team. They have proven they are very much among the big boys, and you just got to get rid of Wolves. You got to get rid of a former world champion, which is no mean feat, to get yourselves into top 3 and Championship Sunday. Man, it's been a beautiful storyline for Stalwart.
I mean, I'll give it to you and Puckett. That was the prediction, that they would go on to be champions. Still, a long way to go for STE. Further to go for Wolves. They are still behind in this series. Can STE close this one out, or will one of the best hardpoint teams in the game get their job done when they need to and send us to that map number 5? Transition over towards the P2 spawns is going to be important. Wolves are the ones who are starting on the better of sides. But that can chop and change quite a few times in the period of 50 more seconds over towards P1.
Yeah, this is a very important rotation here from P1 to P2. I think very often teams will forget kind of about making sure they have blue control. Phenomenal start from Clove, by the way. He doubles up.
The first match you're watching.
Very often forget that they kind of need to control the way that the spawns work on this map. Zai picks up 4. Skurd follows up with another couple of kills. And I just hope that Stalwart kind of don't do that. Make sure you keep blue control. Don't let anybody from Wolves flip the map, because it's very easy to let one sneaky beaky boy get past you.
Oh, that might well be it, actually, as well. As Reef gets taken down, Wolves will force their way through. ST are going to be forced back. They spawn back in nice and early, but 15 seconds to play for over towards P1. Wolves would not mind it. They're not going to get the opportunity. ST finding the kills. They've got the spawns for P2. It's a wonderful, wonderful start for our Garena team still left in the tournament alongside Elevate. And yeah, just as a reminder, you're at home, 2 Chinese teams, 2 Garena teams left. There will only be one at this stage if we, well, whatever comes out at the end of this one.
Yeah, Jai had to be really careful there, because I think him pushing too far out of the hard point actually flipped the spawns in favor of Wolves. So things will be weaker here for Stalwart. Wolves, off the back of that, now have a chance to knock at the door early in this hard point. If they can flip things, this will be huge.
They're close. And very, very personal, but Clove actually pushes out to try and shut them down and continues to do so. Finds 4. Clove has had a wonderful start.
ST is looking good right now.
Finds 5 just to slow Wolves down. ST just racking those points up without much contention up until this point. Predator missile on its way through. Kills being found by Wolves, but maybe not in the right of places. King can get the Tempest out, and here comes the push. Clove trying to find his way back into the point. Wolves have maybe got a bit of a foothold here, but SG still just about in control.
A couple of kills do come through from Zai, though. I think the objective at this point, with 15 seconds on the clock on this hardpoint turn, is just for Wolves to keep Stalwart out of this hill as much as humanly possible. It's just not happening, though. And perhaps worse here, a couple of players actually spawn in towards the old hill. That will weaken things around the front. Maybe Sounds can intercept them.
On their way over, STE Wolves ready and waiting. Zai bring the death machine out and just zone really with it. Nades on their way through, just put that damage down through the wall, keep them at bay. That's all you need to do if you're Zai and Wolves. 55 seconds remaining now. Big kill comes through though. Jai will find it with the war machine, and now the push will start to initiate. That's 3 from Jai, and he gets broken it open all on his own. 4 kills, ST in, making a 5th. Is the 6th following? Not quite, but Jai does his job.
Looking good.
Just as you say it though, there's Peg and King right back at you. Jai's work has gone up in smoke. ST will now have to fight from the front once again. Those back spawns are hella sticky, so get some smokes down, get yourselves behind enemy lines, because you got to work hard to get back into the hill.
Sounds trying to answer the call that Jai.
There's 2 trophies there.
Another 3 though to try and break it open. Unrelenting from both of these 2 sides. STE will find a way through. 15 seconds to play for. As you mentioned, Wolves still with those sticky back spawns. Now just going to continue to try and find a way through. Jai, Clove combining well. King will be able to find something, but it doesn't really amount to much. Not quite. Push coming through, and that might actually be big from Skurd. Does it actually start to change anything? No. And now the transition over towards the next hill, but look at that lead for STE. It is quite something.
It is just insane, isn't it, how similar the strategy is for Stalwart compared to 2024 Elevate. This is what we were talking about.
What's your ultra with that one?
Strategy last year of just flooding the hill with as many people as you humanly can. That's what Stalwart are doing right now. Every single hard point, send as many bodies at the hard point at the same time as you can, and let's hope it works out.
So I managed to find something, but STE are having their way right now. 40 seconds to go over towards the garage hard point, and yeah, Wolves are not spawning in the best of places. They're not too far away, but STE are set up. They're set up clean.
Yeah, they're decent. They're not too
just
hot.
comes in and picks it up. It's far too easy for STE. 25 seconds to go here on the final hill of the first rotation. STE could be 100 points in the lead by the time we get to the second.
Yeah, Skurd will be denied the EMP, but I love the positioning right now from STE, right? FDX was watching down the long by P3 to make sure that Wolves did not get through. As soon as he dies, all right, we see, I think it was Skurd just like picking exactly where he left off, right? Just
have a big lead.
That lane is now open. Now I know people are going to come through Graveyard. The communication right now for Store is on point, and that is bearing out in this scoreline. Folks, this is a former world champion. They are 100 points down to Store Esports. Garena has come to play.
But if Wolves can bring it back, what kind of momentum could it take them? They just need one good transition. Get some good time over towards P1. You don't have the spot.
Oh, they have a flank.
That's being flipped on its head. Wolves, are you able to do something about this? Because right now, STE are running all over you. 40 seconds to play for here over towards P1. Peg is going to bring the Predator missile in. Is that going to help them find a break back in and try and find these spawns? They need good time with P1, a good transition to P2. You're back into the game.
It all sounds so easy to do when we say it done, but I really don't think it is that easy, especially when Stalwart are here. Jai almost able to transition into a second kill. That guy has been mental this entire series. He currently sits at 26 kills. Clove also at 27. Before I even got into the series, I talked about 2 players that you always want to watch out for Stalwart. It's those guys, and they're currently leading the pack.
Big fight won by King over towards the backside, though. Skurd has to go hunting for him. And does he find him? I'm not too sure. He still continues to survive over towards that backside. Skurd eventually does find it, but the rest of Wolves are on their way through. And now they've got the pin over towards the backside, and there's a couple of operators out here as well. But Jai, he'll manage to find something with the war machine and finds Zai. He finds nothing with the...
Give advice to you sync FB on most parts of it. You give advice to you sync FB off. What do you mean? Just turn it off. FOV sync off is... It's good. It's like what people recommend. You don't need FOV sync. You don't need advice. Just use it. Or like, don't use it, man. And then play the game. What do you mean? Or Wolves versus Elevate. APOC flashbacks.
blows them out the water. It's 3 from him. STE now trying to find that 100-point lead once again. It's 5 from Reek.
This is just 20 seconds you cannot afford to give away. Wolves, you have to full send it here, and if you don't, you've got to ensure that the next hill is a full 60 for you. Stalwart, just look at the lead, man. It's 100 points between these two teams. This is the losers bracket semi-final. This is the top 4 of the tournament.
Wolves now trying to set themselves up over towards P3. That 60-second hill that they need to find. It needs to come soon. It needs to come very soon, because right now they're over 100 points behind. It's 110, but it is starting to close. Wolves getting some good time over towards P3 and finding the kills as well. But they've got to be careful. The garage side, it doesn't seem as if they're holding it down. The spawns are there over towards Fountain for them, but they need to keep ST out of this hill.
Yeah, you got to remember that the last time was broken by STE, right? They can do it again. All you got to do is get those smokes
Okay.
get behind enemy lines.
Is this gonna show? This is important hill. Is it gonna be the start to something crazy, or is it gonna be the end?
They are much more careful this time around.
Nope, dead.
He does go down almost immediately.
Dead. No.
Managed to find a way in, though.
It's looking rough, man.
Finds the break. 25 seconds to play.
In slums, it's really hard to come back.
Have held something down. You look at the scoreline, it's still 80 or 90. They have got such.
Yeah, if you play on iPad, FOV Sync is recommended. If you don't play on iPad and you play on phone, FOV Sync off is good. I don't know. It's just a normal thing. Like iPad FOV Sync on is just, I don't know. It looks cooler, looks better, and all stuff. I don't know.
You look at it. It's STE. They've got players here, but they might well find themselves outnumbered.
It's just like a normal thing. I don't have an actual reason. It's just normal, you know. It's like I can't play iPad without FOV Sync on. On phone, I can't play on phone unless I have FOV Sync off. You know, it's just normal. It's like there's no actual reason to it. Yeah, GG's. Good trigger display. Good. That was W. I like that. GG's. Did he just slap him? Or am I tweaking? Yeah, maybe it was the ankle. So we have maybe two teams that have never been champion, and we have one former champion. Hey, I don't know if I said that right.
Wolves are in contention to be the first team to ever win the World Championship twice.
Yeah, basically, yeah, we have Elevate, a former winner, have a chance to win it again, and then we have 2-9 and Star Wars could be the first time winning for themselves. That's what I meant, something like that. I can't word. Words are hard, dude.
They wanted to go just a bit further, but top 4 in the world is nothing to be upset about. This is always my least favorite part of the competition, when we get to this stage where we're knocking out the best of the best, and STE just absolutely deserved this. They fought through a grueling lower bracket run and took down a team that so many
I didn't deserve this. Nah, it happens. It's unfortunate that Rise is not here, but it is what it is. They did do good. Top 4 without Rise, like that's so good. But obviously, as a player, you want to every player want to get first, but not everybody could be first. You know, it happens.
But it's always that stage. You come to the last game on a Saturday, you're thinking, okay, well, how have these teams got here? What have these teams' days been like? Through no fault of their own, STE 3-0 Gallerus and had ages just to take a moment and chill. Wolves had to go through a grueler. I think was a 7-5 or something like that. And
it's just no. They're using a sub, so like Rise really helped this team because he was the aggressor of the team. You know.
That STE had the opportunity to help, but STE 3-0 their opponents, and that's what bowled them that. It's hard to say. Look, I think it's one of these moments.
It's like,
though, it's not always
you guys gotta understand, like the flow of your team matters. Okay. Every team has a flow. Like, without Rise, the flow of the team is different, you know? For example, it's like, I don't know if Rise is an entry fragger, but like, think of S&D, okay? When you're pushing a site, okay? And you don't have your entry fragger, Rise. your team is not gonna be really good at entry fragging because you don't have your main entry fragger. You know, you gotta understand that there's flows to teams. Okay, there's flows, there's chemistry, there's all that in teams. And without Rise is like the main aggressor. He was the aggressive player of this team. Okay, it's like losing him. It's like it's gonna be harder against these teams who play aggressive. STE plays aggressive. Elevate plays aggressive. And you don't have your main aggressive player on your team, you're gonna lack aggressive plays. You know, that's how it is.
IGN, I'm not scared.
I love that. So what is the plan now? Listen, you've got a bit of time now. It's been such a long day where you've just been in and out of games.
Like Wolves team became slower due to the fact they don't have Rise. So that's just how it is.
I think we're just going to relax for now because we're so exhausted for the game because we have, I think, 4 matches from today. Yeah.
You have had 4, and I've got to ask you just before I let you go and join your teammates. Sunday night, wait, are you going to lift this? Yes or no?
Yeah, of course.
I love that, Scared. Congratulations on a big win and an incredible run here today. Go and join
Your team just has a flow and all that stuff. It's just there's chemistry stuff, and the flow of the team matters. There has to be connections. There has to be flow. There has to be like. There's so much things. It's not just like, you know, spawn in and play the game. No, there's more to it.
World Championships. Like he said, it was a slog. 4 matches on the day. Give me your thoughts on everything, but mostly, obviously, their performance.
Incredible. I think, you know,
Like they didn't pick up a player that's an aggressive player. They picked up a player that's not aggressive, but that's the only player that they can find. You know, the only available player. So it has to be like that.
As a lot of you guys have mentioned, it's really been about them being quite close. They've been closing that gap this year.
And I hope it's only Kirana. Yeah, the only China team. Hey, it's either we have two teams that are 2 new teams. I don't know how to word it correctly, but like we have 2 first-timers, okay, 2 first-timers, or we're gonna have a double champion. I don't know how to say it, bro. Is it exclusive out? Yeah, it's been out.
The fact that they have beaten Elevate in the past should be enough. They can do this.
Basically, is Elevate gonna win again, or we're gonna get a first-time champion, Q9 or Star Wars? That's basically what I'm trying to say. I can't word. Words are hard, dude. I'm dumb, okay? Which player you played against and thought, damn, he's insane, or you just... I don't really think like that during matches. I mean, there's a player that you gotta shut down in teams, but not really.
That first place
I don't know.
It is going to be a really, really fun.
I don't like
we have now wrapped up
things like that.
It was
Let's play the game. However it is, however it goes.
Oh man, that's so many. I feel like New Gen Ninjas, honestly. I know that it's easy to say Stalwart, but I really do feel like New Gen Ninjas coming out and being as competitive as they were earlier on today.
Arena Masters rematch, or Arena Masters rematch, or last year's
one of the best Call of Duty Mobile World Championships we have ever had. There's just so many storylines on display. Street coming in, showing that LATAM has more to offer than just Galaris. New Gen Ninjas showing that despite the fact that they were a team that really had like, what, a couple of days worth of
I've been
time
surprised his visa.
could compete with the best of the best. And I really do mean that, considering how close they made that match versus Q9. And then, yeah, obviously, Stalwart doing Stalwart things, being in that conversation. This has been a really beautiful moment for CoD Mobile Esports. It's just so fun.
It was a great day. You guys crushed it. A very long day for our casters as well. Fantastic job, as always. We're going to be saying goodbye for now. For anybody at home, if you're unable to make it tomorrow, or you just want to catch up with everything that happened here today, just follow us on social media at PlayCodM Esports, whether that is on X or Insta. Follow along there. That way you won't miss a single second of anything.
I'm not calling there. But chat, remember, it is not at 3 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, okay? It's going to be at 7:30 a.m. Eastern. Time zone, I don't know. I'm going to say Eastern because I am Eastern. Whatever. But just remember, it's not going to be the same time. It's going to be 5 hours more later. Like 4 hours later or 5 hours later than the original, time. Okay, so be here at the same time, but like 5 hours later or 4 hours later. You know, basically. So I don't know what time zone you guys are in, but like Eastern 7:30. Okay, 7:30 Eastern. That's when the matches will start. Okay, so you guys have a great one. Make sure you guys eat, drink something. I'm pretty sure nobody's streaming. Hold up, let me just double check. Dawsy's actually streaming. Oh yeah, he's streaming. I'm gonna rate Dawsy actually. Yeah, so be ready. 5 hours later, like 7:30 Eastern, whatever. But yeah, you guys have a great afternoon. Actually, make sure you guys eat, drink something, and peace out.